Sorry?
Not as grading started?
A little bit, but not in full swing yet. So, yeah.
I think Leanne went upstairs. Yeah, she's getting upstairs.
Do you ever?
Mask.
Oh. If it's all right with you, I'm probably gonna take mine off when I speak.
Yeah, of course. I will too.
How's everything?
Good.
Good. Work is good.
Everything is good.
Yeah. Good.
We're on mic.
Sorry.
We're on mic.
Oh. How are the kids?
They're great.
Yeah.
They seem like they've become real college students.
Yeah. Seems like they're enjoying. I mean, I haven't seen Tyler, but Xana seems like she's enjoying college.
Yeah, they both are.
That's good.
Being treated like adults, far from their family.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah.
Does either of you want coffee?
I'm okay.
Do you want
Actually,
coffee?
yeah, I'll go get
Yeah,
one.
I'll get you one.
Okay, thank you.
Or do you like coffee, Karina?
I'll just sneak away if we're going past them.
Oh, yeah, of course. Yeah, sure.
I just think we're going to
Of course, yeah.
Would you like coffee?
Thank you. That'd be amazing. Thank you. Thank you. Okay.
Is the Zoom open?
Yes. Thank you, everyone. Just to let you know, we're going to be starting in about 2 minutes.
Where'd you come in from?
Detroit.
Flu?
Yeah.
And you got in yesterday? Or
Day before, like late at night.
how's the energy in the city? It must be kind of electric, I would imagine.
Detroit, yeah. Things are, people are excited. Yeah, it's a really good. In general, I think it's a really good atmosphere. To be honest.
Thank you. I felt that every time I've been there. It's
Yeah.
a special place.
Yeah.
I mean,
absolutely.
I'm gonna talk.
UAW.
So-
Yeah.
Thank you.
I have a special place in my heart for Detroit.
Oh yeah.
But you got in fine. Everything was easy.
It was delayed a little bit, a few hours. But aside from that, and then I was in Brooklyn yesterday, staying with a friend in Brooklyn. So.
Was it okay then?
Uh,
I know parts of Brooklyn.
parts of Brooklyn are flooded. My friend, she has a art studio. She's an artist. She has a studio. She has an art studio. Like the studio was flooded.
Conversation is on YouTube.
We just got Charlotte.
Yeah, so that's why we stepped away.
I lived there.
Say it again?
116th on the other side of Morningside Park. I lived there for a couple of years.
What was your question?
116th and Morningside Park.
That's a beautiful block.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's really nice there.
How about you, Larry?
I was at 112th in St. Nick, right in your old neighborhood, back in like 2001. And then I was living up in the 150s for a while, and right now I'm close to the Schaumburg, a couple blocks away from the Schaumburg. So I've been in Harlem I actually have been living in Harlem longer than anywhere else.
Okay.
You know, it's the heights, so we never get flooded.
Yeah.
With all the storms.
Right, exactly. I remember that there was like a hurricane when I was living there. It was like 2012.
Sandy.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. And Harlem was one of the few that wasn't shut down.
Right.
And then that's kind of fueling gentrification as well. That's one of the things that people buying over brownstones and buildings. They'll be very frank. I'd rather not live here, but it's cheaper, and I know it's not going to get flooded.
Yeah.
Okay. That's what it is to you.
But yeah, I love Harlem.
Special, like Detroit. Yeah, special place.
We're live on the air.
Okay. So, oops, do I have to be that closer? Thank you, everyone. We're going to get started now. I just want to start by thanking everyone for coming out today and especially making the trek on a Saturday morning and given the weather, the rain today. And of course, welcome to everyone also who is joining us on Zoom and in different time zones. We apologize for the disruption to our program yesterday due to the storm, and we really appreciate the flexibility of all of our speakers and participants for accommodating these last-minute changes. And we want to give a special thanks to the People's Forum for hosting us and for all their support throughout this entire process, and especially to David and Leanne for helping us to organize this event today. This is the closing of our International People's Tribunal on U.S. Imperialism, Sanctions, Blockades, and Economic Coercive Measures. This panel will be followed by a lunch and then by a panel of our jurors who will discuss and announce their verdict. And after the jurors' verdict, we'll have our plenary panel with a stellar lineup of speakers who will discuss the current political conjuncture as context for our struggle against U.S. sanctions and U.S. imperialism. So my name is Karina Mullen, and I am also on the steering committee of the International People's Tribunal, as well as a special rapporteur. And I'll be moderating this panel and introducing our incredible lineup of speakers that we have with us today. The International People's Tribunal approaches economic coercive measures as inherently violent, designed to maintain economic inequality, continue the theft of wealth from the global south, and preserve a racial hierarchy in the international system. The Tribunal has been a collective effort to build systems of accountability rooted in global cross-movement solidarity, both within and outside of the law, to challenge the violence of imperialism through sanctions. We have examined sanctions not from the perspective of those who enforce them, but from the perspective of those most impacted by them. We have had an incredible 9 months of hearings covering 15 countries and bringing in the voices of people impacted by unilateral coercive measures from countries across Asia, Africa, South America, and the Caribbean. We launched our tribunal with a powerful hearing on Zimbabwe, a country that has been targeted with destabilization by U.S. imperialist sanctions for its successful land reform, a central dimension of decolonization. In addition to countries impacted by sanctions, we have looked into the situation of Puerto Rico and the U.S. Virgin Islands, and had intended to include Hawaii, which Navid Farnia will discuss in further detail, where the aim and impact of U.S. colonialism, imperialism, and militarization parallels in many ways U.S. sanctions regimes. The People's Tribunal understands the struggle against U.S. imperialism as fundamentally linked to the struggle against U.S. colonialism, the afterlives of slavery, and Black and Indigenous liberation, and the liberation of all oppressed, exploited, and dispossessed communities here in the belly of the beast. Our hearings have been wide-ranging in scope and content covered. They have featured 96 expert witnesses from impacted countries, ranging from healthcare and agriculture workers, lawyers, government ministers, trade unionists, women's, LGBTQ, food sovereignty organizations, Black and Indigenous liberation movements, diplomats, academics, as well as leaders of anti-imperialist solidarity organizations. As I am sure many of you attending today can attest, our hearings have all been enriching and enlightening, filled with brilliant analysis, moving testimonies, and solid empirical evidence. We're incredibly lucky to be able to hold 2 of our hearings after fact-finding missions to impacted countries, including Cuba, a country under a brutal blockade for over 60 years due to a successful socialist revolution, resulting in over $145 billion of losses over 6 decades, as well as one organized with the Simon Bolivar Institute and bringing together comrades from across the globe, including Kenya, Philippines, Lebanon, Iran, and Algeria, to Venezuela. And many of the people who were with us on our mission, our fact-finding mission, are here with us today, including Jeribu and David, who I see, and others in the audience as well. A country whose the fact-finding mission to Venezuela, a country whose income from foreign sources, we learned, fell 90% due to unilateral coercive measures designed to undermine the material conditions necessary for socialism and for sustaining the Bolivarian revolutionary project. In fact, we even managed to hold our Venezuela hearing in Caracas at the Anti-Blockade Observatory on the auspicious day of Comandante Hugo Chávez's birthday, July 28th. Both experiences also reminded us of the impressive resilience and resistance of states, economies, and peoples under sanctions, a common theme shared across all our hearings. Of course, we have experienced many challenges along the way, including the cancellation of hearings due to US-led imperialist war and induced instability. We'll be hearing more about that from our panelists as well. We have also had many situations where interruptions occurred due to limited internet access and problems with technology caused by sanctions and blockades. For example, in the cases of Iran and Cuba, we face significant challenges with accessibility due to restrictions from platforms like Zoom, which denies services to residents of sanctioned countries. This compelled us to resort to alternative platforms that lack features like simultaneous translation. We were subsequently forced to shorten the length of several testimonies to accommodate time constraints. In this sense, we got to see up close how sanctions, by design, suppress the voices of those most impacted, making it difficult for the rest of the world to grasp the extent of the devastation and destruction wrought by sanctions regimes. In another example, the case of our Gaza hearing, which our panelist Iyad Keshawi will address, ongoing brutal Zionist bombing put at risk the lives of our expert witnesses during their testimonies, as well as the broader Palestinian population. To put it mildly, there have been some trying moments over the past 9 months, as the special rapporteurs and members of our steering committee all worked tirelessly to put together hearings that could do justice to the lived experiences, knowledge, and struggles of those impacted by U.S. imperialism. In addition to navigating the above limitations, we've also overcome global time zone and language barriers to ensure that testimonies are accurately and effectively delivered to the tribunal. This feat could not have been achieved without the invaluable contributions of our volunteer translators and the commitment of individuals who woke up early or stayed up late to participate. We extend our deepest gratitude to them for their dedication to this cause. As the speakers on today's panel will cover, there were several common threads that wove across all of the hearings, including the deleterious impact of sanctions regimes on the healthcare sector, agriculture, technology, science, labor, infrastructure, transportation, education, and the environment, particularly the ability of sanctioned states to mitigate the devastating effects of climate devastation, climate chaos. Additionally, one overarching theme that weaves in all of the other themes is the impact of unilateral economic coercive measures on the development of the targeted state, which is why, as we heard in our hearing on Cuba, Fidel Castro described sanctions as a form of economic genocide. We will hear from Jeremy Miller and others how the hearings have demonstrated the need to contextualize sanctions within longer histories of colonialism and neocolonialism to which they have contributed and perpetuated. We also heard many examples of the role of capitalist core NGOs and the bourgeois media peddling racist narratives that deliberately confuse cause and effect to justify sanctions against states, including reference to alleged corruption, state failure, authoritarianism, and other tropes as part of the effort to destabilize and ultimately achieve regime change in states deemed to pose a challenge to U.S. imperialist world domination. This is why, in addition to our legal work, we see political education as so crucial to the struggle to abolish the sanctions regimes, as it is necessary to see through the lies and propaganda in order to build working class solidarity. Manu Karoka will be discussing the UAW strike and how anti-imperialist internationalism must be centered in labor organizing. Of particular importance today, given the acceleration of U.S. imperialist intervention in Haiti, a country under some form of sanctions and blockades for over 2 centuries since its successful revolution of 1804 to overthrow French colonialism and enslavement, are the many connections made in the hearings between military intervention and sanctions as part of the broader hybrid war on global South sovereignty and self-determination. It has been pointed out by several expert witnesses how the impact of sanctions in some ways is more devastating than military violence, given their more widespread and long-lasting nature. In addition to sharing an incredible range of detailed evidence on the impact of sanctions, expert witnesses shared evidence establishing the intent of sanctions regimes, including the notorious memo issued in 1960, which we also heard about in our Cuba hearing, by Lester Mallory, Deputy Assistant Secretary of State for Inter-American Affairs, who wrote that, given the limited opposition on the island nation, to the socialist revolution and to Comandante Fidel Castro's leadership, quote, every possible means should be undertaken promptly to weaken the economic life of Cuba by denying money and supplies to Cuba, to decrease monetary and real wages, to bring about hunger, desperation, and ultimately overthrow of the government. In our Iraq hearing, we were reminded of the infamous statement by then Secretary of State Madeleine Albright in a 1996 interview in which she declared that the price is worth it. In addition, exactly, in relation to the deaths of 500,000 Iraqi children caused by the US sanctions regime on that nation. This is just a brief snapshot to convey some of the richness of our hearings. Max Eil, who will be presenting and joining us via Zoom, he'll present a more detailed discussion of the process through which the tribunal was developed, its importance and relevance, and how the project has resonated beyond our organizing circles. I look forward now to hearing from him, as well as from all of our special rapporteurs who are here with us today, who will elaborate in more detail the background and political economic contexts, various through lines, important connections, as well as thoughts for how to advance the struggle against US sanctions regimes and, by extension, US imperialism. I'm very excited and honored to introduce our panelists today. I'll introduce them all, and then we will just go into the presentations. We have Max Eil, a senior fellow at the Department of Conflict and Development Studies at Ghent University, and a researcher with the Tunisian Observatory for Food Sovereignty and the Environment. He is an editor at Agrarian South and Journal of Labor and Society, and has written for the Journal of Peasant Studies, Globalizations, Review of African Political Economy, Middle East Report, and other scholarly and popular journals. He has been active in anti-war and anti-Zionist politics and is the author of a recent book, A People's Green New Deal. We also have Jeremy Miller, who will be joining us via Zoom. Jeremy Miller is part of the POOR magazine family and an POOR magazine family, and an organizer with the Black Alliance for Peace. We also have with us Iyad Keshawi, who is a Palestinian activist and part of the founding committee for CASI on the steering committee of the International Tribunal, and is part of Al-Masar al-Badil, the alternative Palestinian Revolutionary Path movement. Iyad is a Palestinian who grew up in Beirut and moved to the US after the Zionist invasion of Lebanon, culminating in the massacres of Sabra and Shatila. 3,500 Palestinians and Lebanese were systematically exterminated by Zionist forces and their Lebanese proxies. We also have Manu Karuka, who is an associate professor and chair of American Studies at Barnard College. He is the author of Empire's Tracks, Indigenous Nations, Chinese Workers, and the Transcontinental Railroad, and he is a member of the editorial board of 1804 Books. We also have Naveed Farnia, who is an assistant professor in Wayne State University, the Department of African American Studies. His research broadly explores the relationship between racial oppression in the United States and US imperialism. Dr. Farnia's book, manuscript, National Liberation in an Imperial World, Race, Counter-Revolution, and the United States, traces the US national security state's evolution by examining how US officials responded to national liberation movements at home and abroad from the 1950s to 1980s. So thank you to all the panelists. Thank you to everyone here with us today. And we will start with Max Eil. Hopefully.
Hi, thank you, Karina, for this generous and excellent introduction that did a great job, I think, of situating our project and situating our organizing. And thank you again to all of my fellow panelists, to my fellow organizers, and to our hosts, and to everyone who has worked very hard to bring this project to its intermediate conclusion, we can say, since it's very far from being concluded. So this tribunal had a bit of a rocky birth, and it was initially conceptualized in response to the near silence of the liberal and even harder left political, intellectual, academic, and legal communities on sanctions. This wide range of economic and political sanctions have in fact become the preferred mechanisms of imperialism, but they were invisible or debated merely as to their efficacy. Was the knife cutting effectively? Was another type of cutting instrument needed? This was the debate. The US and its clients' rights to impose sanctions has proceeded generally unquestioned. In fact, departing from our work on Iran, and in particular, the open embrace of sanctions by a portion of the Marxist intellectual community in the US and Europe, we decided to construct a people's tribunal to enfold the wide array of countries under the US economic and material strangulation. This way of proceeding had several strengths. First, it shared the scope, but emphatically not the norms or values of US planners. That is, they are internationally minded in their quest to rip apart absolutely states and societies which do not fit smoothly into the US capitalist architecture. We have been internationally minded in that we support the national liberation struggles, pro-sovereignty struggles, and bids for socialist construction, which by definition attract the ire of Western imperialism. Second, and therefore by design, we open space for conversation, comparison, and greater understanding of these understudied mechanisms of US power and how they fell upon a diverse range of forces in the periphery. Third, our wide approach meant we focused on a wide range of states and territories, some lacking sovereignty, but many of which, like North Korea or Zimbabwe, have not been able to attract the support of popular or intellectual milieu in the West. Against this partial approach, which we saw dominating, we sought to be both systematic and encyclopedic, as wide-ranging in our solidarity as the US imperial project has been in its savagery. Our self-assigned mandate, alongside our many valuable organizational and individual partners, has been to bring into unmissable public view the historical and class origins of sanctions. That is, that they are economic tools in the service of a political goal, that is the encirclement, asphyxiation, and siege of embryonic, partial, or attempted alternatives of any stripe to the US capitalist system. We wanted to make clear that sanctions are essentially attempts to enclave countries off from the world, to rip apart their capacity for sovereign and self-directed development, to undermine their asymmetric resistance capacity in the case of being military opponents to the US, to force the diversion of ever scarcer resources from direct social needs to national defense, to warp and wreck attempts at socialist construction and to turn them into a negative example, a warning of what will happen to anyone who resists US power. This destruction, this waste, in fact, is constitutive of the sanctions agenda, but is also constitutive of the US imperialist agenda more largely. They are meant, and it is meant, to instill a sense of disorder and defeat within planetary popular classes, and to reduce the space for self-realization, creativity, and freedom of those classes. This agenda of destruction is inseparable from imperialism. It is not a cost, but is the goal. Accordingly, and here we move into how some of our work is being taken up and we feel co-opted, we refuse this perspective of the will to power, which reduces critique to a humanitarian human toll. We reject this perspective, which does not link the waste of human life to the logic of capitalism itself. We have resisted this humanitarian gaze, but our project has been based on a humane gaze. And in particular, we took great pains to invite those living in arenas most directly affected by US imperial warfare to provide testimony. This sometimes meant getting testimony from those moving around inside the Gaza Strip away from US bombing. In the case of Yemen, one of the Arab lands most punished by US warfare for being unbroken in the face of the US violence outsourced to Saudi Arabia, meant that we were unable to convene a tribunal, an absence we lament. We can see now, in some sense, due to our project, and likely in a larger sense, due to the abject failure of the US sanctions regimes on China and Russia, which were outside of our scope, there is indeed now a very wide-ranging discussion on sanctions across the liberal and left intellectual spheres. Reams of literature emerging on sanctions, wide-ranging studies of their effects, and for that matter, even high-level voices of dissent, including within US imperial political institutions. In fact, this is a conscious attempt, particularly amongst left liberal forces, to corral anti-systemic critique into more permissible bounds. On the one hand, we have a project, namely our own, that understands that self-determination in the gale force of imperialism means respect, support, and being in solidarity with people's fight to regain control of their history against our government's attempt to control their history. The politics of this tribunal and this approach to sanctions is internationalist, yet it is bounded and grounded in location and the specific opposition to the US government that it entails. Cognate, yet ever spreading and ever watered down versions of our work are taking up sanctions, but make sure to envelop critique of the anti-democratic actions of the US government with a paired critique of democratic or social deficits, real or invented, of US targets. This soft critique of sanctions is not a difference of opinion, or it is not merely that. It is a class position of this core petty bourgeoisie expressing fundamental fealty to the US project. This is not surprising to us, for the very birth of our tribunal occurred amidst open letters signed by Marxist philosophers literally calling for sanctioning of Iran or literally calling for the cutoff of Iranian military support to the Yemeni national resistance forces. We cannot build a movement in opposition to imperialism by accepting its agenda, its norms, its objectivity, which is a gaze fixed by class power on a world scale, by accepting its right to determine what is or is not democratic. And finally, and perhaps most importantly, by dousing the outrage, which is the natural human approach to the inhuman sanctions regimes, in a flood of maybe, yeses, buts, also evils, and other equivocations. And one cannot build support for a better world by holding one's tongue when it comes to supporting, in a real political way, the principle and practice of national liberation as a cornerstone of internationalism and socialist construction. Sanctions are a tool of class power on a world scale meant to ensure the flow of value on a world scale from south to north, to keep countries dependent, to de-develop them, to keep control of their productive forces outside their people's sovereign and especially popular and working class control. As anti-capitalist internationalists, we oppose them without any ifs, buts, or so forth. Thank you.
Great. Thank you so much for that, Max, and for bringing our attention to the class project that is behind the design and implementation, as well as the defense among, as you mentioned, petty bourgeois, certainly many academics and people in media and everything else who defend sanctions regimes. So thank you for that, Max, and very powerful words. We now have Jeremy Miller, who I think is also, hopefully, he is, okay, joining us on Zoom. Thank you. Thank you, Jeremy.
Thank you, Karina. And thank you to all of the participants in this International People's Tribunal. I'd like to give a big thanks to especially the People's Forum for hosting us again today, and the most thanks to our brilliant expert witnesses and jurists who have populated and created this tour de force of a tribunal, which we are closing here. I will keep my comments brief. I and focused on, in particular, on our African hearings. We had 3 African hearings over the course of the last 9 months as part of the International People's Tribunal. And those were country hearings on Zimbabwe, on Libya, and on Eritrea. The African sanctions regimes take on a particular aspect which appears to be unique. And this is that the sanctions regimes applied to the African continent seem primarily to be geared to maintaining the historical, colonial underdevelopment and exploitation of the African continent. There is a direct through line going back centuries to where we are at right now. Looking into the particulars of the countries that we were able to include in this tribunal process, beginning with Zimbabwe. Zimbabwe was a powerhouse in Southern Africa, and also one of the survivors of one of the fiercest racialist apartheid regimes in the history of the continent. After successfully concluding its independence struggle, or otherwise known as the Second Chimurenga, resulting in the Lancaster House Agreement in 1980, Zimbabwe's independence, or the culmination of that war, was expressly conditioned on its delay of economic and land sovereignty. This was the compromise position to end roughly 17 years of fighting. When Zimbabwe attempted to finally, in 20 years later, when Zimbabwe attempted to reclaim its land sovereignty and its economic sovereignty by redistributing land from white farmers to Black Africans in Zimbabwe, it was targeted for economic destruction. Now, this has been couched under the guise of humanitarian interest, which is false, as will be established clearly when the jurists present their findings. And there have been discussions of political openness, also false. This is part of a tangential project of the imperialists, US-led imperialists, for regime change. But what is really at stake is putting African countries in their place, not allowing the self-determination that the ZANU-PF government and more importantly the Zimbabwean people have sought to achieve. In Libya, we see much of the same. In Libya, of course, the sanctions, the initial sanctions regime go back to the early 90s, and this is in response to, supposedly in response to acts of terror. But of course, we know that the Libyan government was immediately targeted following the September Revolution, following the ascension of the Jamahiriya under the late Muammar al-Gaddafi, because of its independent policy, because it advocated for African self-determination and for Libyan self-determination. And one of the first things that it did was kick out the U.S. and Western military presence. The sanctions regime against Libya in particular has resulted in, we've heard from our expert witnesses, has resulted in devastating shortages, same in Zimbabwe, same in Eritrea, and yet was not sufficient in breaking the Libyan will for self-determination. Now, why has this occurred? Well, Libya was on the cusp of several movements to push forward for African self-determination. Through we can look at through the creation of the Congress of Sahel and Sahara States in the late 90s. This was the rejuvenation of the Continental Project. This was the rejuvenation of the Continental Project of self-determination, and what eventually led to the African Union, which of course was established in CERT, right? And then let's excuse me. The Libyan project attempted to push forward proposals for a Pan-African military structure outside of Western control. It attempted to put forward an African currency, a Pan-African currency, potentially backed by the Libyan dinar. These are initiatives, these are the purposes of the sanction. In Eritrea, you have a country that is fiercely independent. You have a country that has rejected the dictates of the West and has paid quite dearly for it. The international sanctions against Eritrea have been, excuse me, the international sanctions imposed against Eritrea have been placed because Eritrea provided too good of an example. There was a fear that a self-reliant nation that could reject the dictates of the International Monetary Fund and the World Bank would set an example that others would follow. And the strategy, and a key strategy has been to choke off trade, right? To isolate. And this is a feature of all these sanctions regimes, to isolate the country, to prevent trade with Ethiopia, with Sudan, with Kenya, with the West, to economically strangle the country so that it might be forced to kowtow to the dictates of the West. We've only been able to cover a small snapshot of the African continent with the countries that we were able to include in this tribunal process. And part of this was logistics, and part of this was the nature and course of history. We unfortunately were not able to include any Central African countries or any West African countries in this tribunal process. This was a known and regrettable omission. There were originally intentions, there were thoughts around having Somali hearings, and this just was not able to materialize logistically. There was a scheduled Sudan hearing, and this was disrupted by the current warfare. Our Sudanese hearing was scheduled for mid-April, which is exactly when the current fighting broke out in the Republic of Sudan. In addition, there was initial discussion about having a hearing, a Mali country hearing in West Africa, a Mali country hearing, because in the beginning of this process, the Republic of Mali was under sanctions from the Economic Community of West African States and the African Union. And so we discussed having this hearing, but the sanctions were actually lifted right around the time that the tribunal was set to kick off. That is in January of 2022, and so this was taken off of our hearing schedule. But on this note, I've been asked to make mention of current events in West Africa, and specifically the situation surrounding Niger. And so I would just say this. In these regards. First off, I'd be remiss in any forum to not say that we must demand no military intervention, period. That this will serve no one except arms dealers, and will be extremely destructive to the entire region. And that being said, turning to sanctions, there are sanctions imposed by the Economic Community of West African States, the regional body, against Niger, and also as well as other allied forces. And this is something that happened. This is something that happened during our process of having this tribunal, and so it was a bit late to include Niger in the process here. But I will make these comments, and that is that the sanctions imposed against Niger has been a freeze of state assets and state enterprises and commercial banking within the regional bloc. It has been a freeze on all bond issuance and it has also cut power to the country from Nigeria and suspended imports and exports of Nigerian goods. So this is so there's a heavy sanctions regime going on. France has also imposed sanctions, as has Netherlands and Canada. And the United States has not imposed sanctions yet, but it's paused international assistance, and the World Bank and multilateral bodies have imposed sanctions. Now, the impact here is quite devastating. The ECOWAS sanctions are actually possibly some of the least effective, because although ECOWAS nations provide a majority of the export market for Niger, the broad majority of these exports go to countries which have not isolated Niger. So the broad majority of these go to Mali and Burkina Faso, etc. So the exports have not been hurt so bad. The imports, however, have been almost completely cut off, and especially when we're talking about the imports from Nigeria and petrol, we're talking about upwards of nearly 80% of imports are now impacted by the sanctions. So this is a huge squeeze, and we reject this, and we regret that we were not able to go further in depth into state of affairs in West Africa, Central Africa as well. Again, we the closest that we were coming to that was the Sudanese regimes, and we were disallowed by way of conflict. So I think I have about reached time, and I would just like to conclude by saying that there is extraordinary power in international struggle, in Pan-Africanism and solidarity to push back against these sanctions. And I would highlight, for example, in our Zimbabwe hearing, we had a brilliant expert witness from Uganda, right, speaking in defense of Zimbabwe. In our Eritrean hearing, we had an Ethiopian diplomat speaking in defense of Eritrea. We had Tunisians speaking in defense of Libya. We are, and so this project of isolation has and will ultimately fail and it will fail against the crucible of international solidarity. Thank you very much.
Great. Thank you so much for that brilliant presentation, Jeremy, and for bringing our attention to developments in West Africa, which unfortunately we weren't able to go into in greater depth, but this was a really excellent overview of developments, and also bringing attention to the through lines to colonial histories and legacies, and the role of sanctions, not only in undermining and targeting the sovereignty and self-determination of individual states on the African continent and global South more generally, but also of targeting regional forms of regional solidarity and Pan-Africanism. But despite their attempts, as you've pointed out, the attempts to isolate states, solidarity, international solidarity, regional solidarity is much stronger, and really appreciate you for highlighting that. So next up, we have Manu Karuka. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Mic picking up? Okay. So I'm speaking today as the child of an auto worker, as the child of the UAW. My father first joined the UAW working tool and die for Hyatt Bearing in Clark, New Jersey, which supplied parts to General Motors, and is currently a hazardous waste site under the administration of the U.S. Environmental Protection Agency. When Hyatt closed, relocating production to cheaper places where wages were cheaper, he moved to the Linden Assembly Plant in Linden, New Jersey, working there through long periods of layoffs, as well as years of relocation to Maryland and Detroit, which were the years of my childhood, until GM closed the plant in 2005. Linden Assembly has since been disassembled, and a shopping mall called the Legacy Commerce Center has been built in its place. A UAW scholarship helped fund my college education, and as a graduate student and later as a contract faculty member, I joined UAW Local 2110 here in New York. Growing up, I lived through conversations about strikes and working class action, and I later participated in strikes myself, both as a union member and as union staff. And I know what it is to be defeated. I also know what it is to win. I know firsthand some of the powerful lessons that a strike can teach. Above all, lessons in solidarity, lessons in the power of the working class. The decision to go on strike, as many of you know from your own experience, is a heavy decision. It's a decision to risk hunger for yourself, as well as perhaps even heavier, to risk the hunger of anyone who depends on you to get their food. The decision to strike is a decision to risk hunger, to risk real suffering, in the possibility, in the chance of a shared victory. To maintain a strike against the escalating threats of bosses is to dissolve individualism, a lesson in what Buddhists refer to as anatta, the non-existence of the self. If there's a terrifying element of going out on strike, there's also an exhilaration in the experience of real power, of real freedom, of real responsibility. This latest wave of strikes is the result of a wave of democratization and renewed militancy in the UAW, in the Teamsters, the dock workers, nursing home workers, teachers, writers, actors, and service workers. These strikes are teaching us all about the necessity of confronting bosses and collective gains to be won from that confrontation. They're not just about higher wages, but also about the working day, the working week, and about equalizing the wage scale for all workers. Workers are out on strike today, risking hunger for the sake of future workers. This is working class solidarity. This is working class dignity. The strikes can teach us something important about imperialist sanctions. For decades, whole countries have been refusing to submit to the horrific pressure of US unilateral coercive measures. The people in these countries, especially the poor and working classes, have been living through terror, suffering starvation and disease, while remaining steadfast on the principles of national independence, national self-determination, and collective dignity. To visit a country under US sanctions is to witness collective dignity, to witness the collective refusal to submit. And you can see this in how people interact with each other on a personal level. You can see the shared conviction of self-worth. In capitalist society, where self-interest so viciously smothers self-worth, you can't actually experience a dignified society, a society organized on the universal principle of the inherent dignity of each individual. To return to the United States from a country surviving the violence of US imperialist sanctions is to see clearly how our interpersonal reactions in this country, in the workplace, in the streets, in our families, is so deeply conditioned by relations of servility. There is no dignity among capitalists. It's impossible. To go on strike, to risk hunger, to withstand hunger, is to refuse servility, to insist on your self-worth. To cross the line, to submit, to go back to work, to scab, is to lose all of your dignity. When Nikki Haley brags about union busting, when Tim Scott insists that if you strike, you should be fired, they demonstrate their own utter lack of dignity. What we see in the strikes, in solidarity with the strikes, is the birth contractions of a culture of dignity, a whole way of life proceeding from the inherent dignity of every individual. Internationally, this same role is played by the movement against imperialist sanctions. There's no dignity to be found in the G7. There's no dignity in the Canadian Parliament, which applauds Nazi veterans. There's no dignity in the European Union, where parties of the extreme right are vying for power with parties of the even more extreme right. No shared conviction of self-worth. There can be no dignity in supporting their policies. To remain silent on imperialist sanctions is to cross the line against working class solidarity. If you're silent, if you refuse to stand up against sanctions, you're a scab. A society governed on the principle of narrow self-interest is a violent society. It's a fundamentally unsafe society. On June 19, 1982, Ronald Ebens, a foreman at a Chrysler plant, and his stepson Michael Nitz, a laid-off auto worker, confronted Vincent Chin, a Chinese-American auto worker, saying, "It's because of you little motherfuckers that we're out of work." And Chin responded, "I'm not Japanese." The confrontation that evening ended with Ebens and Nitz lynching Vincent Chin on the streets of Ferndale, Michigan. This was in the context of the UAW's Buy American campaign, a defensive campaign that collaborated with the bosses of GM, Ford, and Chrysler against Japanese automakers, turning its back on solidarity and retreating to the terrain of narrow self-interest. Buy American leads to workers attacking other workers who look like the wrong people, instead of fighting the boss who's automating the entire factory and replacing you with a robot while getting rich off of your sweat, eating off of the ache in your joints, luxuriating in the wealth produced by your ideas and solutions coming up in the work process. Buy American shifts union politics from the factory to the dealership. How can you organize a strike on the slogan, Buy American? As those who have studied this history know, after his murder, Vincent Chin's mother grieved, and her grief refused to dull over time. After his murderers accepted plea bargains, resulting in a $3,000 fine and no jail time, and after Ebens was acquitted in federal court, Mrs. Chin left the United States and returned to China, as she found there's no dignity, no justice in capitalist society. The escalating confrontation with China is a confrontation of a society of self-interest against a society of self-worth. U.S. great power conflict with China is at heart a conflict about whether the Chinese people will be allowed to live with dignity. In this confrontation, we can expect to see capitalist concessions to sections of the U.S. working class, whether by region, industry, or by social identity, however veiled. These concessions will be bought by attacks on Chinese-produced goods, including phones, electric cars, solar power cells, batteries, and on attacks on people who look like they're Chinese. To accept these concessions will be to cross the line against solidarity. Sanctions are weapons of war. Along with unilateral coercive measures, the United States has recently sent depleted uranium and cluster bombs to Ukraine. These are all weapons. Sanctions, uranium, cluster bombs, all weapons that indiscriminately kill and maim civilians and poison the land. They're weapons that destroy the lives of newborn children decades after the conflict has ostensibly ended. And we let them get away with referring to themselves as the international community. These weapons tell us something about the nature of the US ruling class and its approach to class warfare. What are the weapons of the working class? How might we imagine sanctions levied by the working class? Democratic Senator Robert Menendez from New Jersey is once again on trial for corruption. In his capacity as the chair of the Senate Foreign Relations Committee, Menendez is a principal architect of US sanctions on Cuba and Venezuela. What would need to change? for the U.S. working class to have the power to levy sanctions against Mr. Menendez as a war criminal. Within the past 3 weeks, documents on a decades-long campaign by Exxon to confuse the facts about the effects of oil consumption on the atmosphere have become part of the public record. What would need to change for the U.S. working class to have the power to levy sanctions against Exxon as a criminal organization, and on former Secretary of State Rex Tillerson as the head of that criminal organization? Here in New York City, a so-called influx, which is always, of course, a racist term, so-called influx of Venezuelans who are fleeing the effects of Mr. Menendez's sanctions is being invoked to justify cuts to transportation, sanitation, public health, libraries, and schools. Fighting to end the sanctions on Venezuela is directly related to fighting for a city that reflects the interests and needs of its working class majority. You cannot win against the boss if you collaborate with the boss. Workers lose jobs, wages, and hours of their lives when they accept the terms offered by their employers. This is a key lesson of going on strike. To concede the policy of imperialist sanctions is to concede the victories that workers have won at such grave cost to themselves. To concede or to remain silent on sanctions is to scab. Don't be a scab.
So many important dots for us there, and really making that powerful connection between, or thinking about the strategies of capital and how they shape even labor and labor struggles and the chauvinism and racism that often exists within, unfortunately, within our labor organizing here, and the importance of solidarity and uniting with Global South workers and making this parallel also with sanctions as part of that class warfare. So excellent. Thank you so much for that. Next, we'll be moving on to Naveed Farnia. Thank you.
Thank you, Karina. And just to echo everybody else, thank you to the People's Forum for allowing us to hold this closing. I just want to discuss a few takeaways that sort of I found from the tribunal process, and this is not meant to be an exhaustive list. It's not meant to be all-encompassing, and it also echoes some of what's already been discussed by previous speakers today. So 4 key takeaways that I want to discuss today. First, sanctions as a way to achieve and or perpetuate racialized economic monopoly. Second, sanctions and the relationship between sanctions and colonialism, and specifically sanctions as one of the manifestations of colonialism's legacy. Third, sanctions as a means to undermine anti-imperialist, Pan-Africanist, third worldist internationalism. And then finally, the 4th key takeaway I want to discuss today, the relationship between sanctions and military intervention, with a special emphasis on, I'm going to discuss the current situation in Haiti. Okay. So the first takeaway, sanctions as a method to create and or perpetuate the monopoly of US and European capital by means of economic warfare. So one of the examples that speaks to this takeaway was mentioned in the Zimbabwe hearing, our first hearing, where the US Congress and the US executive, the president, implemented sanctions that inhibited Zimbabwe from, for example, acquiring tractors or spare parts for tractors for their functioning, the ones that were already existing in the country, which thereby, in doing so, decimated the agricultural industry in Zimbabwe. However, under the executive order sanctions imposed by the George W. Bush government in 2003, certain businesses could apply for exemptions. One such company that did so and was approved of an exemption was John Deere. So in a market where there's no stable supply of tractors, no ability to acquire spare parts for the tractors that do exist in the country, John Deere was able to gain a foothold in Zimbabwe through a special exemption to the sanctions that had been implemented, while the companies, particularly the companies, perhaps domestic competitors, remained restricted, unable to supply the population with needed agricultural products. Okay. Along with that, you have corporations like BlackRock, Vanguard, State Street, and Fidelity, all of which still have investments in Zimbabwe Stock Exchange. So anti-sanctions analysts believe that the U.S. has opened the door for certain companies to enter into Zimbabwe and perhaps establish monopoly while keeping other sort of would-be competitors in a given industry out of the country, all through the process decimating the population. Okay? So we see here that sanctions as a way to achieve and perpetuate monopoly, racialized monopoly, can function and be achieved in multiple ways. In Libya, you had US and European sanctions against Libya's once thriving aviation industry, which essentially destroyed the country's aviation sector and thereby fostered a dependence on foreign businesses. Okay? So that's the first takeaway. The second takeaway I want to discuss is for us to think about sanctions in relation to colonialism and understanding how sanctions are meant to economically strangulate the targeted country and create the conditions for state failure. Colonialism has economic strangulation baked into its very structure and being, as witnesses have described, and in doing so via the denial of political sovereignty and socioeconomic development. So this begins to explain why we held hearings on the U.S. Virgin Islands and Puerto Rico, and why we also attempted to hold a hearing on Hawaii. Okay, unfortunately we were not able to go through with Hawaii due to particularly the primary aspect of it being the ecological devastation of the wildfire. Right, so the difficulties are born out of the relationship between economic factors and political factors. Okay? But I want to talk a little bit more in detail about the U.S. Virgin Islands, a country sitting on land that was once used to cultivate sugar through the labor of enslaved peoples, and surrounded by a sea rich in marine life. This country has to import 95 to 99% of its food. The country's healthcare system suffers from underdevelopment to such an extent that people who have medical emergencies must be airlifted to San Juan or Miami. The tourist industry, historically one of the sort of strongest industries, so to speak, incidentally experienced a boon after the U.S. imposed blockade against Cuba in the 1960s. Right? However, socioeconomic underdevelopment, including old education facilities, the lack of reconstruction after natural disasters. The Virgin Islands experienced 2 successive hurricanes in 2017, Hurricane Irma and Hurricane Maria, within the span of like 10 days, 2 weeks. Okay? Along with the decline of the country's manufacturing sector, has led many people to leave for the mainland, leading to drastic population decline. While conversely, white opportunists from the mainland come in to buy up prime property and capitalize on the tourist industry. Okay. Along with that, prices for services on the islands of U.S. Virgin Islands are very high. You have electricity, for example, electricity costs ranging from an average of $300 to $400 a month for a given household. Okay. So again, we're talking about the consolidation and accumulation of capital in a racialized manner. I want to shift to my third point. Third takeaway, which is sanctions as a mechanism to undermine anti-imperialist internationalism, Pan-Africanism, and South-South collaborations. Again, and these are themes that have been touched upon by previous speakers. As an example that speaks to this, I want to talk about first Libya, where Muammar Gaddafi and others across the continent, I should say, attempted to, as Jeremy talked about earlier, to develop Pan-African unity on a continental level. Building on the work and legacy of political leaders like Kwame Nkrumah, but also extending Pan-Africanism for it to achieve a global reach, conceptualizing a global anti-imperialist internationalism. Well, in 1992, the United Nations imposed multilateral sanctions against Libya. UN Security Council Resolution 731, passed in 92, mandated that Libya, quote, cease all forms of terrorist action and assistance to terrorist groups, and it levied an air and arms embargo on the country. Now, in reality, the sanctions were a direct response to Libya's self-sufficiency, which Jeremy mentioned earlier, but also its policies in Africa and Asia, where it continued to support third world liberation. Okay, so this is what the UN Security Council and the UN referred to as support for terrorist, quote unquote, terrorist groups. In 2009, Gaddafi visited Venezuela for the second Africa-South America Summit, where he proposed strengthening ties between Africa and Latin America by establishing a quote unquote NATO of the South. Libya 2 years later was targeted by a new package of sanctions, and as we all know, ultimately an invasion from which neither the country nor the region has recovered. The second example that I want to speak to in terms of sanctions as an attempt to sort of undermine anti-imperialist internationalism, I had an opportunity to attend the African Bar Association conference in South Africa in August, where the main topic of the conference was the nascent African Continental Free Trade Agreement. And so at the conference, one of the questions raised was how to facilitate intracontinental trade when countries like Zimbabwe, Libya, Eritrea, Sudan, Somalia, and now Niger are targeted by sanctions. For example, Zimbabwe's main trade partner is South Africa, which means the latter is best positioned to shape how sanctions against Zimbabwe are implemented. Countries like South Africa are wary of being implicated if they are deemed to violate sanctions. And so this is what has led to what some analysts have called overcompliance. However, witnesses in the hearings have stated, and I think correctly, that overcompliance is not an accurate representation of what's happening. Sanctions are in fact intended to produce the very reactions like that of South Africa in its implementation of those sanctions in Zimbabwe. So this is not overcompliance, but fulfilling the intended motives and directives of sanctions. And I'll get back to this point in here in a bit. Now, this is also important for the sake of understanding how sanctions inhibit solidarity, because the starting point for understanding sanctions, as I mentioned earlier, is by interrogating their racial character. As mentioned in the Haiti hearing, one efficient way to conceal the racist character of imperialism is to diversify its functioning, and particularly through boots on the ground. So with respect to Zimbabwe, this manifested in the West's attempt to enlist South Africa to lead quote-unquote, a quote-unquote regime change campaign against the Robert Mugabe government in Zimbabwe in the early 2000s. In Haiti, it manifested in a multinational occupation starting in 2004, and which persists on a smaller scale to this day. But it also manifests in renewed efforts to militarily occupy Haiti. So this brings me to my fourth and final takeaway that I'll discuss today, which is sanctions creating the conditions for military intervention if necessary, and or reinforcing ongoing military intervention. We've seen this in places like Iraq, Iran, Afghanistan, Cuba, the Democratic People's Republic of Korea, and as I mentioned, Libya, which is, again, is not an exhaustive list, okay? But I do want to focus here on Haiti. The Haiti hearing was important because it addressed some confusion about sanctions that by the letter seemingly target Haiti's ruling class. Now, in reality, wealthy individuals in any context normally have the means to sidestep the devastating effects of sanctions. And it's the general population then that truly suffers. Now, the sanctions imposed against Haiti in 1993 and 1994 took a major toll on the Haitian population. Although the UN Security Council resolutions claimed to exempt food and medicine from these sanctions, the sanctions nonetheless created a de facto embargo on these goods, particularly in the countryside, because companies feared, again, quote unquote, feared violating the sanctions, okay? Now, liberal commentators, and I would even argue some on the left, have argued that this shows how sanctions fail because they facilitate overcompliance. But as mentioned earlier, however, this is not overcompliance, but rather precisely the intended effect if we think through the lens of stifling the roots of anti-imperialist resistance in order to achieve racial domination and economic monopoly. Okay? So all this brings me to UN Security Council Resolution 2653, passed just last year to target quote-unquote criminal gangs in Haiti. Again, this speaks to the divide between the popular narrative about sanctions and what they actually do. While UN Security Council Resolution 2653, again, claims to target armed, quote-unquote, armed gangs, who, according to the resolution, quote, pose a growing threat to the country's stability and imposes a targeted arms embargo against designated Haitians, the document actually spells out who these designated Haitians can be. Despite claiming to target criminal activity and specifically, quote-unquote, gang violence, the sanctions give the UN Security Council broad discretionary power to sanction Haitian individuals and organizations. The document permits sanctions against any individual or entity deemed responsible for, complicit in, or having engaged in actions that, quote, threaten the peace, security, and the stability of Haiti. Within this far-reaching definition, the resolution explains that, quote, attacking personnel or premises of United Nations missions and operations in Haiti, or providing support for such attacks, falls under sanctionable activity. In short, UN Security Council Resolution 2653 stipulates that any individual or organization resisting foreign interference, including imperialist interventions, is vulnerable to sanctions and can have a travel ban, asset freeze, and arms embargo levied against them. Okay, so basically the resolution spells out that anti-imperialist resistance can be deemed as quote-unquote criminal activity. This reality opens up the possibility for what our Haiti hearing witnesses called a quote-unquote legally uncontroversial occupation. And it can also be added that even if occupation is indeed illegal under international law, as was established, the post-2004 occupation during the Haiti hearing is in fact illegal under international law, because it would have a broad international consensus, it would be deemed legitimate, uncontroversial, and thus without legal accountability under international law, which is precisely what happened in Haiti during the post-2004 UN occupation, and which intends to happen with the proposed occupation, which I'll briefly touch on before I conclude. So to drive this point home, it's not the United States who would be supplying the boots on the ground for such an occupation, but rather Kenya, who has volunteered to lead a multinational force into Haiti, along with countries like the Bahamas, Jamaica, and others who have agreed to reinforce the occupation with more troops. So this administration of an empire of diversity to once again subdue Haiti flips Pan-Africanism and internationalism on their head and perverts what they actually mean. It evacuates Pan-Africanism and internationalism of their anti-imperialist character. Okay? So these 4 points highlight the necessity of internationalism in order to combat imperialism in all of its tentacles, including economic warfare. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for that, Naveed, and again for bringing us back to the through lines of sanctions to colonialism and thinking about the impact of sanctions in terms of securing unequal exchange, wealth drain, and as you put it, racialized accumulation, and also the various strategies to undermine regional solidarity, anti-imperialist resistance, and national liberation. So thank you, that's really powerful. And now we move on to Iyad Kishawi.
Thank you, Karina. Following all the previous speakers, that's a very hard act to follow. But I'd like to share with you a piece of good news and a piece of bad news, I guess. The good news is that I don't have any prepared remarks. And the bad news is that I stand between you and lunch. And in that sense, oh, so that's good. So in that sense, I was asked to reflect on my participation in organizing some of the hearings for the tribunal that spanned through West Asia and North Africa. And I would, in the course of reflection, I started reflecting on my own personal arc and personal trajectory. And before my father passed away, my father was born in Gaza in the 1930s. and then he was expelled from Gaza. He went to Jordan and then eventually settled in Lebanon, where I was born, and I grew up in Lebanon. And the trajectory of his life was not an easy one. And in fact, he fell ill a decade before he passed away because he had an episode of illness back then. And he was reflecting and he said, you know, we never had a peaceful and happy era throughout my whole life. We might have been individually happy within the family. We might have been individually happy because we had friends, but we never were able to rest our minds. In fact, we existed our whole lives living like mice in a trap, running from one end of the trap to the other, but never being able to leave it. And those words really resonated with me as I was reflecting on the work that we've done in this tribunal. Because this tribunal is a project of international solidarity. Similar to what Navid and Manu were talking about, the imperialist program is to divide and conquer, and our project is to say that an injury to one is an injury to all. And in that sense, we not only uplift international solidarity and those who are targeted by imperialist policies and imperialist military actions, but we also uplift international working class solidarity and those who are fighting against the bosses and fighting against the ruling elite. This is what our project is all about, ultimately. And we have decided to give it teeth. So starting within that framework, my father also identified very much as an Easterner, as an Eastern person. He called himself an Easterner, an Arab and an Easterner, which juxtaposed his identity to that of the West. And the West meant Europe and the United States, and they defined us and our region as the close East or the Middle East. And the Middle East is a rather fungible term that fits very well within the agenda that they are executing. One day the Middle East is Palestine and Lebanon and Syria and Egypt. Another day the Middle East spans as far west as the Maghreb, Morocco, and as far east as Afghanistan. So pretty soon, if they declare war on China, China will be the Middle East. In fact, I was reading Wikipedia once, and they said that Russia, Moscow, is sometimes described as the Middle East. So in their definition, we are the heart of the so-called Middle East, and we reject that term, of course, because we are not middle to anybody or middle to them. We are who we are. We are Easterners, indeed, as my father liked to identify himself, but we are Arab. And within the framework of the Middle East Project, there arose a plan called the Richard Perle Plan. The Richard Perle Plan, which was a precursor to the new Middle East Project, was a plan to de-Arabize the Arab world. Think about this for a moment. To de-Arabize the Arab world. That means it's a genocidal act in its very core. It means that they want to not only maintain the Sykes-Picot project of dividing the Arab world, but they wanted to depopulate it the way they depopulated my homeland, Palestine. And in order to do so, they have to take the Zionist model of the depopulation of Palestine and expand it as far west as they could and as far east as they could. We tried indeed to hold a hearing for Sudan, and we could not because of the US-sponsored war over there. We tried to hold a hearing for Yemen, and we could not. But we were successful in holding a hearing for Libya, as our comrades were talking about earlier. And, you know, just to keep it a little bit personal, I'm a biomedical engineer. And I spent about a decade working on radiation oncology. Now imagine a frail cancer patient going to the doctor because they have cancer, being tested positive with blood tests because they have cancer, and cannot get a CT scan or an MRI. Not only can they not get a CT scan or MRI, they also cannot get the radiation treatment that they need to survive. They cannot get the chemotherapy that they need to survive. That was the case in Libya. Imagine if they need to fly across Libya to visit a medical center. Because Libya was buying its aviation parts on the unofficial so-called black market, all the aviation parts were extraordinarily expensive. And so aviation, as you heard earlier, which was very much a thriving industry, became out of reach for most of the Libyan population. Iraq, and we have to contextualize this within the mythology of imperialism and the mythology of colonialism. The mythology of colonialism was that we're going to have to go into Africa and civilize the uncivilized. We have to go into the American continent and civilize the noble savage, right? And within imperialism, we have to institute in law, order, and human rights. That this massive empire that has conducted so many war and so much violence is actually instituting human rights in our countries. How could our life trajectories be the way they are, as my father described it, mice in a trap, if they were actually instituting human rights? What kind of development and civilization were they pushing forward within this mythology? You know, if the kind of fascism that we're seeing within this declining empire is a domestic manifestation of colonialism that's built on three legs of this ideology: populism, fear of the other being us, right? And idealism, which is the imposition of what they would love to think on top of reality. Then colonialism is indeed, or neocolonialism as manifested by imperialism today, is indeed the execution of these three ideological facets. They go into Iraq, the place where law was born, Hammurabi, and they say we need to acculturate the Iraqi people to the presence of law, because Iraqis do not understand legal systems, but Americans do. George Bush does. Obama does, right? And one thing that Fanon talked about that was that really resonates here is that it's not enough for the colonizer to strip away the land and resources on which you live, to dehumanize you. But not only do they have to disfigure your image, they have to disfigure your narrative and disfigure your history. And that's really important, the disfigurement of history. That's what they did in Iraq. They went into historic libraries and they looted very important traditional books. They burned some of these books and destroyed them. They attacked universities, centers of knowledge, and systematically destroyed the books and the art in Iraq. They looted artifacts from archaeological sites and sold them in the United States under the supervision of the US government. They knew that their soldiers were coming back here with artifacts. And it is to disfigure the Iraqi history, these lawless people who don't understand what law is and don't understand what history and human rights are. And they carried that example forward into Syria with the funding of the so-called Islamic State of ISIS in Syria. They attacked archaeological sites like Palmyra, all under an economic blockade on Iraq and on Syria. Massive explosion of unemployment, massive explosion of refugees, a decade-old civil war that continues until now. And then the US goes in and occupies the oil-rich areas, and they steal Syrian oil, and they put it out there on the market, while the Syrians cannot benefit from their own energy supply. Consumption of energy in Syria massively declined, while the US has access to Syrian oil now. And in the spirit of the continuation of the arc of Sykes-Picot, the Levant region, which is the greater Syria region that constitutes the Syrian Arab Republic, Lebanon, Palestine, and Jordan. When Lebanon was carved out of Syria, Lebanon is surrounded on all four sides. On the west, there is the Mediterranean Sea. On the north, there is Syria, from which it was carved out. On the east, there is Syria, from which it was carved out. And to the south, there is occupied Palestine, where the Zionists are at a continuous state of war with the Lebanese people. The sanctions on Lebanon are meant to bring the whole region to its knees. They are meant to expand the Zionist model of depopulation in order to execute the new Middle East plan, the Pearl Plan. And this is not a secret. That is exactly what Condoleezza Rice announced during the 2006 invasion of Lebanon, in which hundreds of civilians were slaughtered on the hands of the Zionists, and tens of thousands of refugees were pushed out of their homes. And as the Zionist military was disintegrating in Lebanon, and their soldiers were crying due to the fierce fighting that was imposed on them by the Lebanese resistance, the US went in and they insisted that they maintain the pressure, the military campaign against the Lebanese people. So even the proponents who went in there under the pretext of crushing the Lebanese resistance, wanted to withdraw, and the US said, no, you cannot withdraw, continue fighting. And that gave way to the new sanctions regime that was imposed on Lebanon, where both people in the public and the private sectors can go to the bank to withdraw their monthly salary, and they cannot. Because these banks are under US sanctions. Putting some things in perspective, the Lebanese lira at the beginning of the Civil War was about 20 cents. So $1 equated to 5 Lebanese liras. Today, it is on its trajectory to reach 500,000 Lebanese liras for $1. It's 150,000 liras by the time we held the hearing on Lebanon. So how can the Lebanese people survive under this? The answer is that they don't want them to survive. They want them to turn against the resistance. Again, in the spirit that Navid mentioned of diversifying the agents of empire. They diversified the agents of empire in their fight against the PLO when the PLO was a national liberation movement in Lebanon. And they used proxy forces that were inspired by Nazi Germany, nonetheless. And they pushed them to the front lines to exterminate the Palestinian people in Lebanon with the support and direct supervision of the Zionist military. Then we go to Palestine. The core of this new Middle East project. When we held the hearing in Gaza, there was a renewed Zionist attack where our witnesses were testifying under the bombing. One of our witnesses had his whole family killed. Both his wife and his children were killed in a previous attack in 2014. And the only one who's left in his life is his daughter. And as he was testifying, the bombing became so intense and his daughter was so traumatized that he had to run away. Now, Gaza has been under an economic blockade for a decade and a half, for more than a decade and a half, where the Israeli government stated that we're going to put the Palestinians on a diet. We're not going to starve them to death, but we're going to put them on as much of a diet where they're going to lose a lot of weight. What that means on the ground, no medical supplies, no medicine, no milk, no parts for the sanitation system, no parts for water desalination system. The UN declared that Gaza is uninhabitable. It's not fit for human habitation anymore because it has become an environmental disaster zone. Every winter, the Zionists open their sewage systems and they flood Gaza as in the middle of rains. So that's what it's like to live in an area that's targeted by genocide, both military and economic strangulation. But the good news again is that our project is expanding and that what we are doing here is not an isolated effort. More and more people are taking up this fight. More and more people are recognizing that this is an empire in decay and decline. And more people understand that the ruling class of this country is deeply, deeply divided on ways to save this empire. And they will fail. And we shall succeed. Not only because people fight for their own existence and for own continuation, but because the wheels of history have shown the way colonialism failed and sovereignty had to assert itself, that this empire and its imperialist project is, at the moment, failing. Thank you.
Thank you, Iyad, and really powerful and hopeful words to end on. This is not the end of this discussion because we'd like to open it up for question and answers. So if anyone, I know Suzanne, would you like to begin, and then we'll go around. Suzanne Adeli, who's also a steering committee member and a juror for the People's Tribunal.
Thank you. So just want to say thank you to all of the presenters because those were all really wonderful presentations. Yeah, made me a little bit kind of sentimental for my own historical upbringing. When you talked about the U.S.'s kind of agenda of de-Arabizing, our home, and I think in a lot of ways that colonial history is why our family never always referred to ourselves as Arabs, right? Never as Jordanians, and not just because Jordan is a colonial construct, right? Which I think a lot of people, when I say Arab, don't understand what I mean. But I can say that that Arabism that I grew up with was really the foundation for my internationalism, right? And I think that that's really important. I also wanted to thank you, Manu, for bringing labor into the room. I am a labor organizer. I'm also from a family of Teamsters and UAW members. And, I think, and I actually worked for UAW doing international work, and that really opened my eyes to the ways that US unions, right, have also really played a role in reinforcing the US imperialist agenda, which is something I think is really important to us maybe now to pivot towards looking at that in the context of our work and how we build solidarity among rank and file. And just to note that, I'm also, I work for an organization called the Food Chain Workers Alliance, along with Juribu. She's a member. And we represent hundreds of thousands of workers in the food economy in the US and Canada. And they organize looking at the supply chain, right? The supply chain in the food system that they're a part of, which is extremely, extremely exploitative, right? And their analysis is that economic coercive measures and economic colonialism create the supply chain. That is the beginning of the supply chain, and the reason why they're being forced out of their homes in the first place. And there's a lot that we can say on that, but I'm just going to end it there.
I buy UNICEF cards every year. Therefore, I'm asking, is UNICEF active in any way over there?
Should we collect questions first? Are there any other questions that we? Okay, if not, then there we go. Would you like to begin yet? Thanks.
So UNICEF is very active. So is UNRWA, the Refugee Workers Association. There has been a systematic campaign now to defund UNRWA in order to deprive the Palestinians their right to return to their homeland. And so the idea is that if you stop the refugee ecosystem by starving it, then the refugees would just dissipate and accept the status quo and accept Zionism on the ground. With respect to UNICEF, there are children's projects here and there. But again, it's important to note that these are both United Nations institutions, and the UN is complicit in this recolonization campaign and the most important outpost for this recolonization campaign is the Zionist state. So they don't do anything that is really empowering to the point that tips the balance of powers. And they view these humanitarian efforts as philanthropic and charity. And it is not charity that our people are asking for. What they're asking for is sovereignty and the right to self-determination.
Excellent. Manu, did you want to respond
Sure,
to
yeah.
Suzanne?
Well, actually, the question on UNICEF, I feel like there's a redirection maybe to talk about international aid, quote unquote, and its relation to sanctions. The case of Haiti, I think, is really clear with, again, quote, international aid from the USAID and the National Endowment for Democracy, going back to the 1980s and what was presented as a transition to democracy, actually was really about heading off agrarian reform, crucial land reforms being called for by popular movements in Haiti. And starving out the farmers of the farming communities of Haiti with surplus products, dumped on the country by the United States. The aid that was sent to Haiti was sent in right after the passage of the U.S. Farm Bill, which provided billions of dollars of subsidies to U.S. farmers, all under the rubric of free trade. So this is a pattern that goes back decades. So sanctions and aid, on the face of it, they seem like opposite. Trajectories or relations to a country, but they often go hand in hand. And of course, then there's the agrarian, the land dimension of it, the way of flooding a place with cheap rice, let's say, like Haiti, to the in a couple seasons where local rice production is no longer possible, and then raising the price of rice. And then this is used as a tool to discipline workers in the new special economic zones, the maquilas that are built in the cities where rural people have fled, to try to get food. So there's that dimension, and then there's of course the ideological dimension. Anytime you hear people like Biden or Samantha Power invoking human rights, it's all about breaking down the self-determination, the independence of countries, fostering and feeding into secessionist movements in different countries, all under the rubric of democratization of human rights. So some of what Max spoke about in his opening remarks is really intensely supported by academics, by lawyers, by various professional organizations who claim to speak for human rights, who claim to speak against genocide, who claim to speak against racism, against the oppression of minorities. What they're doing is supporting secessionist movements. What they're doing is supporting movements to break the independence, the sovereignty of formerly colonized nations. So there's a strong link between sanctions and aid, which on the face of it seems contradictory, but in material fact and effect, very strongly, closely interrelated. And I think the question on UNICEF brings these questions to mind.
Thank you, Manu.
Did Haiti eventually start using the GMOs? They started using the seeds? Because I know they had said, I'm sorry, I know they didn't take them in the beginning. Did they have to resort to using?
Could you just repeat the question with the microphone so that
Sure.
people listening could?
Did Haiti have to resort to using the seeds, the GMOs, eventually? Because I know in the beginning they didn't want to. Wonder if anybody had any information.
That I can't speak to.
Okay.
I do know that as a result of this, local crops, rice crops, pigs, various aspects of Haitian agriculture that have been developed from 1804 to the present have been eradicated from the island as a result of flooding the island with these surplus products from the United States. And this has gone in different waves. So I don't know if they've been able to impose GMOs on there, but one of the things we see recently is Haitian mangoes, right? That's all it's all monopoly production of mangoes by U.S. agribusiness that's then used to none of that is grown for local consumption. It's grown for consumption in the United States and Europe.
And also, maybe we can bring in Max or Jeremy. I'm not sure if you're still there. I think you are, to speak about if Haiti in particular, but also more broadly the impact of sanctions on agricultural systems. Max, would you like to come in on that?
Yeah, sure. So this is a bit funky. Most agricultural systems in the global south are
Okay, we'll come back. His connection has dropped. So, Jeremy, are you there? Would you like to say something specifically about Haiti? Okay, sorry. Oh, okay, we'll come right back to you, Jeremy. Sorry, Max.
Sorry for that. Yeah, so most agricultural systems in the global south are, particularly in historically non-aligned countries, but in a different way, the countries that were aligned with the Soviet bloc are the fruit of an industrial modernization process that wove them in terms of their production systems into global supply chains, whether capitalist or actually communist supply chains, but made them are reliant. Now, global interdependence, of course, on communism is only a problem when the Soviet Union falls, right? That's one thing. Global interdependence on a capitalist supply chain in a post-Soviet era, when the US regime turned to the overall de-development of social formations, is another thing entirely, right? So it had created these dependent and so-called modernized industrialized agricultural systems as part and parcel of kind of the nation building and development and modernization process that itself was a prophylactic against communism. But then with 1990 in place, at the fall of the USSR, and then the worldwide spread and rollout of sanctions, it could just selectively, and when it finds it convenient, having built up these systems so that they're kind of rely on a delicate kind of scaffolding of support that often comes from US and EU agribusiness, it could rip them out, and the entire agricultural systems can just can collapse because there's been a process of de-skilling and the transfer of that skill to these imported and capital-intensive technologies, right? So there's a creation of vulnerability, and then there's an abuse of that and dependence, that is the transfer of value, and then at a new stage of capitalism, it turns into a way to just crush these social formations.
Excellent. Thank you, Max. And Jeremy, did you have anything that you'd like to add either to the question of the role of the UN or in particular on agricultural systems and how they've been impacted by sanctions and imperialism more generally?
Well, I think I'd like to speak to the question of agriculture being impacted by sanctions. And of course, in two ways, agriculture is often the most impacted, one of the most impacted sectors by sanctions. And the two ways are thus. First of all, oftentimes when we are talking about third world, as we used to refer to it, or nations on the periphery of global power centralized systems. We're often talking about nations that are heavily dependent on agriculture for their economy, and we've already sort of touched on it, and we'll expand further with the final report final verdict about how sanctions target are a blunt instrument, right? They target and squeeze the population. There's a myth of targeted sanctioning. So that's one generalized way that agriculture is implicated, and a more specific way is that oftentimes it is targeted. So for example, in Zimbabwe, we had our Zimbabwe hearing, and as Dr. Gracian Mkunzongi pointed out, agriculture is the mainstay of this economy, and it provides employment and income for over 60% of the population, and also supplies 60% of the raw materials required by the manufacturing sector in Zimbabwe, and 40% of export earnings. So if you sanction, as has been done, if you sanction necessary input, such as parts for tractors, a lot of times they like to hide this under the ridiculous rhetoric of dual use, right? Somehow a tractor component, the theory being, phony theory, I should say, being essentially somehow a tractor component can somehow become a weapon or some such nonsense. You are crippling the entire economy. The heavy reliance on agriculture, Eritrean economy is similar in this regard. I would also note that sanctions have a signaling role as well, right? And so if when we look at the way agriculture is targeted to starve out economies and to literally starve people, we should also remember other environmental assaults that can come with it, and we should think about, for example, one thing that was brought up in the Zimbabwe hearing was that the sanctions against land repatriation or rematriation was meant to signal Namibia and South Africa against following suit. Well, let's look at Namibia, for example, which has huge solar resources, right? It gets a lot of sun in this country, and we have this new economy, this new quote unquote green economy that's getting rolled out in fits and spurts all over the globe. Well, sanctions will eventually begin targeting things like this as well, because the point of the sanction is to firm up the allegedly iron grip of the imperial powers, or the imperial cabal, if we're looking at multilateral sanctions via the United Nations Security Council. So it's not impossible that we will see in the future, sanctions on solar technology, for example, which is a short step from sanctioning the sun itself, and this sort of speaks to the absurdity of the global dominance fantasy that sanctions are a tentacle of, and which the people necessarily resist, and of which we are a small part of that resistance.
Make a brief.
Sure, of course. Go ahead. Thanks for that, Jeremy.
I'd like to also make a brief point that doesn't directly answer either question about humanitarianism or the agrarian question, but actually kind of links the two. So with Zimbabwe, Jeremy mentioned the land reform process, the fast-track land reforms that the Mugabe government implemented in the late 90s and early 2000s. Well, Amnesty International, I think in 2006, put out a report on the land reform process, basically lambasting the process, saying it was rife with inefficiencies, but also violence. And the violence that it specifically mentioned in the report was the violence of black people against the white settlers, right? So this is the sort of problem with, liberal humanitarian, fantasies of the world where they sort of equate all violence to be the same, right? Like that the violence of imperialism is the same as the sort of, resistance of anti-imperialism. And so, I think I just wanted to add that to show that, these humanitarian organizations are invested in status quo power relations.
Okay, great.
I also would like to bring into focus how sanctions and economic measures are used to perpetuate disharmony in societies and propagate sectarianism. In an effort, after the invasion of Iraq, in an effort to cripple the military and economic effects of Iran in filling the vacuum that the Soviet Union left behind in the region by supporting anti-imperialist and national liberation movements, the US established a paradigm of anti-Shia vilification. And it was mostly to split off the large Shia population in Iraq from Iran. It also helped very much to isolate Iran within the region and vilify it so that it could not support resistance movements in Lebanon and resistance movements in Yemen. Now, this is really important because it has a long history. Lebanon, for example, when the French left it behind, set up a sectarian governing system. And they said only a Maronite Christian can be the president of Lebanon. And only a Sunni Muslim can be the prime minister. And only a Shia Muslim can be the speaker of the parliament. Now imagine that this is a power-sharing arrangement that was propagated into perpetuity. And it was very much leveraged in order to isolate the Islamic resistance within Lebanon. And it was used as a sanctions tool against the banks where, for example, many of the Shia communities in Lebanon that they're banking, where they received assistance from their relatives living in foreign areas. And all of these transactions became illegal under the sanctions regime, and they became doubly illegal under the Caesar Act, which was imposed on Syria. So the disharmonization that they try to execute through economic measures is very real and very palpable. And that was the case in Syria again, because they would only support disaffected communities that are willing to receive support from the United States and the Zionist state.
Great. Thank you for that, Iyad. I think I see you have, do we have time for one more? Okay, Sarah, go ahead. We'll take one more question and then close out. Thank you.
Thank you so much. My name's Sarah Flounders. I first want to thank the People's Tribunal for this whole effort and this incredible panel this morning where you learned so much. I mean, really, it's pretty incredible. The first question about the role of UNICEF, I think a lot of attention does need to be paid to the role that the United Nations plays and the U.S. domination and control of agencies that were set up initially to give assistance in times of catastrophe and times of huge refugee movements and all of that. I mean, they're vital, and they had many good people working in them and in the food and agricultural areas also and so on. And it has become completely and intentionally distorted. 15 of the harshest sanctions, 15 countries with the harshest sanctions are under UN Security Council sanctions. And so that means every UN agency takes part in that squeeze, in that strangulation. So, and half the countries are countries of Africa. So, and then when you think it includes also Afghanistan and Iraq and Iran and the Democratic People's Republic of Korea, Yemen, I could go on, Sudan, Somalia, these are under United Nations sanctions pushed through by the US at the demand of the US and at a time when China and Russia were not yet contesting and vetoing these resolutions. Doesn't happen nowadays because, and they're told they're violating the rules-based order. But just the way it still plays out, because the sanctions never get lifted. So in Syria, there's a horrendous earthquake, and for any aid to get through, it doesn't happen. They announce it, they put out a press release, the US puts out a press release saying, oh, humanitarian donations are accepted, except they're not. You can't get through $1. So, and the same thing, you could look at Libya, where, what was the Green Revolution? The Green stood both for Islam, but it also stood for a control, finally, of the water, of the dams that were built in Libya, the great man-made river. I mean, what was done in terms of water and the environment in Libya, that was left to rack and ruin. And under UN sanctions, not a dam had a part in it for 12 years. And so you have tens of thousands of people who die in a flood, and the water and control of the water had been organized. So anyway, just this point, because I do think it's worth attention, and I'm so glad the People's Tribunal is going forward from today, but to really look at the way in which the United Nations and all of its agencies are being just completely distorted. And sometimes it's hard for the countries that want to raise this at the UN for them to raise it there, because, but an organization like the People's Tribunal and other efforts, I'm working with the Sanctions Kill campaign, are in a position to really bring this to world attention, this distortion, and I think the UN General Assembly would very much want to. They're looking for ways to respond to these crimes. So thank you for this effort, and I think there's really new ground yet to plow in looking at the role that the UN is now playing. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Sarah. Really important points. I just want to thank again our amazing panelists for their excellent presentations and for bringing out some of the details and the richness of our hearings and pointing out the numerous ways that imperialist sanctions are designed really to continue neo-colonial relations of domination, secure the place of the capitalist imperialist core domination of the world economy, and the impact really that it has on the lives human lives, as well as the infrastructures, the economies, the agricultural systems, the histories, the culture of Global South, and also for bringing up the ways that imperialist sanctions are being resisted. And I hope that, this is our hope, collective hope as the tribunal, that these hearings, the next steps, including the verdict, the next legal steps, as well as the political education work and organizing work we intend to do, will contribute to this important and vital struggle against sanctions regimes and U.S. imperialism. So thank you. We'll be having a brief pause now for lunch, and then we'll be returning at 12:40 for the Jurors Panel and the verdict. Thank you so much.
Lunch is over there. There are sandwiches in the back. And then in a few hours, we're going to have more food.
Hey, how are you? Good, good.
Okay, everyone, we're going to get started in a couple minutes. Okay, if everybody can come back to their seats, we're going to start in 1 minute. Okay, so I'm going to try to move things along now. It's my pleasure to moderate today's panel of jurists who've been part of this wonderful project, the International People's Tribunal on U.S. Imperialism. My name is Suzanne Adeli. I'm one of the organizers at the tribunal, and I'm also president of the National Lawyers Guild and a member of the International Association of Democratic Lawyers, two groups that have been, whose members have actually been quite active in the work. And so what we're going to do now is, after I give a brief introduction, I'm going to read a list of all the jurors who have been involved in this project who could not be with us today. And then I'm going to introduce those who are going to be speaking to us today, both through Zoom and in person. And then we're going to do a short reading of the verdict, of a certain portion of the verdict. It's actually too long for us to read in its entirety today, but we will share it with you. And then we're going to hear comments from each of the jurors who are with us today. So first, I'd like to acknowledge Max Bakwana from South Africa and the International Association of Democratic Lawyers, one of the jurors of the tribunal. Charisse Burden-Stelly, who is a scholar of critical Black studies from the United States. Muriel Fanon Menendez from France. Jeannie Meyer, a lawyer, labor lawyer from the US, part of NLG and IADL. Willie Mutunga from Kenya, former Chief Justice in Kenya. Bruce Nestor, of the National Lawyers Guild, Osamu Nakura from Japan, from the Japanese Lawyers International Solidarity Association, and Edre Olela from the International Association of Democratic Lawyers and National Union of People's Lawyers in the Philippines. 1 second. Okay, so now I'd like to also list off the jurors who are with us today and read a little bit about their bios, a little bit from their bios. This is not in the order that they're going to be speaking, just in the order that they're listed in front of me. Starting with Marjorie Cohen, who is joining us from California. Marjorie is a legal scholar and retired criminal defense attorney, and she is a former professor of Thomas Jefferson School of Law and International Law, and she's former president of the National Lawyers Guild and a member of the International Association of Democratic Lawyers. Marjorie debated the legality of the war in Afghanistan at the Oxford Union and has testified at military hearings about the duty to disobey unlawful orders. She writes frequent articles about human rights, US foreign policy, and the contradiction between the two. Also joining us today from India is Prabhat Patnaik, who is Professor Emeritus at the Center of Economic Studies and Planning at Nehru University in New Delhi. His books include Accumulation and Stability Under Capitalism, The Value of Money, Re-envisioning Socialism, and most recently, Capitalism and Imperialism, Theory, History, and the Present, co-authored with Utsa Patnaik, a book that many of us have found sort of very important for our analysis and work. Also with us today, who will be joining in the discussion, is Michael Deutsch. Michael has been a lawyer with the People's Law Office in Chicago and a member of the National Lawyers Guild since 1970. From 1991 to 96, he was the legal director of the Center for Constitutional Rights in New York. Michael's legal career has been devoted to the representation and defense of political activists, opposing US government policies, political prisoners, and all prisoners subjected to inhumane treatment. Also with us today is Victor Good, my former law professor. Victor earned a BA from Northwestern University in 1970 and a JD from Rutgers Law School. He has practiced civil rights law, including the areas of affirmative action, housing discrimination, and criminal justice reform. In 1975, he became the Associate Director of the National Conference of Black Lawyers, and in 1978, he became the National Director and served in that position until 1982. During his tenure at NCBL, he founded the Affirmative Action Coordinating Center, along with the Center for Constitutional Rights and the National Lawyers Guild, and has worked as part of a legal team that filed amici in 3 landmark affirmative action cases. In 1983, he was one of the founding faculty members of CUNY School of Law and served for 5 years as Associate Dean for Academic Affairs. He has taught in the Urban Legal Studies program at City College of New York and a visiting clinical professor at Columbia University Law School, where he taught in the Fair Housing Clinic. And he retired from CUNY in 2020. He continues his work with the New York chapter of the National Conference of Black Lawyers. Also with us is Jaribu Hill. Jaribu is a civil and human rights attorney. She is founder and executive director of the Mississippi Worker Center for Human Rights. In support of the human rights struggles of workers across the globe, Jaribu has traveled to Asia, Africa, Europe, and the Caribbean. Through her organization, Jaribu has provided legal representation and advocacy for hundreds of workers in the state. Her efforts have led to the adoption of zero tolerance against hate workplace policies. Jaribu has also won an important judgment against the Ku Klux Klan in Pelion, South Carolina, and has assisted Mississippi Delta parents in their fight for school equity. Jaribu has written numerous articles and is published in law reviews and journals, including Southern University Law Review, Columbia University Black Law Journal, and Columbia University Law Review. She is the author of Knowledge is Power and Know Your Rights Manual, and co-author of the Black College Guide. Also with us, joining us from Canada is Charlotte Cates, and also another organizer of the tribunal. Charlotte is the international coordinator of Samadoun Palestinian Prisoner Solidarity Network and has organized delegations, actions, reports, and articles that highlight the struggle for the liberation of Palestine and the Palestinian prisoners. She coordinates the National Lawyers Guild International Committee and is also a member of Al-Auda, the Palestine Right to Return Coalition, the Canada-Palestine Association, and the organizing collective of the U.S. campaign for the academic and cultural boycott of Israel. Also with us at the end is Maria Lahoud. Maria is Deputy Legal Director at the Center for Constitutional Rights, a New York-based nonprofit which works with communities under threat to fight for justice and liberation through litigation, advocacy, and strategic communications. Maria joined the center in 2003, where she has sought accountability for international law violations and defended Palestinian rights advocates under attack in the United States. Also joining us online today is Eva Nanopoulos. Eva is a senior lecturer in law at Queen Mary University of London. Her first monograph, The Juridification of Sanctions and the Politics of EU Law, offered a novel interpretation of international smart sanctions as tools of imperial policing designed to manage the global capitalist order in its post-colonial neoliberal form. She is currently working on a new book project, Decolonizing Sanctions, A Legal History and Theory, which seeks to draw the connections between the history of sanctions under international law and the histories of capitalism, colonialism, and Western imperialism, and to understand how international law helps to enable and legitimize new forms of economic imperial violence. Okay, so I think if you would like to read those bios a little bit more slowly than I read them, they're available on our website. And there's also additional information about them, about the jurists I introduced on the website. And I encourage you also to find out more about their work. We have such an outstanding, really kind of inspiring group of jurists who have worked with us. And I think that there's two that I actually forgot to name, Vijay Prashad and Mohammed Tay. And Mohammed is actually a retired legal scholar and lawyer from Lebanon, who's in his 80s and actually traveled with us to Venezuela this past July and August to help us in our fact-finding mission and hold our hearing. So I hope he's listening today. I just wanted to kind of give a salute to him. And, you know, before I pass it off to the jurors to read the verdicts, one of the things that I wanted to say, which I think is going to be reflected in the presentations, is that, you know, when we opened this tribunal in January, there was a discussion on the panel, and that came from the floor about, you know, the contradictions of law, right? And one of the things that we said is that, you know, a lot of us are coming from legal or lawyering traditions where we're engaging in the law in order to fight our anti-imperialist fight, or to fight for justice, right? While at the same time, using our work as a platform to expose its contradictions and its inadequacy, and think about how we democratize these institutions or create new ones, right? And I just want to preface sort of at the beginning with that, and also to mention that, you know, as Iyad said, this is an international collective effort. And we have worked with many civil society, legal workers. We worked with many impacted community organizations. We worked with many legal workers and legal scholars and lawyers from around the world. I wanted to mention Nilofer Bhagwat from India and Jun Sasimoto from Japan, who were two lawyers who were very helpful for us in the beginning as well. And I also just wanted to say that, like, you know, we met with many lawyers in places like Cuba and Venezuela, and through Zoom in other localities, including the Democratic Lawyers Association in North Korea, who is corresponding with us through email. And I just want to acknowledge that for many of these lawyers in the Global South who are living in countries and working in countries that have a history of colonialism, whose movements are currently under the gun, either, you know, by their own power structure or the power structures that have been historically supported and currently supported by imperialism, that their work is not easy, right? Lawyering, kind of using legal tools, you know, in order to represent people and to represent, the aspirations and needs of their liberation struggles under repression, under the gun is not easy. And so I just want to give all respect to all of them before we begin. So now we're going to begin with the reading of the verdict. And so I'm going to pass it to Victor.
I'm going to begin with the background of the verdict from the jurors from this project. Since the end of the Cold War, the world has witnessed an unprecedented proliferation of sanctions regimes, particularly by the United Nations Security Council, the European Union, and the United States. This is due in part to the collapse of the Soviet Union, which ended the deadlock between superpowers at the Security Council and ushered in an era of U.S. military, political, and economic hegemony, one that is now facing substantial challenges. Over the past few decades, sanctions were slowly reconfigured from wartime weapons into purported peacetime policy instruments. The law has played a pivotal role in this process. By constructing a seemingly natural binary between wartime and peacetime, the law enabled the instrumentalization of peacetime to protect U.S. and European-sponsored economic violence. In order for this effort to materialize, policymakers, legal scholars, and government officials campaigned to legitimate sanctions as a lawful weapon to punish nations who refused to submit to the United States and Europe. The International People's Tribunal on U.S. imperialism, sanctions, blockades, and economic coercive measures approaches economic coercive measures as inherently violent, designed to maintain economic inequality, continue the theft of wealth from the global South, and preserve racial hierarchy in the international system. Such measures are structurally incapable of reform and cannot incorporate humanitarian concerns. While the unequal structure of the Security Council has facilitated the juridical legitimization of the sanctions regime, we find that regimes remain fundamentally illegitimate and violate the principle of sovereignty and international law. We held a People's Tribunal because international institutions, such as the United Nations, have proven ineffective in addressing the humanitarian crisis caused by the sanctions and U.S. global power more broadly. In short, they refuse to hold the U.S. accountable for its actions against the global South. They are instruments of imperialism rather than defenders of humanity. The tribunal is a collective effort to build systems of accountability rooted in global cross-movement solidarity, both within and outside the law, to challenge the violence of imperialism through sanctions. We examine sanctions not from the perspective of those who enforce them, but from the perspective of those most impacted by them, namely the people of Asia, Africa, South America, and the Caribbean. The tribunal also recognizes the deep connections between coercive economic measures in these areas and the U.S. ongoing settler colonialism and military occupation in Puerto Rico, Hawaii, the Virgin Islands, and Guam, as well as the confinement, subjugation, and mass repression of Black people and indigenous peoples on this continent. Since January 2022, the People's Tribunal has held 15 country hearings examining the impact of economic coercive measures on the lives of people in the global South. On the basis of these hearings, which included 96 witnesses, an examination of international law, and assessment of available statistical data, we, the jurors of the Sanctions Tribunal, find the following.
Held. At the conclusion of the International People's Tribunal on U.S. imperialism, sanctions, blockades, and economic coercive measures, we hold the following. All of these holdings apply to the United States and those who partner with the United States in carrying out economic coercive measures. Number one, economic coercive measures are an illegal use of force that violate the rule of non-intervention in the United Nations Charter. Number two, economic coercive measures constitute war crimes and crimes against humanity. Number three, economic coercive measures are designed to destroy the economies of formerly colonized and currently colonized global South nations and make them subservient to the U.S. and its partners. Number four, the perpetrators of economic coercive measures are guilty of fraud, piracy, conversion, and colonial theft. Number five, the perpetrators of economic coercive measures are guilty of the crime of apartheid under the International Convention on the Suppression and Punishment of the Crime of Apartheid. We note here specifically the case of Palestine, including the blockade of Gaza, as well as the broader context of the use of economic coercive measures in service of racial hierarchy. Number six, the perpetrators of economic coercive measures are guilty of the crimes of genocide, conspiracy to commit genocide, and attempt to commit genocide under the Convention on the Prevention and Punishment of the Crime of Genocide. Finally, number seven, economic coercive measures are illegal under international human rights law. Therefore,
we demand, hello. We demand the following, that all those complicit in the imposition of economic sanctions, which destroy human life and development and deny impacted countries the right to grow and flourish without interference, be held accountable under the Rome Statute, Article 26C of the Rome Statute provides that anyone who aids, abets, or otherwise assists in the commission of a crime or its attempted commission, including providing the means for its commission, can be prosecuted by the International Criminal Court. This demand is specifically directed toward U.S. corporate actors, including, but not limited to, the following: Citibank, Walmart, Bank of America, Walgreens, CVS Pharmacy, Wells Fargo, and Coca-Cola. We also cite the New York Stock Exchange for the role it continues to play in the commodification of global exploitation. Number two, the United States and its co-conspirators, including Canada, the European Union, the United Kingdom, Switzerland, and Australia, must immediately end their regimes of sanctions, blockades, and coercive economic measures, face accountability for the crimes committed through these regimes, and pay full reparations to the injured parties, peoples, and nations. Number three, the abolition of the United Nations Security Council and a complete restructuring of the United Nations into a truly democratic institution that empowers the formerly colonized nations of the Global South. This effort should be consistent with, but not limited to, the proposals put forward by Father Miguel de Escoto, former Foreign Minister of Nicaragua and President of the UN General Assembly, and Evo Morales, former President of Bolivia. We recognize that the United States and its allies are unwilling to relinquish the weapon of economic coercive measures as a tool of imperial control, infliction of suffering, theft of resources, and forced compliance with their dictates. To that end, we are committed to working via litigation and the law, as well as through political and popular action, together with those who have been most directly impacted
by these coercive economic measures to implement this call and make it a material reality.
Thank you, Victor, Maria, and Jaribu. The entire verdict is actually about 14 pages. And it includes, in addition to what was read, is a more extensive sort of analysis of these findings. And that will be shared online. And we also do have some copies here that you can look at perhaps after the panel, or maybe we can circulate some while we're talking. So I'm going to go ahead and introduce the first juror who's going to be making comments. Just to let everyone know that when you all reach the 10-minute mark, I'm going to say 10 minutes, and which means that it's a good time to start wrapping up, because we have 7 jurors who are going to be making comments and giving presentations, so we'd like to leave some time for question and answer. So I'm going to call first Prabhat Patnaik. Are you with us?
Yes, I'm here. Thank you. The denial of food, basic medicines to the people is as destructive of lives as military warfare. So that, even though this is the case, you generally find that the moral and legal opprobrium, which is associated with sanctions, is much less than that which is associated with military action. I think one of the things which our tribunal has done is to cognize and emphasize the fact that this should not be the case. As a matter of fact, it is not only the denial of food and basic medicines to the sanctioned countries, but in fact the denial of essential foreign exchange. For instance, in Libya, there has been a very sharp decline in the exchange rate, and so it has been in most sanctioned countries, which arises because, among other things, of the fact that in violation of the rules of the capitalist game, the sanctioning countries actually impound the foreign exchange reserves of the sanctioned countries. It's a violation of any notions, any canons of capitalism. As a result, denied foreign exchange, the sanctioned countries find their exchange rate depreciating, which means that there is domestic inflation, and that basically makes most commodities out of reach of the ordinary people. And therefore, sanctions affect a large mass of people who normally military operations may not actually touch, except when you have civilian bombing. Therefore, sanctions are a form of warfare, and our tribunal gives recognition to that particular fact. One of the things which we have not emphasized as much because of the legal nature of the document of our verdict is what it does to the non-sanctioned countries, because sanctions essentially, by hurting the people of the sanctioned countries, remind those who are not yet sanctioned that if you do the following, then you too would be facing sanctions. And the following is to get out of, or to attempt to get out of, the neoliberal economic order. A lot of the sanctioned countries, whether it's Cuba, whether it's Nicaragua, whether it's Venezuela, their basic fault, in quotes, in the eyes of the imperialist states lies in the fact that they wanted to get out of the economic order dominated by imperialism. Now, the neoliberal economic order, even in its heyday, when it was actually generating, at least in some Asian countries, including my own, very high rates of growth was associated with an accentuation of absolute poverty, which is not very surprising because under neoliberalism, there is one of the characteristics of neoliberalism is the withdrawal of state support from peasant agriculture, from petty production, from small-scale production, from fishermen, the craftsmen, and so on and so forth, because of which you find that their lives become impossible to live. And in the last 3 decades, in India, for instance, 400,000 peasants have committed suicide. Now, this is so at the very, even in the heyday of the sanctions, but a heyday of neoliberalism, sorry. But now, neoliberalism itself has come to a crisis. This is a fact generally recognized even by establishment economists who say that a secular stagnation has set in as far as world capitalism is concerned. Now, that actually accentuates the burden on the working people in most of these third world countries, in most of the countries of the global south. Now, if at the same time a government comes to power or the people elect a government that wants to opt out of neoliberalism, that wants to pursue a set of pro-people policies, which essentially would then mean that you prevent the outflow of finance, because obviously as long as you are, as it were, in the vortex of globalized finance, there are limits to the extent to what the government can do, because after all, if the government does anything finance does not like, then finance just leaves the country, creating a great crisis inside the country. Therefore, controlling the movement of globalized finance, imposing capital controls, for which it may become necessary to impose trade controls. These are the kinds of measures that any government pursuing pro-people policies would generally have to launch if they are going to provide some relief to the people from neoliberalism, and especially the crisis of neoliberalism. But the moment you do that, then you have the advanced countries jumping on you like a ton of bricks and imposing sanctions, which actually make the transition to any regime other than neoliberalism that much more difficult. Therefore, the countries of the global south find themselves in a kind of boxed-in situation, that they are locked into neoliberalism, and the moment they try to break out of it, you find that you are victims of a sanctions regime that is ruthless, that denies you food, that denies you basic medicine, denies you foreign exchange, and so on and so forth. It is this no exit situation in which imperialist countries want to trap countries of the global south that has to be broken. And one way of breaking it is to ensure that the reality of sanctions is brought home to every thinking person in the world, what it does to the sanctioned countries, their genuine aspirations, the fact that the working people have to have a better life. That's the meaning of liberation. They have to have a better life. But on the other hand, this is being thwarted. And it is for that reason that I consider the work of the tribunal extremely important, because it actually brings home to people in general, to public opinion in general, the devastating impact of sanctions, and therefore implicitly the kind of no exit situation in which a lot of the countries of the global south are trapped, especially now when, as I said, the crisis is acute and is impinging on them. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Prabhat, and I know it's quite late in New Delhi right now, so we really appreciate you being able to join us. The next juror who I'm going to call to speak is Eva Nanopoulos, who's Canada-based, but I believe that she is in Greece right now. Am I correct?
Scotland.
Okay.
Scotland at the moment. Can you all hear me?
Yes.
Yes, fantastic. Thanks very much. So I was invited to elaborate a little bit further on the point about why international law, but also law more generally, law as a social form, as an institution, is fundamentally incapable of capturing, of registering, of witnessing the violence of economic sanctions. And I want to do that using a little bit of what has been a truly unique experience sitting as a juror in this International People's Tribunal. Now, when I was first approached and invited to act as juror, I remember being, of course, excited, but also about wondering, what does that actually mean to sit on an International People's Tribunal designed to challenge US imperialism? Because you see, as an international critical scholar, I've never understood law to operate outside of structures of power and domination and oppression. On the contrary, throughout its history, international law in particular has played a pivotal role in processes of colonial dispossession, capitalist expansion and exploitation, and imperial domination. There was always, therefore, a tension for me. How can we try the US? How can we try US imperialism using the very laws that reproduce its power? I think this is a tension that has remained with us all along, and one perhaps that is also partly reflected in the verdict. The verdict itself might not satisfy the mainstream, very formalistic legal scholars, but there is a reason for that. Because our aim was not merely to plug in a gap in legal accountability, in a system that is already rigged to offer, to facilitate that type of violence. Our aim was to do so in a way that pushes, as far as possible, the boundaries of the law to make it finally begin to account for that imperial violence it helps to reproduce. Now, in the area of sanctions, more specifically, I think there are two structural features of law that make it incapable of capturing their violence. And when I say structural features, I mean features that permeate the entire legal system and hence define all of the different branches of law, international humanitarian law, international criminal law, and the like. The first is the artificial divide, as we mentioned, between war and peace, and the assumption that violence is an attribute that is exclusive to war. Violence equals war. The result of this is that sanctions that are adopted by the US outside of formal situations of armed conflict are considered as peaceful, benign. The second important divide is the divide between the political sphere and the economic sphere. Again, when violence emerges as something that is exclusive to the political sphere, not to the global market, not to the global economy. So unilateral economic measures can be problematic if pursued for the wrong aims. But economic force, economic violence as such, and contrary to military violence, is not actually violence. Of course, here too we have double standards. We spoke earlier about strikes and popular boycotts. These very often, although they intervene in economic processes, they are a form of economic force, popular economic force, these are often treated as violent. But as I was listening to all the stories of these witnesses, the context of sanctions, their legacies, their connection to colonialism and capitalism, and all the personal experiences of those actually living under sanctions regimes, I was faced perhaps with the biggest reality and flaw of the law of them all. And that is its own violence, the violence of its abstraction. The ways it abstracts, not only from power structures, not only from politics, but also from lived experiences, from the struggles of the people on the ground, reducing them to abstract individual undergoing some kind of civilian collateral damages. So really, I want to thank all of the witnesses for their courage and what they undertook for us for the last 9 months, because they offer me the answer to the question I asked myself at the beginning. How do I sit as a juror in an international people's tribunal? And for me, the biggest thing we've done is an act of witnessing, an act of registering. Not because those people have no voice, but because what the law does above all is erasing their voices, making them more inferior and unworthy. And I think that's where our work begins, not only in facilitating maybe legal action or political campaigns, but in voicing, in amplifying their voices and creating the potential for solidarity. So thank you very much to them. It's been really inspiring. And to all of my fellow jurors, it's been a pleasure to work with you all and to the organizers. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Eva. That was wonderful. Next, I'm going to call Charlotte Cates, also joining us from Canada.
Thank you so much. And it's an honor to be joining all of you today. And I only wish that I could be there with you in person as the verdict is read and as we bring this project to a close. Throughout this entire project, I think one of the most kind of meaningful or constantly meaningful moments has been the willingness of people living under sanctions that have been imposed by very imperialist countries like the one that I'm living in, to organize testimony, to spend their time, to get on in the middle of the night in their time zones, to deal with electricity outages, to deal with the destructive material consequences of sanctions, and yet to sacrifice so much time, energy, and effort to speak with us through 15 sections in order so that this tribunal could document, record, bear witness, and then take action to implement the demands of the people that we are listening to and that we have been hearing from and that we have been taking testimony from. During the Syria hearing, time after time, the electricity of our witnesses kept going off. They kept losing internet connection. And despite all of that, they kept signing back on. Even if it was the middle of the night, it was dark in the room, the batteries were running down, but they felt it was so urgent to get out the truth about what was happening, to put these facts on the record. And it's been an honor to be part of the process of documenting those facts and making sure that there is a record, but not just a record that is going to live on a website on the internet or in an archive somewhere, but as a living document and as a living testimony for legal action and litigation, popular movements, for action, for coordination, for taking to the streets and taking to the courts, for building a world without sanctions and coercive economic measures. And of course, that would by necessity be a world without imperialism and a world without capitalism. Now, one of the things that came up in the process of creating this verdict and of taking this testimony was the differences between unilateral coercive measures, something that is almost uniformly recognized as in violation of international law, despite the fact that they continue to be widely used by all of the Western imperialist powers, and multilateral coercive economic measures. In other words, those that under international law are permitted to be placed on a country by the UN Security Council. Now, the most infamous example in recent years of these multilateral coercive measures, although there have been many in the past, including, of course, the ones that played such a devastating role in Iraq, including those that played a major role in the destruction of Libya, but has certainly been the decades-long multilateral economic coercive measures targeting the Democratic People's Republic of Korea. Now, the sanctions on the DPRK are one of the examples of sanctions that we cite in the verdict to make the case that the United States and its co-conspirators are responsible for genocide and attempted genocide against peoples and nations who have been targeted with sanctions and coercive measures. So when we say that unilateral coercive measures, which are measures that have been just taken up by one country in order to force another country to carry out regime change, to spark discontent among the population, to undermine the government, to undermine its economic policies and its resistance and its ability to provide the most basic means of life for its people. These are applied by one country or two countries without the official approval of the United Nations, or most importantly, its Security Council. But the coercive economic measures that were applied to the DPRK can, some would say, are legal under international law. Now, those coercive economic measures are finally beginning to come to an end because Russia and China are no longer willing to refrain from exercising the veto power to stop the United States and its partners in crime from wreaking havoc and destruction around the world. But this means that it's been permitted to go on for decades upon decades at a tremendous, tremendous cost to the civilian population of the DPRK. And despite the fact that the people of the DPRK have developed mechanisms of resistance and economic self-sufficiency that are quite striking and quite powerful, and I encourage everybody to go and listen to the testimony of the witnesses on the Korea hearing about the power of those self-sufficiency measures. The damage that has been done and the reasons why these measures were necessary is because not only of the unilateral coercive economic measures imposed by the United States and its partners, but also these multilateral coercive economic measures. And in our verdict, we do not accept the idea that if the UN Security Council says that an imperialist measure of coercive economic measures is permissible, then this means that it is something that we will accept. It cannot be something that we will accept. This builds on the points that Eva was just talking about, that Suzanne was talking about at the beginning of the session. That is that while international law can be a tool that we use to seek justice and accountability, to fight back against the crimes of imperialism, to use the legal system to fight back and win every gain possible, it cannot be the compass by which we view and understand the reality that we are looking at. Instead, our compass has to be the struggle for liberation, the struggle for socialism, the struggle to fight imperialism and to achieve sovereignty and self-determination. So when we talk about the role of the UN, this is one reason why in our demands, we are talking about the work that has been done by Nicaragua in particular, by Miguel Descota-Brockman and others, to talk about a real meaningful change in what the UN system looks like so that it can no longer be dominated by the United States, Britain, and France, and the countries that they coerce into doing their bidding. We have seen how the halls of the United Nations have been turned into mechanisms of pressure by the US and its imperialist partners against the countries of the world. We have seen how, despite the fact that UN Resolution 194 was adopted as a condition for the allowance of so-called Israel into the United Nations system, that is the UN resolution requiring the right to return for Palestinian refugees, that despite that reality, for the past 75 years, Palestinian refugees are denied their right to return home, and the Zionist entity continues to occupy a seat at the United Nations, which it should be excluded as a settler colonial illegitimate power. So we cannot simply accept the United Nations as it is, as the arbiter of what is justice. Instead, we have a responsibility as engaged lawyers, legal workers, scholars, activists, organizers. We have a responsibility to listen to work with, and to organize with those who are most directly affected by the harms of imperialism, by this extremely malicious weapon of imperialism known as coercive economic measures and sanctions, and to fight for a change in the system. And that's going to mean using the courts, it's going to mean taking to the streets, it's going to mean building international alliances, because when we look at the imperialist powers, we can see that they have alliances, they have agreements for security cooperation, they have weapons fairs where they market their weapons to one another as they've been battle tested on the peoples of the world. They have the SWIFT system. They have international financial transfer systems. So we need both grassroots solutions, but we also need true multipolar or pluripolar alternatives to this project of deplatforming and isolation, which targets all of those that fight back and seek a different world and a different reality. One of the other things that came throughout these hearings was the tremendous amount of resistance, resilience, and creativity in the face of sometimes almost unimaginable conditions that all of our witnesses and all of the nations and peoples that we talk to are engaged in on a constant basis to fight back against these devastating coercive economic measures and the entire imperialist project of extraction, of wealth confiscation, of colonial theft, of apartheid and genocide. And that resistance has taken the form of the communes in Venezuela. That resistance has taken the form of doctors at the Children's Cardiology Hospital of Latin America finding ways to manufacture alternative parts so that they can continue to do surgery on the most medically vulnerable children in Latin America. That has included Cubans keeping cars running and machinery running for decades past its expected capitalist lifespan in order to preserve and protect their revolution and their socialist project. That has included the people of Gaza building tunnels and developing an incredibly strong armed and popular resistance to fight for the liberation of Palestine, not only to break the siege on Gaza, and it includes the people of Syria finding ways to power their electricity, even when the US is stealing tankers full of oil on a daily basis. It includes those in Iran who are continuing to excel in technology and medicine and also in military technology as well, which is incredibly important to develop nuclear technology in a peaceful manner, to do all of this in the face of one of the most prolonged and extensive sanctions campaigns. The way that people in Zimbabwe continue to demand and create a new future on their land, and that people in Eritrea continue to celebrate their culture in festivals around the world, even when imperialist agents are sent with weaponry to go attack them in Toronto, San Francisco, and Stockholm. The people who are continuing to fight back and to organize and to resist. This is what is called state-sponsored terrorism. This is what is called being a foreign terrorist organization. This is what is given that label. When we hear those labels, we can think of them as another form of coercive economic measures. When we hear about deplatforming, how it's impossible to use a PayPal account or send someone on Stripe, that if you include the word Cuba in a note on PayPal, that your transaction will never go through and your account will be closed. That just in the last week, 3 Republican congressmen called the PayPal to demand that the Alliance for Global Justice, one of the co-sponsors of this tribunal's PayPal account, be closed down because they allow organizations working for the liberation of Palestinian prisoners like ours, Samidoun, to have fiscal sponsorship in the United States. This is another form and directly related to the project of unilateral coercive measures, and it is also something that they are legally responsible for. We're talking about, for example, Palestine. Those who aid and abet the crime of apartheid are also legally responsible for that crime being perpetrated. It is the same in the case of genocide. It is the same in the case of many of the war crimes and crimes against humanity, which are enumerated in the verdict being brought forward today. So that means that all of the corporations that are doing so-called overcompliance by using the terrorist label or the state sponsor of terror label, as has been applied to Cuba, to shut down bank accounts, to shut down solidarity. This is aiding and abetting war crimes and crimes against humanity. So it's our responsibility to continue to do everything that we can to resist imperialism and to uphold the legitimacy, the necessity, and the value of those who face the most severe attacks for continuing to stand on the front lines with their resistance, with their organizing, and with their struggle until this entire system of imperialism is brought down. We will use the law as our weapon. We will use the law as our tool, but will not rely on the capitalist system to provide the mechanisms of justice. But we do have every faith and confidence that the people of the world are more than capable of achieving that goal.
Thank you so much, Comrade Charlotte. That was put in such an important way. The imperialist colonial legal system we're engaged in should not be our compass. But those who you mentioned who continue to resist should be. And so thank you so much, Charlotte. Okay, I'm going to call Marjorie Cohn next.
To serve as a juror for this People's Tribunal and listen to moving and compelling testimonies from people who are victimized by these illegal sanctions. I think the most moving moment for me was during the Gaza-Palestine hearing, where witnesses were testifying as bombs were dropping on their neighborhood, as the Israeli occupying forces were bombing them. One of our witnesses was a 16-year-old girl who said, "I don't know if I'm going to survive. I don't know if I will live or die." Nothing was more poignant than that, although the testimonies of all of the witnesses at all of the hearings were very, very important and compelling. I'm going to talk about the law. Sanctions are an illegal use of force that violate the rule of non-intervention in the United Nations Charter. The Charter prohibits the threat or use of force against the territorial integrity or political independence of any state or in any other manner inconsistent with the purposes of the UN, and that includes respect for fundamental human rights. This prohibition on intervention is also considered jus cogens, J-U-S-C-O-G-E-N-S, which is the highest prohibition. There can never be any exception to it. No country can ever pass any laws authorizing it. So not only does this principle of non-intervention violate the UN Charter, it is also the highest, most peremptory form of international law, which is jus cogens. The principle of non-intervention in the affairs of another state also is a principle of customary international law and a pillar of the principle of sovereign equality on which the UN Charter is based. In the case of military and paramilitary activities in and against Nicaragua, which is also known as Nicaragua versus the US, the International Court of Justice, or the World Court, which is the judicial arm of the UN, defined intervention as the use of coercion, including the use of force, to interfere in matters in which each state is permitted by the principle of state sovereignty to decide freely, including its choice of a political, economic, social, and cultural system and the formulation of its foreign policy. This principle is codified in several international treaties and resolutions of the UN General Assembly. For example, the Charter of Economic Rights and Duties of States forbids any state from using or encouraging the use of economic, political, or any other types of measures to coerce another state to obtain the subordination of its sovereign rights in order to secure any advantage from it. The Charter of the Organization of American States, or the OAS Charter, similarly forbids direct or indirect economic intervention by a state in the external or internal affairs of another state. The Rome Statute, which is the statute that the International Criminal Court is based on, considers grave breaches of the Geneva Conventions to be war crimes. And one of those war crimes is collective punishment. Also, the intentional attacks against the civilian population or individual civilians or civilian objects with no military objectives also constitutes a war crime. But in terms of collective punishment, and collective punishment is widely used and is ubiquitous in Gaza. The Zionist regime in Israel is constantly punishing all of the people of Palestine for perceived transgressions of the Palestinian resistance. And I say perceived because under international law, a people under occupation has the right to resist even by armed struggle. That is embodied in a General Assembly resolution. Unilateral coercive measures or economic coercive measures are indiscriminate instruments. Even when they're formally targeted, they impact the economy as a whole and hence the entire people of a country. One cannot escape them by changing one's location within a country. In fact, because of their extraterritorial and chilling effects, civilians are affected even when and if they leave their countries, with many of the testimonies we heard reporting difficulties such as opening bank accounts abroad or transferring money back to their families. In addition to the devastating effects of sanctions on peoples throughout the world, sanctions are illegal under international law. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Marjorie, and for your contributions to this work. I'm now going to ask Maria to begin her comments.
Thank you. Thank you. First, I'm so grateful, like others, for the generosity of all the witnesses who testified, who had to relive their trauma amid devastating conditions. I'm inspired by their courage and their resistance. I'm also grateful for the dedication of the organizers, the steering committee, the special rapporteurs, the People's Forum for hosting us, and my fellow jurors, who I'm honored to be among. All of the testimony was so powerful, but I found the impact on children and healthcare particularly devastating. Children with treatable diseases are suffering and dying because treatments aren't available or because they're prohibitively expensive, because of economic coercive measures. Children in Iran with a rare skin disorder who have painful blisters all over their skin can't get the bandages they need to bring them comfort. We heard over and over testimony from 15 sanctioned countries about shortages of medicine and medical equipment due to economic coercive measures. One of the witnesses from Iran, Leila and Ayadi, talked about how they don't have early detection for cancer, like Iyad was mentioning, since diagnostic tools like PET scans are sanctioned because it's nuclear medicine procedure. Her father's cancer diagnosis took 2 months, and by then it had metastasized and become untreatable. I was struck by the daily struggle to survive in sanctioned countries, including Lebanon, where 80% of the people live in poverty. The inflation rate has reached 250%, and where the heavy sanctioning of banks has compromised the entire banking sector, impacting everyday life for everyone in Lebanon. I was also struck by the testimony of Palestinian journalist Wafa al-Udaini, how the closure of Gaza, which is cut off from the rest of the world by land, air, and sea, not only serves to suffocate the people there, but also attempts to hide Israel's crimes from the rest of the world. She testified how Palestinian journalists are targeted because Israel wants to silence the truth. So many of her colleagues have been murdered, injured, and maimed while covering what's happening in Gaza. Cameras and accessories aren't allowed to enter into Gaza, so they're difficult and expensive to replace when they've been destroyed. This is one of the goals of the People's Tribunal, to amplify the testimony of the witnesses, the truth, and to shine a light on the devastating suffering all over the globe due to one strategy of domination and control by the United States. The Tribunal has also highlighted the inspiring resilience and resistance of the witnesses and people all over the world in the growing global liberation movement against the use of economic coercive measures as a U.S. tool of imperialism and settler colonialism. I'd like to elaborate a bit on our finding that the U.S.'s economic coercive measures constitute crimes against humanity. Crimes against humanity are among the highest class of atrocity crimes. Their cruelty doesn't only harm individuals, but our very humanity, our inherent dignity. Crimes against humanity are committed as part of a widespread or systematic attack directed against any civilian population as a whole with knowledge of the attack. Such attacks include economic violence. Economic coercive measures constitute the crime against humanity of persecution, which is the intentional and severe deprivation of fundamental rights contrary to international law by reason of the identity of the group or targeting a group based on impermissible grounds. By their nature, economic coercive measures primarily target civilian populations based on national grounds or political or racial or ethnic or cultural grounds. As we heard testimony of, economic coercive measures intentionally and severely deprive civilian populations of fundamental rights, including the right to life and the right to physical and mental integrity, the right to adequate food, housing, and health, as well as the right to obtain education. They also violate the right of self-determination, by virtue of which people have the right to freely determine their political status and freely pursue their economic, social, and cultural development. As Marjorie mentioned, the right to be free from collective punishment is also fundamental. The jurors heard testimony about how each of these fundamental rights have been violated by the imposition of the United States economic coercive measures. In addition to persecution, crimes against humanity also include other humane acts causing great suffering or serious injury to body or to mental or physical health, which we also heard harrowing testimony about. Another crime of humanity here is apartheid, which Jaribu will be discussing, and extermination, which includes the intentional infliction of conditions of life and the deprivation of access to food and medicine calculated to bring about the destruction of part of a population. The People's Tribunal has found that the U.S.'s use of economic coercive measures constitute crimes against humanity, a widespread and systematic attack upon civilian populations around the world. Therefore, there must be accountability. Reparations are owed under international law. Communities all over the world who have been harmed by the United States' imposition of economic coercive measures have an absolute right to adequate, effective, prompt, and proportional reparations to redress the gross international law violations they have suffered. Impacted communities must be centered in reparations by the United States, but at a minimum, reparations must include satisfaction, which includes acknowledging the devastating harm that economic coercive measures have caused, halting economic coercive measures, and guaranteeing that they won't be used again. Reparations also include restitution to restore people to their original circumstances. One of the witnesses from Puerto Rico, Wilma Esther Reveron Collazo, testified about how the U.S. owes reparations for 125 years of holding Puerto Rico under colonialism and for crimes against humanity, and how restitution includes returning the land to the people and cleaning up the damage to the land. Reparations also includes compensation for the harm people have suffered and rehabilitation, including medical and psychological care, as well as social services. In addition to reparations, people also have a right to other remedies, including equal and effective access to justice and access to information concerning violations and reparation mechanisms. We, the People's Tribunal, are committed to working with people around the globe who have been most impacted by the United States coercive economic measures to demand and obtain access to justice and full reparations. Thank you.
Please begin.
When we stand in our full presence and reject all the bourgeois schemes, whether it's the legal system or the criminal injustice system, we can really validate and confirm that we're here by some miraculous miracle of resistance to all these plans that have been laid out from century to century to century. And so I thank the sisters who testified during the Puerto Rico hearing, who invoked the 40 acres and a mule, promise, lie, myth, and legend. I thank them for clarifying the fact that Puerto Rico was never a territory, but a nation of people who are now being redefined through some deformed system of perpetual exploitation and genocide. They've been redefined as a territory, and many of us, because of our lack of clarity and lack of understanding, bought into that until we uncolonized our minds, until we freed ourselves from this false understanding of how the project began. So everything has been covered. Everything's been covered by the brilliance of Charlotte, the incredible testimony from Maria, what's coming from my brother who is our law professor after me. It's all been covered. So I figured the spoken word artist should cover it maybe just a tiny bit differently. I figured that a preacher's daughter, I figured I would cover it just a slightly different way. And because my brother set the tone for standing, I figured I should stand because they want us to fall down and bow down. I figured I should just stand here and do what I do. We do not have enough time to lay before this body and world witnesses the full scope of the casualties and spoils of this crumbling project called U.S. imperialism. The theft and the sale of human flesh, the auction block enterprise, testimony provided while under siege in plundered lands, dollar strangled, suffering the relentless reprisals of modern day captors who exact punishment to send a warning to those who dare to disrupt the natural order of starvation and death, to be self-determining, to control their own destinies, resisting the genocidal plans denounced back in the day and today, choosing freedom over slavery, choosing to dismantle brick by brick the bloody plan, the settler colonial occupations from Palestine to Puerto Rico, the crushing blows dealt by bloodthirsty corporate rulers have been met with the will to be free. We heard from those who know what it's like to suffer the consequences of refusing to legitimize an illegitimate project steeped in greed, white supremacy, and systemic domination. That's capitalism. Rooted in the original sins, fake-ass discoveries, and Columbus lies. Unholy posturing. Unholy posturing. Can a minister's daughter say that? Unholy posturing in lands that were stolen. Talking about Palestine. Talking about the unholy alliances that exist to this day, and the role that the United States plays as the leader, the front leader, the most despot of the despots. Unholy posturing on soil where Palestinians are treated like unwanted strangers in their birthland, while encroachers rewrite history and slaughter millions. Military bondage, sanctions that sponsor economic blight and dependency on settler regimes designed to hold in place a vicious status quo. We heard the truth from Zimbabwe to Nicaragua, from Gaza to Haiti, from sweatshops, food deserts, shanty shacks, stolen gold, slave labor, no medicine, no food, refuge against the rising tide of sanctions sponsored by the robber barons, the corporate thieves, the city banks, the Wells Fargo loot, the rotten fruit, the Walmarts, the pharmacy chains, CVS and Walgreens that hold health and wellness hostage, turn viable communities into blood-drenched slums. Sanctions that lead to droughts, famine, and early deaths are genocidal in nature. They cut off the lifeline, cripple infrastructures, and cause endless suffering across the globe. Sanctions do not operate in isolation. They are implemented in concert with other retaliatory measures. They set in motion imperialistic wars and topple regimes that refuse to bow down and obey the demands of imperialistic forces. So, comrades and friends, as the magnificent Polly Murray said in Dark Testament, her only published book of poems, we have not forgotten the marketplace, and we never will. Thank you.
Thank you, Jaribu. That was really powerful. And I think in a lot of ways just what we needed to hear. So thank you so much, sister. I'm going to pass it now to Victor.
My role and career as a law professor has been mentioned a few times this afternoon. So I thought it appropriate to say that one of my goals and aspirations as a teacher was to bring a progressive perspective on the law into my classrooms. But my real goal was that the students who sat in that classroom exceed in any way possible whatever I've been able to accomplish and achieve through my own career. And I think I've been successful at that. And the evidence is obviously to my right here, Jaribu Hill, and to my left, Suzanne. And may you continue to do so. Over the last several months, the jurors for the International People's Tribunal have heard testimony from scores of experts, as well as local citizens of the affected countries. In all, we've heard from 15 different countries and the U.S. colony of Puerto Rico, Virgin Islands. Our report and verdict outline the legal and factual basis for our decision. But I want to say a few words from the perspective of a juror, but also a U.S. citizen whose government has been, based on our judgment, guilty of crimes against humanity through its repeated use of economic sanctions against other nations. When one goes to the website of the U.S. State Department, there is considerable material explaining the U.S. rationale for sanctions against various nations. The language in one of the many memorandum and posts concerning Cuba is both an example of U.S. policy, but also is illustrative of what we can find for most other sanctioned countries. And here I quote, "The United States recognizes the need for more freedom and democracy, improved respect for human rights, and increased free enterprise in Cuba. The Cuban people have long suffered under a communist regime that suppresses their legitimate aspirations for freedom and prosperity and fails to respect their essential human dignity." End quote. Freedom and democracy are mentioned twice, but so-called free enterprise, an economic motive, is what is most prominent in this statement. The statement also speaks of the need to promote greater prosperity, even though the U.S. sanctions undermine the very prosperity that our State Department claims as one of its goals. In short, U.S. motives, while cloaked in the language of human rights and democracy, are actually designed to control the economies of nations that dare oppose U.S. hegemony. And in country after country, sanctions inflict hardship and misery on the general population. With respect to Cuba, sanctions began in 1961, shortly after the Cuban Revolution. During the years since then, my government has been engaged in no fewer than 80 military interventions around the world. In some cases, military force and sanctions were both employed. In others, sanctions preceded the use of force. And still others, sanctions stood on their own as an independent but equally destructive force. But whether conventional or economic warfare was used, they have failed to result in improved human rights, conditions, or greater democracy. With this as the factual record of U.S. sanctions policy, should we believe the lofty statements of our government's website or the actual record of the impact of those sanctions? I believe that the work that we have done over the last 9 months is adequate answer to that question. In reaching our verdict today, we have applied the law to the facts presented to us by the expert witnesses from various countries reviewed. But it is our expectation that this work will become the basis for future litigation. But our verdict is much more than that. It is a call to people around the globe to recognize the depth and scope of human rights violations being perpetrated by the United States government. For most of us in this room, that means our government. Our verdict is a special call to my fellow American citizens. These crimes are being committed in our name, allegedly reflecting our national interest. Yet most Americans, our fellow citizens, often members of our own neighborhood, community, and family, have no idea of the suffering and misery being inflicted on innocent people around the globe under the guise of promoting freedom and democracy. In country after country, a common thread emerged in the testimony that we heard. The people of the United States claimed to support were the very ones being harmed the most. Today's verdict is a step forward in changing that. Change may come in courts through litigation, and change may come from advocacy for new and different policies. But our verdict will also be presented as part of an educational campaign to present our findings in the most important court of all, the court of public opinion. Ultimately, it must be the people of the United States who must respond to these findings and say to our government representatives that this is not who we are. This does not reflect our values, our history, or our aspirations. And these sanctions, these violations can no longer be done in our name. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Victor. And I want to thank all of the jurors. I think we got some time for discussion. And I think I also just wanted to acknowledge that I think Vanessa left, but Vanessa Ramos was here earlier, and John Philbott is here, and they're both members of the American Association of Jurists, which was another progressive legal institution that was very supportive of the project. And actually, would you like to say a few words? Yes. I think also on behalf of the African Bar Association.
Hello, my name's John Philpott, and I'm a lawyer from Quebec. And sorry, I didn't hear you. Oh, they want me to come up here?
Yeah. Then people on Zoom can see.
Oh, fine. Thank you. I'm a Quebec lawyer, and I'm here today with my colleague Karine Dubois from Montreal, a labor lawyer from Montreal. And I've been active in the American Association of Jurists for some 25 or 30 years. And I'm sitting on the Consultative Council, and we're very supportive of this activity. The president had to leave. She had another engagement this afternoon. And we're also very supportive of the fight for Alex Saab, which is intimately linked to the fight against sanctions. I wanted to address very briefly our presence in the African Bar Association. And I litigated as a lawyer, as a defense counsel in the International Criminal Tribunal and a little bit of the ICC on the Kenya case. And I've been very involved in Africa. And I got involved in the African Bar Association, which is, well, you look it up and read on the site because it speaks for itself. What struck me about it, and I think I mentioned this, where's Navid? Navid's there, Karen's there. It's strikingly not an NGO type place with NGOs as we've known them from the early 90s, which are in many ways, I call them NGOs, government organizations. But anyway, now and I've attended their meetings, but the purpose of my very brief presentation today is to speak about the conference which happened in Pretoria from the 6th to the 10th of August last. And we were very pleased. I spoke to Jeremy. Thank you very much. Tell me, is that okay? I attended your launch, and I attended the Zimbabwe hearing, and so we were going to go to the African Bar Association, which was going to be in Pretoria. So I spoke to Jeremy, who put me in touch with Mr. Rutendo, and we organized a full series, 2 sessions on geopolitics. And it's a middle-of-the-road organization. It's not maybe how they wouldn't necessarily have the same language of socialism that was expressed here, which I agree with personally. But we attended this, we spoke there, and in the room there are Navid, who spoke. Karen and I presented a paper. I was chairing the session. Mr. Rutendo gave a presentation, and it went very well. And again, with congresses, you never know how you're perceived. However, we also had a second session on the theft of African artistic objects, and on Alex Saab. I presented a paper about the judgment on the immunity, and another speaker called about Victoire Ingabire, who's in house arrest in Rwanda and cannot leave the country. And I think the African Bar, we're mandated, Karen and I, to speak to you today. We're representing the African Bar officially with you. I've given a report. And we were very well received. And when they drew up their final retrospective comments, they made a very good position on unilateral coercive measures. And I think that I think we had an influence on this result, although the African Bar has been systematically opposed to the sanctions in Zimbabwe. And there's every October 25th, there's in Southern Africa, a session, a day on opposing Zimbabwe sanctions. Mr. Rotendo was very strong, and our speaker spoke. The session was very successful, and they made a statement on the 8-page summary of the Congress rejecting unilateral coercive measures, primarily because they're an impediment to the realization of the African free trade area. The purpose of the conference was the African free trade area and how to make it a success, because obviously something like that may not succeed. And they quoted the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights, Economic and Social Rights, the right to self-determination, or the Article 1, which everybody forgets, except that we don't forget that. And on the opposition to economic measures as a means of political and economic coercion. And so they are going to proceed with this approach to against unilateral coercive measures. We are going to present to the African Bar the judgment which you have rendered today. And I must say that I think I speak for Karen and myself anyway, that we've learned and grown up a little bit even more in our understanding of sanctions after today's meetings. And next year in Cabo Verde, there will be, probably in August, the next conference, which you are officially invited to attend. And it is a way to make contacts and to strengthen the campaign which we are on, and it's going to continue. So thank you very much, and any questions are welcome. Thank you.
Thank you so much, John, for that report. Okay, is there anyone else who's here who'd like to ask a question of any of the jurors who are seated here or who spoke online? I think that they're probably all still with us. Or a comment? Yeah.
Brief question to the jurors. What's the actionability of this verdict?
Who would like to take that question? It could also be.
I know that the demands that were listed are going to be lifted up both in terms of popular education and revolutionary action in the streets, and also litigation. There's contemplation of targeting specifically U.S. corporations and other corporate entities worldwide to expose their complicity. So those are things that are in the works. I'm not sure of the next steps in terms of when we'll be meeting on those things, but I know those have been things we've been discussing. So, anybody else?
Anybody on Zoom that wants to speak to that question? Marjorie, Eva? I'll just see if I know. Marjorie, please go ahead. Or Eva, please go ahead.
Marjorie, if she wants to intervene first, I'm very happy to leave the floor to her.
Okay.
No, go ahead, Eva. Go ahead.
I'll be very brief, and Marjorie, maybe you can expand. I know that there are various international legal litigations that are being explored already. Obviously, there are limits to what we can action at that level, depending on whether the US is a member, for example, of the relevant organization. But we are going to be working with states and other organizations that would be willing to bring, for example, a claim in front of the International Court of Justice or such a thing. I mean, there's already a case pending by Venezuela against the US, which is claiming that, among other things, that the sanctions are a form of crime against humanity.
Thank you, Eva. Marjorie?
No, I did not have anything to add, Suzanne.
Okay, thank you. Is Michael here? Michael, do you want to add anything to that?
No, no, not right now.
Okay. Any other questions? Yes.
One very brief comment.
Oh, actually, please, just 1 minute, because I called on the person behind you. But please go ahead. Yeah.
Can you hear me now? I just wanted to ask, like, how do you keep people from losing hope that change is going to happen, especially considering that change doesn't happen overnight?
That's a very good question. Oh, sure.
Thank you so much for your presentations. I would like just to add a comment and perhaps a reflection. At the UN, for example, we have agreed on resolutions such as the advisory opinion on of the ICJ on the illegality of possessing nuclear weapons, for example. So when it comes to the comparison on what's illegal at the international level, who is above the law at the international level and the double standard, and who can ask these states to comply with it, if basically the ICJ, who is like the most important legal body in the international order, is stating that this is illegal, then how can we address this kind of double standard from these states that are saying you are violating international law, but they are not leading by the example and complying with this? So are they basically living in illegality when it comes to presenting advisory opinions such as the ICJ? Or for example, right, like 2 years ago or 3 years ago, we adopted the treaty on nuclear bans, on ban on nuclear weapons. It's the first treaty. However, we know that the nuclear member states are not member of this treaty, but we are moving forward in at least pointing out that others are living in illegality. So I think that there is a challenge, and it's linked on when we are going to get these concrete results from member states to be accountable to the international community and to international law. Thank you.
Thank you. Do you want to introduce yourself?
Sorry, yes. I'm Ambassador, Deputy Permanent Representative for Nicaragua to the United Nations.
And Lauren, do you want to introduce yourself?
My name is Karen, and I'm a I'm a student at Brooklyn College.
Okay, so we have two questions. One about the double standard in the international legal institutions, and one question from Karen about how do you lose hope, particularly knowing that this double standard exists, right? And so who'd like to address those questions? Let's start with Victor.
I'll address the question from our student from Brooklyn College and leave the international law question to some of my fellow jurors who are expert in that field. But when you ask the question, how do you not lose hope? Certainly one of the things that we experienced and that some of my fellow jurors have already commented on is that when we heard a 16-year-old Palestinian girl who told us that she did not know whether she would return home alive, but she was willing to take that risk, to literally put her life on the line, to be part of an effort of solidarity such as this, to present information and material to us, to link up with like-minded people around the world to support her struggle and, of course, be part of our struggles. And so when we have those kinds of experiences, and I've had those kinds of experiences literally throughout my career, and when you have those kinds of experiences and you find yourself sort of falling back into despair, and believe me, there is much to despair these days, but the inspiration is there to keep going because there's so many around us and around the globe who are asking us to keep going. And especially given the privileged conditions that we live in here in the United States, despite all of our problems, we have a special responsibility to keep going.
I just would like to add in support of what Professor Good said. I don't know how people are going to feel about this one, but I'll cite it anyway. For me, it's always a question of whether you're going to be hopeful or whether you're just going to wallow in the misery. Living in the bastion of repression and slavery and colonialism in Mississippi, in the Deep South, I really look for victories. I look for inspiration wherever it can be found. And when those racists thought that they were going to attack that black man in Montgomery, they beat him, they spit on him, and folks rose up, jumped on them, and whipped them into shape because of what they did. I was inspired by that because often when we talk about violence, we're talking about self-defense. And Malcolm said it best. He said that self-defense is common sense. So my inspiration comes from the fact that I'm with people that are part of my own generational ancestral lineages because my family, all of them except my siblings, are from Mississippi. When I see that there is resistance, when I see that there is a common nodding of the head in agreement, I know we're going to win. And so I just say to you, young sister, keep asking those questions and keep your own sense of yourself and the hope that you possess, because you're going to be the ones who are going to carry us on and on and on from here and there and everywhere. So thank you for the question.
Maria, would you like some? Yeah. Sure. Okay, I'm just going to maybe just go through all of our fellow jurors who are online to see one by one to see if anybody wanted to address either of those questions or maybe just make one last comment, starting with Prabhat. If he's still with us. I know it's quite late.
No, I don't really have any comments, but I appreciate the questions which were raised. I appreciate the fact that I got a chance to serve as a juror. And as regards the future, I remain extremely optimistic. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Eva.
Hello there, everyone. I just wanted to very briefly say something about the question of double standard, because it brings me back to a point I was at least trying to make earlier. So for me, you see, the double standard is not really the problem, or it's not sort of, the issue is not just about achieving the equal application of the law to everyone. The fact of the law's abstraction is the underlying structures that we live are fundamentally unequal. They are premised on inequality. They are premised on the transfer of value from the global south to the global north. They are premised on domination. So the dual standard is only at the international level a reflection of the material reality that we inhabit. And even when the law applies equally to all, allegedly, formally, we know even in a domestic context that, of course, the standards are never quite the same for working class people, for racialized people, for women, etc. So for me, it's really just, this is why any legal action has to go with political revolutionary action. Because ultimately, it's not about getting a law whose presupposes material inequality to transcend that. It is to overthrow a system in which then equality can be fully realized. So I think it doesn't mean that I think the work of the tribunal can be very important to highlight the contradictions, double standard as contradictions, because it allows us to use it to precisely point out how our world is fundamentally unequal and exploitative. But for me, the real problem is not there. The real problem are the underlying structures, not the unequal application of the law.
Thank you so much. Marjorie.
Yes, I just wanted to congratulate everyone who has been involved in this incredibly tremendous effort over the past 9 months to organize and make it a reality, these 15 hearings from all over the world with witnesses, expert witnesses participating. And I urge everyone to read the verdict when it's finalized and distribute it far and wide among your networks, both to use as an organizing tool and to inform litigation and legislative work and et cetera. So I'm just really grateful to have been part of this effort, and I congratulate all of my fellow jurors and members of the steering committee and people who were involved in it, and of course the witnesses.
Thank you, Marjorie. I'm going to also ask Charlotte and Michael if they'd like to address either of those questions. And then I actually think we have a couple of other questions that we're going to pose. I think they're coming in a little late, but that's fine. Michael, would you like to start? If you have anything you want to add.
I don't think that Michael is currently on the Zoom.
Okay, thank you. Charlotte, why don't you go ahead?
Sure. Well, I concur with the sentiments that my fellow jurors have already expressed. And in the context of dealing with, double standards, this is something that we often hear about, right? When we hear about Ukraine and Palestine, for example, and there's a question of why is there a double standard between Ukraine and Palestine? Why are they treated differently when we talk about, what's alleged to be occupation and invasion and whatnot? Well, the reason is because of the interest of imperialism. It's not a double standard, it's one standard. Does it advance the interests of imperialism and colonialism and capitalism? Or is there an impediment to be advancing those interests. And if there's an impediment to advancing those interests, then it will be met with siege, sanctions, bombs, weaponry, the expansion of NATO, war provocations, sending billions of dollars to keep that war going, and stopping funds from moving, for example, to Palestine, to Gaza. It is certainly a tool that we can use in our campaigning to expose the lies that what Jariba was talking about earlier in terms of this pretense in which these states claim that they are in somehow defending human rights or their so-called rules-based international order, when clearly what we're looking at is an example of the imperialist golden rules. Those who have the gold make the rules, including when the gold in their banks is the stolen sovereign wealth that is extracted from the labor of enslaved and colonized peoples, as well as from the sovereign banks of countries like Venezuela, whose wealth is currently being held hostage by the United States, Britain, and otherwise. And that's why when we do our legal actions and our litigation moving forward, we know that that has to come together in combination with political action, with organizing, with mobilizing, and with standing together with those revolutionary movements, those forces of resistance, those popular forces, those nations and peoples that are building that resistance on a daily basis. You know, it wasn't so long ago that people were talking about the end of history and the eternal triumph of capitalism. And now the word that is on everyone's lips is multipolarity or pluripolarity. For all of the contradictions of this era, we can see that there is still hope. When we look at occupied Palestine and we see that it is no longer possible, despite the fact that they can rain down terror with their bombs and impose a siege, it is no longer possible for the Zionist occupation army to invade Gaza because there is such a strong resistance that we can see that it is possible for the Lebanese resistance to evict the occupation from their land. These are the things that can give us hope. There's a reason why Palestinian flags show up at protests around the world, at workers' rights protests, at women's demonstrations, at movements for justice and anti-colonial movements and racial liberation and justice movements. There's a reason why this flag shows up. And that's because of this point, that it's still possible to fight back. And every one of these countries and hearings that we talked to today, throughout this entire process, is an example that it is in fact still possible to fight back, to grow, and eventually to win. And that's the source of hope that I think we could all look to.
Thank you so much.
By the way, Margaret Kimberly, who is a panelist on the next presentation, does have a question that if she has a chance, she would like to ask.
Charlotte, thank you. So we actually have 3 final questions, right? And so I'm just going to have them all kind of spoken and then see if maybe if a few of the jurors would like to answer that. So we'll start with Margaret, who's online. Thank you. Go ahead, please.
Hi, everybody. I'm so sorry that we're all sorry about the deluge we had in New York yesterday. So I wasn't able to see you all and not able to be present today. But I wanted to answer a question that was asked about losing hope. And I think Frederick Douglass said it best: agitate, agitate, agitate. I think the more we do, the more we work in concert with other people, the more we mobilize, the more optimism we give ourselves, and optimism comes also from results. So I understand that it's easy to fall into pessimism, but I hope we don't do that. And I neglected to say I was fortunate enough to go to Venezuela on the fact-finding mission before the hearing there back in July. It was a great experience, and I recommend everyone go to see what unilateral coercive measures do. See it for yourself. And that is something that will mobilize and energize you. It's one thing to know intellectually, to be aware, to read about something. It's another thing to see it entirely. So I urge everyone to use every opportunity they can to visit these targeted nations for themselves. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Margaret. Navid?
Hi. So thank you again for your wonderful verdict and presentations. My question is about the verdict and also along with that, the presentation. So if I'm understanding correctly, and I may be understanding wrong, so correct me if I'm wrong, it seems that what's being suggested is a two-stage process. One, the lifting of economic restrictions, sanctions, unilateral coercive measures, or any sort of coercive measures. And then second, a form of restitution, reparations. My question then is, for colonized countries, it seems that the sort of first stage of that would have, along with the lifting of economic restrictions, would also have to be the demand for political sovereignty. And so my two-part question. One, the first part is it within our purview, within international law, and as the tribunal, to demand for decolonization of Palestine, of Puerto Rico, Virgin Islands, as part of like the verdict? And two, it goes to my second part of the question goes to the sort of restitution, reparations, right? How can we ensure that that happens and it doesn't, and the reparations don't sort of get perverted like they historically have in times of historical progress, and like decolonization and abolition of slavery, right? So Haiti's victory, its revolution, was quickly followed by an agreement in which Haiti would have to pay reparations to its former colonizer and enslaver, France, right? So how do we prevent this kind of, reversal of logic in terms of the progress of history?
Thank you for those great questions, Navid. I'm just going to take that mic and give it to Ricardo. Please introduce yourself.
Hi, I'm Ricardo Vaz from Venezuela Analysis. We are an independent media outlet based in Venezuela. We were fortunate enough to meet the tribunal for the Venezuela hearing. We also accompanied them on a visit to a commune in Caracas. And this is more of a comment than a question related to the issue of not losing hope. I think beyond finding possible breaches and avenues for action within the different legal systems, I think one of the main contributions by the tribunal, which I think has done some excellent and much needed work, is showcasing resistance. So showing how, whether it's from a state level all the way to a grassroots level, there are efforts, there are concrete examples of constructions where people are not just limiting themselves to denouncing these grave injustices and crimes against humanity, but they are, even amongst the most difficult circumstances, building an alternative that's going to help them progress and be in a stronger position to resist these sanctions in the future. So it goes to the point that Eva was making, that it's not just about correcting double standards or injustices on a global level. We're talking about the symptom of a major struggle to radically transform the system, the capitalist system that's in place, and replace it with something that, we can call it different things, but we're talking about socialism in the case of Venezuela, which will, open a new horizon of true liberation for the peoples in the global south. So thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so anybody on who's here on the floor want to address any of those questions?
I want to briefly speak to the whole issue of demanding sovereignty. I don't think that we should actually frame it that way. I think we should demand recognition of people's sovereignty and the right to self-determination. Because when we do that, what we're doing is we're taking the power away from the oppressors and the captors and the robber barons. We're saying that your standard for permission is not our standard. We don't accept it. We're not asking you for permission. We're demanding that those of us who are free be recognized in terms of our full humanity. And so resistance is the only way, and supporting all of the projects that spell out resistance, that's what's important, and not backsliding, not trying to find some peaceful coexistence, not trying to band-aid a cancerous sore, but to actually expose these unworkable projects that have been unworkable from the start, from 400 years of uncompensated labor to all of the ways that this thing has shown up. Once we get in our mindset that we're going to consistently denounce it every single time it shows up, and we're going to support projects of self-determination, we can get there much quicker. We're going to get there, but we can get there quicker if we stay the course and not demand for them to recognize us, not demand permission to exist.
Thank you, Jaribu. If there's anyone, any of the jurors that are online that would also like to comment on the questions and comments that you just heard, why don't you just jump in? Charlotte?
Hello?
Oh, Jeannie. Welcome, Jeannie.
Yeah, hi. I'm Jeannie Meyer. I'm president of the International Association of Democratic Lawyers, which has been a co-sponsor of this tribunal. I wanted to address the question that was asked before about how do we deal with the fact that we are constantly in a state of illegality with respect to these sanctions. And first of all, I want to congratulate the tribunal for all the work that is done. But one of the major purposes of a people's tribunal is to amplify among the people all of these issues regarding U.S. imperialism, sanctions, colonialism, racism, and the need to continually fight back and exploit the contradictions in the legal system about them. But I do think that, and based on that, I do want to say that one of the things that is important is that when people read the verdict, they're going to be hearing terms about crimes against humanity, crimes of Jus Cogens, violating Jus Cogens norms. They're going to be hearing legal terms that are not usually talked about in popular movements, and are also often not known among even the most progressive lawyers as potential sources of law that they could use to exploit the contradictions that we've been talking about. In this regard, the IADL has been working with a number of people to create a People's Academy of International Law, which is going to be to create the kind of critical mass of lawyers and legal workers and movement people to get a broader understanding of these concepts, to be able to use them and to implement and try to implement the work of the tribunal. And so I want to congratulate everybody, but also say the work continues, because we and we need to educate ourselves in popular movements and for all these struggles against colonialism, imperialism, and so forth. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Jeannie. We're happy you could join us. Okay, so I think, maybe see if any other jurors want to have a final word or final response. Okay. And then we can close it there. Yeah, thank you.
I'll just cite from live from Mississippi at the turn of the 21st century, we did sue the largest employer, Northrop Grumman Shipyard. And in the preamble, which stayed firm, was never dismissed from the complaint, we alleged CERD violations in addition to domestic law violations. We alleged CERD, yeah, I'm gonna go to it. I'm a teacher, I'm gonna go to it. We alleged that because the shipyard sponsored not only the making of nooses, but attempted lynchings during the workday, that the Convention on Elimination of all forms of racial discrimination applied, and that they were in violation. And so there were two things we alleged that the courts didn't know what to do, domestic court didn't know what to do with. That was CERD and also the 13th Amendment, which we hold is the only reparations amendment in the United States Constitution. And we allege that the making of nooses and trying to hang black folks and brown folks while they were working were badges and incidents of slavery. So we allege both of those. They kicked out the 13th Amendment saying there was no private right of action. And they said that they didn't know what to do basically with CERD. So it's still in the complaint to this day. It stayed there. So there are creative ways that we can lift up these principles and actually expose both the domestic violations and the international violations.
Thank you, Jaribu. So we actually do have some more time. The third panel is not starting until a little bit later. So I see there's another question. Sarah? Okay.
It's really a question, and I'll assume, and just hearing Jaribu's comment, you know, of an earlier tribunal, not forgotten still, and you're still able to quote from it. The verdict for this tribunal, so that it's not forgotten, are there plans so that every sponsoring organization, every endorsing group puts it out, and perhaps also that it be the kind of thing that there could be a mass sign-on supporting this verdict? I mean, there are a lot of petitions that go around that people sign on to, and so it kind of widens the support, the knowledge, the information of it, of folks, organizations and individuals adding their own names to it. I think that helps to raise the standing of it, and even what kind of international legal organizations would also really add their name to this effort, because I think the verdict itself is very important, and sort of how to nail it down, so to speak, would be a help.
Thanks for that question or comment, Sarah. I think, you know, as was sort of mentioned before, like, you know, the past 9 months has been really kind of like focused on sort of doing the work of building these people's hearings, working, you know, with colleagues and comrades, like in all of these different countries. And now that we've kind of come up with preliminary findings and a preliminary verdict, then sort of in addition to sort of like looking at the different possibilities in the legal routes, right, that I think, as Victor was saying, like one of the biggest tasks that we have is really to sort of like popularize this information, right, and not just in the form that exists now, right, but also like how are we bringing this, as Dribu was saying, right, you know, to those who are kind of like most impacted both outside of the country and inside this country, right, by these, you know, these kinds of measures and imperialism and like racial hierarchy. Like how are we bringing it to the broader labor sector? How are we bringing it to the grassroots, to the student populations, right? These students from Brooklyn College are actually working on a toolkit for college students to sort of understand the sanctions and how to organize against it, right? And I think like we really kind of have to think about efforts like that going forward, right? I think also through a, kind of a scholarly, but also movement kind of lawyering framework as well. Okay, and so I was just wondering, Maria, did you want to say anything before we closed out?
Thank you again to everyone and all of those who have come and online. And I guess just thinking of combining some of the questions, I think those of you who are able to watch the testimony will understand, although it is despairing, you will feel hope, because people are struggling every day all over the world. And it's not so much a matter of hope, but it's our duty, our obligation to fight with them, no matter what the outcome. But I do believe we can create change. We do see it, even though it's difficult and it is slow. We do see it, and if we're fighting on every level, political, legal, people's movements, everywhere, we can bring about change. We can bring about, busting through the impunity and really struggling for dignity and really justice for people all over the world, and bringing down U.S. imperialism, and not only decolonizing but re-indigenizing, which is something I had heard most when I was at the People's Forum last time. It's the positive, the re-indigenizing places all over the world, and joining with people's struggles all over is the only thing we can do. So thank you.
Thank you so much, Maria. Okay, I'd like to just thank our fellow jurors once more, and to all of you who posed questions. So thank you so much. We're going to go into a 10-minute break before the third panel begins.
Thank you, Suzanne.
Thank you, Suzanne.
You're welcome.
Be happy to. Okay.
Okay, we're going to start in about 2 minutes, so if the panelists can come on up, that would be great. Yeah, I'm here. Yeah. Oh, let's talk about the order.
Before the program starts, girl, I know you're gonna bring it, so I don't even have to worry. I don't have to worry about it. Oh, I'm so glad to see you. I can't wait to hear you today. 'Cause I know you're gonna bring it. I know it.
We're going to do no, there's okay, good. But you're going to keep them on. Well, that's why you're in there. Okay. They're in the bathroom. Oh. So we're gonna have to wait a minute.
So he's your brother?
Yeah. And he's my husband.
Oh, okay. Good.
Oh, yeah. Elias, you're going to speak right after Yasser. So it'll be me, then Yasser, then you.
Elias, nice to meet you. Yasser. Like Yasser.
You should feel free to go like maybe 20 minutes, or if you can, if you don't want to. That's fine. Everybody else should go to the.
Okay, okay.
Okay, let's get started. So My name is Nina Farnia. I am the co-chair of the tribunal, along with Helia Dotari, who couldn't be with us today. She's actually starting a new job on Monday, and she's in an international move. I'm from Canada to the US tomorrow, in fact. I am sorry that yesterday's event got canceled, but I'm very happy that almost everybody who was on yesterday's panel, was supposed to be on yesterday's panel, can be here today with us. Carlos Ron, Vice Minister of Foreign Relations from Venezuela, he can't be here today because he's on his way to Russia. And Dr. Mohamed Marandi can't be here today because of the time difference. We just thought it'd be better to do an event later with Carlos and Dr. Marandi. So we're going to try to pull that off in the next 10 days or so. And I think what we're going to ask is that they provide some reflections on sort of current events, and then also the verdict as well. And also Margaret Kimberly couldn't be with us today, but we're going to find an opportunity for you all to hear from Margaret also. So we've been doing this for over 2 years now. We sort of came up with this idea what seems like a long time ago, and it's been a long road, as Karina described today. The reason that we organized the tribunal is because international institutions like the UN and the ICJ and the ICC have proven weak and complicit in the face of US power. They have been instruments of imperialism rather than defenders of humanity. And so this is a people's tribunal. That's why this is a people's tribunal. We brought witnesses from all the impacted countries, from the countries themselves, as opposed to providing experts from the West, to testify to the violence that they've experienced at the hands of the largest and most powerful empire in world history. The refusal of these international institutions to adequately and meaningfully challenge US imperialism and the devastation that it's wrought on the world manifests in 3 primary ways. There's no accounting of colonialism, there's no accounting of genocide, and there's no accounting for the violence of capitalism. And this has to change. If for no other reason, what happened to this city yesterday, the fact that a little bit of rain, it was a little bit, folks. For those of you that grew up in other parts of the world, that was not a lot of rain. A little bit of rain brought this city to its knees because the infrastructure is so decayed, and the city has been allowed, the city let this place decay so much that there was water spewing out of tiles, wall tiles, and water running through subway tunnels. It's unbelievable that in the richest country in the world, they can't even manage to keep the instruments of capitalism going because the train is an instrument of capitalism. And they can't even manage to keep that train going so that the workers can get to their jobs. What does this indicate? And this is why I am hopeful that this is the end. This is indeed the end. Because once the instruments of capitalism start to fall apart, capitalism can't work anymore. And I should say, I was telling Manu and Karina this morning, they scared. I was telling I'm going to talk about the craziness in a second. So I was telling Manu and Karina this morning, I'm not from New York, I'm from Oklahoma. Well, I'm from Iran, but also Oklahoma. And we went out, so we were staying in a hotel because we were here for this event. And so we went out midday yesterday. And in the streets, despite like the tragedy that was occurring right before our eyes, people were out in the streets talking to each other, playing music, helping each other out. And that's actually something that I've never seen in this country. I've never witnessed that in this country before. Yeah. And I was living in California for a long time, where every summer we were struggling with wildfires and we couldn't leave our houses. When I had a newborn, I couldn't leave my house for 10 days because of the smoke. There was none of that. So New York City, and I know people say this, and it kind of seems like a cliche if you're not from New York City, but New York City is actually a testament to what the people are capable of in the face of capitalism. It truly, truly is. So I'm going to talk about hope in a minute, but I need to talk about some background first. So Max talked about this morning. We started this effort as the Committee of Anti-Imperialists in Solidarity with Iran. And the two co-chairs of this effort, it's no accident that the two co-chairs of this effort are Iranian. We could not, in the middle of the pandemic, when people in Iran could not access masks, could not access the basic materials, like in Cuba, needed to tend to the medical needs of our people, we couldn't figure out a way to challenge it. And it was sort of coming up in the media that, the sanctions were blocking this and blocking that, but people didn't really care. In fact, many Iranians, to this day, are still arguing that the Islamic Republic should remain under sanctions. To this day, though we disrupted that a little bit, Max talked about that. So we came up with this effort to really build an archive. I'm a historian, and so I'm going to use that language, of what these sanctions actually do. Okay? Ultimately, we were proving common sense. We were proving what the rest of the world already knows. And the website and the findings documents that all the rapporteurs that presented this morning wrote, and the transcripts that have been transcribed by research assistants, and the verdict that the jurors drafted, all that is really just common sense for the rest of the world. It just seems particularly special in this context, because people don't know what sanctions have done. So what we learned, number one, sanctions are ongoing colonialism in a modified form. And Jeanette's going to talk about this today. The last few hearings that we had, the Virgin Islands, Puerto Rico, and if we were able to pull off Hawaii, they prove this. They prove that the conditions of life in the colonies are actually not at all different than the conditions of life in people under sanctions, in countries under sanctions. So what this means is that decolonization is a practical impossibility without the end of imperialism. Imperialism must fall in order for decolonization to be complete. So when you hear language of decolonization, decolonize this and decolonize that, what we're talking about is not a lot. When the UN says decolonize this and decolonize that, it's not enough. We have to end imperialism. We also learned, and I say this with all due respect to my Cuban and Korean friends, who in their respective talks during the course of the tribunal said that their countries were the first to be sanctioned. We learned from our Haitian friends that in fact Haiti was first. Haiti has been under some form of blockade or sanctioning for over 200 years since their victorious revolution. And that needs to be lifted up by all the movements that co-sponsor this, because Haiti, when we'll hear today from one of our panelists, Pierre, a longtime friend of mine, Haiti is about to be invaded. And they are still suffering the consequences of winning the first revolution of both colonized and enslaved peoples in world history. So that was what we learned, among many things. What changed during these last few months? A lot changed over the 9 months that we held these hearings. China brokered peace in Yemen, and we were actually here the day that that happened, and we were so excited. Yemen has been a humanitarian catastrophe. And then the US disrupted it. So Yemen is not actually in peace anymore. It never actually happened. China brokered peace between Russia and Ukraine and developed a peace plan that even Zelensky came out and said, I would support this. And the US responded by sending cluster bombs. So then China came out and said, China and its colleagues in BRICS came out and said, we're expanding BRICS. So a lot of countries are joining BRICS soon. And as of January 2024, the BRICS nations will comprise 40% of the global GDP, nearly 40% of global oil production and 30% of global gas production. They will have the power, for the first time in history, the mostly global South and non-white nations of the world will have the power to stop the wheels of the world from running, starting in January. So there is no reason for us to despair. I said this in January, and I'm going to say it again. This is an incredibly exciting time to be alive. It's the most exciting time in my lifetime. I live in the United States because of US imperialism. My family would have likely stayed in Iran. And now, US imperialism is about to fall. And it's going to be replaced, not with China, but with BRICS. Now, I do want to be cautious about BRICS because we don't really know how it's going to unfold, but I'm here to talk as an activist. If you want to hear critical analyses of BRICS, you can go to all the previous People's Forum events, and there's a lot of talk about how we should think about BRICS as intellectuals and stuff. You should watch that. But I'm excited, and I think we should be excited too. While this was happening, US generals came out, I think in the spring, and said that they admitted that the US was preparing for a war with China. This was generals that said this. And there's very interesting information. All you do is just Google search it, and you can see exactly what kind of preparations they're in right now. And I have Taiwanese friends who are saying that the US is funding the creation of new paramilitary forces in Taiwan to support the US in a potential war between the US and China over Taiwan. So that happened. And then we got this decision, the Supreme Court decision. Thank you. We got some really bad Supreme Court decisions last spring, but we got one that was devastating. The end of affirmative action. So the Supreme Court ended what was basically access to education for Black, Latinx, and Indigenous peoples in the United States, higher education. But there's a special carve-out in that decision, a very special carve-out. And that carve-out is for elite military academies. What's the suggestion there? That Black and Brown and Indigenous peoples are fit to die in war against China. That's the implicit suggestion. But not fit to learn, not fit for the classroom. So while I am very, very hopeful for what's coming for the world, we got a lot of work to do here. Because as Gramsci once said, and Bikram Gill, one of our steering committee members, always quotes Gramsci on these panels. He says, "The old world is dying, the new world is struggling to be born. This is the time of the monsters." The monsters are here. And those of us that are living here, the working people here, the non-white people here, we have to face off with those monsters while the rest of the world is out there liberating itself. And we need to figure out how we're going to do that. Oh, I wanted to add something about China. So last weekend or 2 weekends ago, a former American diplomat that was serving in China spoke at my institution. And this is an American diplomat. Okay, this is it's not us, it's not a radical, it's not People's Forum talk and whatever. He said that it's turning into a multipolar world. And the US is refusing to accept that reality. And if it fails to accept that reality and fails to accept the fact that it has to share the seat of power with other nations around the world, the world, and in particular the US, are going to suffer for it. But he was saying the US is going to suffer for it. So this is not radical talk, right? This is like members of the elite now calling for the US to actually engage with the rest of the world in a productive manner. Of course, the US wants to protect global capitalism, and that's the contradiction. That's why the US will remain incapable of sitting at the table while everybody else joins. So I'm going to, I should also say that one thing that all the steering committee members and many of the witnesses, though not all the witnesses, but all the steering committee members of this project share is our commitment to socialism. We view socialism as the only way out. We view socialism as the only way to protect this planet, to defend the planet, and to defend the peoples of the global majority. And so as you can see through the findings document, through the verdict, we call out sanctions for being a tool of economic destruction and violence and theft. And that's what's distinct about this project. Prior to this, there were few institutions that called out sanctions as an economic problem, as a problem of theft. And because we were socialists, we were able to draw out that analysis. So if this had happened the way we had planned, you would have heard this last night, which is just like the what's to come conversation. But now you're hearing it at the end of the day, which is a little backward, but it's okay. So we have plans. And we actually perceive this first 9 months of the project as just the beginning and maybe even the easiest part, even though, as Karina described earlier, it was not so easy. We have a three-pronged strategy. The first is litigation, and our hope is to engage in both domestic litigation and international litigation. The second is a grassroots campaign, an international grassroots campaign. We're going to be leaning on all the co-sponsors that we've worked with throughout the course of the year, and also the witnesses from around the world. And our hope is that the witnesses from around the world, notwithstanding all the technological problems that we have, are going to be able to lead that campaign. And then the last thing is a book. We're going to write a book. And a lot of the jurors that you saw today, the rapporteurs that you heard speak this morning, are all going to participate in authoring that book. Before I open up the panel for our distinguished speakers, I need to do a bunch of thank yous, so you have to bear with me. So we had a lot of translators to make this work. Ali Fakh, Essam El Khorli, Jill Clark-Golub, and Niels McCoon just showed up and did a really hard work of translation and deserve a big thank you. Of course, our witnesses and the jurors. We had 96 witnesses. And when you see the verdict, we listed all the witnesses on the last page of the verdict. So this will help you to go back and look at the videos on the website if you want. So big thanks to the witnesses. And of course, our jurors as well. You actually heard today, they're brilliant. Our co-sponsors, this could not have been possible without our co-sponsors, especially Sanctions Kill, Black Alliance for Peace, the Party for Socialism and Liberation, and Answer, and the No du Tol. We're internally grateful to you all, and we will be leaning on you when it comes to the campaign. The National Lawyers Guild, of which Suzanne is president, fully funded this project. And it just could not have happened without the help of the National Lawyers Guild. So thank you very much to the NLG. And as always, thank you to the People's Forum. It's amazing that New York City has an institution in a space like this. It's unbelievable. Yeah, like the whole of California does not have this. So it's just, we got to defend it. We got to defend it against the New York Times. We got to defend it against the anti-maskers. We got to defend it until the end, until we win. David in particular. David, raise your hand. David has been a diehard supporter of our work, but always back there and on phone calls. Thank you very much, David. And the People's Forum staff, Claudia, though Claudia's on break, as I'll discuss in a minute, Yue and Leanne and Manolo, they've been vital to our work. So thank you all very much. I also want to thank the steering committee. They worked really hard. And I think the rigor and power of the panel this morning, the first panel, was a reflection of their hard work. All of them couldn't join, but I want to name all of them. So Karina Mullen. Suzanne, who you just met in the back, Suzanne Adeli. Max Isle, who was on the panel in the morning. Matt Almonte, who couldn't be here today. He's traveling. Jeremy Miller, who you saw this morning. Matteo Capasso, a comrade, dear comrade from Italy. Navid Farnia, who you heard this morning. Anissa Hosseini-Nejad, who couldn't be here today, an artist. Bikram Gill also couldn't be here today. Manu, Vimalosri, who you heard this morning. And Iyad Kishawi, who you heard this morning. I want to give special thanks to Charlotte Cates and Helia Dotari. Neither of whom could be here today. Charlotte handled all the tech for this project, in addition to doing a lot of the thinking around how to execute this, how to bring in the right people, how to say the right things, and also serving as a juror. She's actually the only person, literally the only person in the world who participated in every single hearing. So that was every single weekend or every couple weeks for like 9 months. In addition to all the meetings and the planning that went into it. So we are deeply indebted to Charlotte, though Charlotte wouldn't accept that language because she's going to be in the struggle till the end. And we thank her very much. The same goes for Helia. Helia has been in this from the very, very beginning. She's been committed. She's provided a compass around how to look at the law, how to think about nations like Iran, how to think about this work in a critical and productive way, and as our youngest member, in a way that reaches our younger masses. So we are incredibly grateful to Helia. And sometimes we'd had to have late night meetings at 10 p.m. with Helia and Charlotte just to deal with all kinds of random stuff like technology issues. And so even though they can't be here, I want to honor their presence in this space, as we do in my language. And you will certainly see them as the work unfolds moving forward. Juror Mohammed Tai? Well, let's thank, he got a shout out earlier, but yes, let's thank Mohammed Tai as well. He was an excellent juror, and he actually, Iyad's correct, so he actually helped facilitate virtually all the hearings in West Asia. He helped us find the witnesses, and he was vital to the project as well. So we're very grateful to Mohammed. So I am now going to introduce today's speakers, and it is my great honor to introduce this panel. Our first speaker will be Yasser Jimenez. He's ambassador and deputy permanent representative to the United Nations from Nicaragua. He'll be our first speaker. Elias Amare, Elias Amare from the National Council of Eritrean Americans will be our second speaker. And Elias and his comrades were also instrumental in organizing the Eritrea hearings. 2 days of hearings, they were amazing. And they were the precedent for what came later, Cuba and Nicaragua. So, Cuba and Venezuela. So we're grateful. Dr. Jeanette Grau-Lau, a professor of political economy at CUNY. We're very excited to hear from you. Pierre Labossière from the Haiti Action Committee will be joining us on Zoom. He's an old friend of mine from the Bay Area. He's going to talk about what's happening in Haiti. And then we will conclude, this panel will conclude with comments from Khalid Barakat on Zoom. He's a representative from the Palestinian Alternative Revolutionary Path movement, a very powerful speaker, so you should tune in for him. And then Claudia de la Cruz, or I should say maybe President Claudia, inshallah, President Claudia, inshallah. Claudia, where are you? I don't know where she is, but she'll be closing out the event with a farewell speech. So thank you all for joining us, and let's get started.
Thank you. Okay. Thank you very much for inviting me, and also thank the International People's Tribunal for their work on U.S. imperialism, for their work. I'm very impressed. We are very impressed for all you have done for many of us that are being targeted with these UCMs, or the Unilateral Coercive Measures. Want to thank you and congratulate everyone that has been involved in order to make this a reality. It's an honor to be here in front of all of you. As the Charter of the UN states, is we the peoples. That is how it starts. And the less involved actors in our decisions are the peoples at the UN. It's the United Nations of exclusion sometimes, and I don't think that we are really listening to all of you. And that is why I start with this message, because you were talking about these instruments that are being used by the imperialist countries in order for them to accomplish their interest in a so-called manner, legally manner, because they try to portray that these instruments belong to them and that they should carry out their agenda. So I agree that we need to reform the UN. We need to renew everything that has been done at the UN. We need to really, like our father priest, Miguel de Escoto Brockman, the former PGA president of the General Assembly, stated, we need to reinvent the UN, because as it is right now, currently, it's only working for the interest of superpowers and not listening to the people. So first of all, the UN belongs to you according to the Charter of the UN, which is the most sacred document at the international level for international law when it comes to the Organization of the United Nations. So it's very important that you can also empower that. I want to make also a reflection on the question that was put forward today earlier, because I was also thinking about answering this, but there were brilliant responses, so I also joined all of them. What is to do what is left when we don't have hope, or what do we need to have hope? I think that this is hope. This is what you are doing here today. The activism, the campaign, the lobby, the work that you do, the coordination among all of you, and this type of tribunal of the people. I think this is hope. This is what it means, contributing for the next step. It's like step by step, but never losing faith. And I want to make that in a concrete example at the UN. It's very boring business, UN, but it's very exciting to see that we are moving somehow in that direction. We were trying to bring UCM since like 5 or maybe 8 years ago. I've been at the UN 13 years now. And when we started no, it was 2010. I was part of the G77. The G77 plus China is the biggest group of negotiations at the UN, comprised of 134 countries. It's a hope. So during the negotiations of this document, it was very bizarre that many of delegations were opposing to include the UCMs in this document. I was wondering why myself. I was very young back then. Well, I'm still young. But I was like very naive, because someone told me, my ambassador back then told me, listen, Yasser, there's nothing here that will be put forward by anyone because they don't have an interest in it. What you need as a diplomat, the most important ingredient is political smell. Political smell. What's cooking? What's behind this document? Who is proposing this document? So I started to think about this, and according to the principles of the group is based on solidarity. This is the main principle, solidarity and unity. So what's the solidarity with those countries that are being targeted with the UCMs? And they don't want to mention, for example, one of the paragraphs was, we condemn the UCMs against Eritrea. No. Why mentioning just one country? No, because it's one, as a member of our group, and it's being targeted by these sanctions. So we need to show solidarity to them because they are being destroyed by these UCMs. So no, but not mentioning, okay, you have an issue, let's bring the issue to the document. Let's mention your country too. We will have solidarity with you. Oh, we don't have an issue, so that's negotiations. So we started to do this, to be more aggressive. In the first year, we managed to include just a general paragraph. We condemn the UCM, blah, blah. We managed to do that. By the fourth year, we managed to do as many as 10 countries named in the document. And we were moving forward. Now, in that era, I could make a very true reflection on this. We had very strong leftist country. We had Hugo Chavez on the map, and we had a very strong diplomats from Venezuela, Alba, Bolivia, Ecuador, Bolivia of Evo, Ecuador. We were strong with Cuba, Argentina, Brazil of Lula back then. So we started to make a lot of moves to move forward with all this, our own agenda of condemning these UCMs. And then the trend started to go backwards. They were coming back to delete all this that we had accomplished. So we were now on defensive mode. We were not on offensive anymore. But all we managed to get back then was the basis for us to say, this is solidarity, this is unity, and you can't go backwards to anything. So there was a transition till this point now, a very bad transition for us, in which they were playing the puppet mode of imperialist countries to deny the fact that there are countries that are being affected by these UCMs. So this is not relevant anymore, this is outdated, that was their argument. It's not outdated. Let me tell you, it's not outdated. This is facts. It's just that you are not suffering from it, so you don't know for sure. So, but the tendency was very bad, very bad. And we, in a manner, resist, as you are resisting now, as people resist, as we resist, as when the pandemic came into our life and we resisted. That is how we manage to accomplish things. That is where you don't lose hope. We resist until the end. So now we have been flexible during this whole process in the sense that we don't break consensus on the document because we need a document that gives hope to people. And we just make an explanation of vote, a hard explanation of vote. Don't take it for granted. We call them puppets, neo-colonialists, the colonizers, imperialists, whatever it comes to my mind, I will tell them, whatever. I'll just put it, and we feel like, okay, in Nicaragua, we are not under pressure, we are not scared. And let me tell you something, many of these diplomats, they come to me, I'm not gonna say names, but they come to me and they tell me, listen, bro, I would love to say that, but I can't. No problems. I understand you. It is what it is, I understand you. You know that my president was recently in the G77. I'll come back to the last point. So my president Comandante Daniel came to the G77 summit in Havana, and he was like, okay, so be ready to open your agenda, your book, and you're going to learn some new things. So he was like lecturing everyone, lecturing, oh, this imperialist, the colonialist, and everyone was texting me from Havana. Bro, I'm listening to your president. I wish my president could say that, but you know that we can't. But he is saying the things that we want to say, so I'm amazed at how your president can say that and without being punished. We are already punished and we don't care. We resist. We don't give up. That is our saying. We don't give up, and that is in our veins, so that's it. So my president was, US, and he was like, okay, maybe for some he's old-fashioned, but he's saying the truth. He's speaking his mind, and that is the reality. The world hasn't changed. The methods has changed, and the sanctions are one of them. They maintain these methods in order for us to comply with their wishes, with their demands. So by finishing my reflection, I extended a lot on this. When we went this recently, we were trying to adopt the political declaration on the Sustainable Development Goals. It's meant to be the SDGs and the 2030 Agenda. For some of us that you don't know this, we, as a United Nations, agreed on a document that was supposed to be our roadmap for the better world that we need by accomplishing 17 SDGs, being the most important eradication of poverty, fighting climate change, eradicating hunger, or taking care of the oceans, equality, gender equality, equity, many of these SDGs, you can find them. So in this document, there was a country that told me, we are not going to allow this document without the mentioning of UCMs. Okay? Let's see if you can show it on true facts on the table when the moment comes. So this tendency that we are being faced with, it's become very hard for us to include UCMs in any document of the UN, and this was supposed to be the most important one. So when the group came, the G77 came to make a decision, shall we join or shall we break consensus? UCMs were not included. And not many countries were on board with me that we should break silence as G77. So I was expecting this country that told me, I'm going to die to get these UCMs there. You're going to take the lead, I'm going to back up your position. I'm going behind you because you are bigger, you're stronger, your voice will be heard out. But okay, I can't. Okay, why? Because in the position that we are facing right now, it's not, we can't. Okay, no problems, let me handle it. So everyone was telling me, Yasser, go, Yasser, go, Yasser, go, from other countries. You take the lead, we'll follow you. Okay, so I go there and I deliver a statement. Like maybe it was a 7-minute statement, but everyone was quiet after the statement. Everyone was quiet. And I was like, what did I just said? I don't know. So when I took my phone and it was like 15 WhatsApp message. Best statement ever. Well, I'm not saying this to no, but the point is this. Even the ones, because before me, there were like 15 countries taking the floor, 15 countries, and they were all saying, we can't break consensus. This document is not perfect, but it's good basis and it's a good document. There are many things that we can agree on. So why we would lose this document for UCMs? It doesn't make any sense. Let's get this document done. Let's agree as G77. We don't have any consensus on breaking silence. And this document is the best document ever. It's a shame that UCMs are not there. So many of the countries following all of them were saying the same. Let's agree with the document. Let's join consensus. The document is good. The document is far from perfect, but it's good. When I made the statement, there were like two speakers left. The decision was already, the tendency was, okay, we will adopt the document without the UCMs. We can't break consensus. But I was almost the last speaker. And I started to deliver my statement. Suddenly, 20 other countries inscribed. And they were all saying, okay, the document is not that good without UCMs, really. And wow, my solidarity to Nicaragua and all those affected. We understand where he's coming from. If others are willing to break the consensus, we too. Thank you. All other countries. We need to make a strong statement on UCMs. Everyone was mentioning the UCMs. Everyone was saying, even the ones that couldn't say anything. One of the countries told me, listen, Yasser, you touched my heart, bro. And you know one thing, I will try to support you, but I can't. I can't because my job is on the line. I understand, bro, don't worry. So he was like going for it. But I think that we have to take into account the UCMs in this document. I know it's late now, but if the group decides to break consensus, we are on it. If not, we can live with the document. Okay? At least you say something. That's good. That is hope. That is hope. That is my message. That is hope. And yesterday, we were supposed to vote for this adoption. It's a very important political declaration without the UCMs. At the end, no one couldn't decide to break consensus. We couldn't break consensus. But we can see now that we have raised the awareness, that we have exposed how damaged are the UCMs. Their effects, their negative impact in us. And that was also reflected yesterday. We were supposed even to vote the whole political declaration, but at the end we couldn't because of positions or whatever. We made this strong statement, and it was surprisingly good to see other countries that does not support UCMs to mention UCMs, to at least say, perhaps we should have included UCMs in the future. And this is hope. This is what I think that we are doing a good job, and I also include on this the work that you have done here in this tribunal in order for us to gain momentum, to become stronger every time we are dealing with the UCM. So sorry for extending on this because I had to, since it's something that it happens in the house of multilateralism, and it's there where you realize how the world is being cooked. It's honestly like that. It's the agenda that the imperialists are putting there. So the agenda at the UN tells you they don't recognize UCMs, not because of the majority of the people, but because the superpowers, and in this case, the US, who is putting pressure on all small countries to not join us in our fight with the UCMs. This is what we deal. This is what we deal every time at the UN, the pressure of US and countries that are under pressure by these superpowers that can't join many of these documents. I think that you have expressed a lot about the UCM's impact, negative impact. And part of my statement that I made that day was about being very, very concrete. On, for example, we had a Green Climate Fund project that was being blocked by the US. For those who does not know about the Green Climate Fund it's a fund created to execute projects or to make loans or invest for adaptation on climate change or mitigation on climate change or whatever it has to do in order to face the climate change. And we had many loans blocked, even in the Green Climate Fund or in the World Bank, because US was saying we can't give that money for a project that was supposed to be maybe for education, to promote the education, the free education we have, the bags for students, the shoes for people with less resources. So this is the impact, the true negative impact they have on us. So we can't really say that they don't affect our development when everyone is getting these loans, these projects going on from institutional banks, just because of political reasons. So these are not just weapons of dominations. These are also weapons of exploitation. And I have heard a lot domination, but this goes hand in hand with exploitation. You see what's happening right now in Ukraine. It has changed a lot the world. And I think that, of course, you have mentioned something very important, Nina, which is the new world that we are moving to. And you see Africa is becoming each time more aware of this, independent. Now it's a new world because they are realizing that if they don't dominate, they cannot exploit our resources. This is what they need to go to the second stage. They don't explode because they can explode with weapons. They have to dominate first in order to explode. So the UCMs are weapons of domination, exploitation, and can only be carried out by imperialist country, in this case by US. And those countries that are scared to be independent, like the Europeans that are following the steps of the US, because they can't be independent until they don't realize that they have enough blame on their past, on their colonialist past. They need to change the vision. It's enough. Africa is saying it's enough. In Latin America, we already told US it's enough. It's enough. So if they don't really commit to that new vision of a multipolar world, they are going to fail, and they are failing. They are failing because UCMs is reverting to them. You see, in everyone is wondering why food is so expensive. Yeah, they are blaming the war. No, it's the sanctions. They are imposing to Belarus, to Russia. And the only ones that are affected are the most vulnerable ones, the countries that are more to suffer. Of course, you know that these imperialist measures, UCMs, so-called measures, are aggressions, and they are crimes against humanity. I was making a reflection about COVID. COVID was supposed to unite us. COVID was supposed to bring us together, to find common solutions for everything. But COVID, which was kind of like in a very bad manner, game changer for all of us, didn't help us out to come together. Maybe it was a short time that gave us hope, like, okay, this is it, we need to change. No, the sanctions continue during COVID, affecting those people that had to bring vaccines, medicines, health supplies, everything. Even during pandemic. If that's not crime against humanity, tell me what it is then. That's the worst a human being can do. It's not even an exception for the biggest pandemic we have had. That's something that we really feel that is so bad for humanity, for our young people, for our young generation. Where is the hope there? There is no hope there, I can tell you. But we resisted, and we managed to go through it. It's very important when it comes to political independence. This principle, it may sound some cliche or something like that, but what is political independence? I think that US doesn't let any country to have political independence. And I can tell you for a fact, in Nicaragua, we have dealt with that. Since 1856, we even had a US president. Can you believe that? It's amazing. William Walker. What Guaidó did in Venezuela, in a square, whatever, in Caracas, I proclaim myself president. William Walker proclaimed himself president in Granada, which is a colonialist city in Managua, beautiful city, by the way, I invite you to come. And he was saying, I'm the new president of Nicaragua, US president. What is he doing in Nicaragua? Do you know where Nicaragua is? You have to go through Mexico, Guatemala, Honduras, Belize. Come on. So then we had an ultimatum that came from the secretary back then of state to our president, because he was dealing with the Europeans, doing business with the Europeans, and they told him, that's the Knox note. It's known as the note Knox. If you don't stop doing business with France, I'm going to invade you. So he didn't want to do anything else. Didn't want to involve the Nicaraguan people into a bloody war, and he knew that the U.S. was coming with this Monroe Doctrine and everything they have, you know. So it's the stick of or the carrot. This time it was only the stick. So he decided to step down. And suddenly the U.S. came into 1912, and they stayed there, the Marines stayed there until 1927. And this is facts. This is facts. This is not something rhetoric. This is part of our history. That's why I play basketball too. Some of us love baseball. These are facts. And the Marines had to leave our country because we had a hero. We had Sandino, General Sandino. And Sandino lives now in all of us. He's not past. He said, if there are 100 men that could defend, that could love Nicaragua as much as I do, this country will be in good hands. And we have more than 100. So his vision became reality. He expelled the U.S. Of course, he was betrayed by this dictator that was imposed by U.S. And they remain in power. They killed Sandino. But he said, others will follow me. And in 1979, we had the revolution of Nicaragua. And then that wasn't enough. We couldn't have the political independence because we immediately had the counter-revolution, the Contras, that was financed by the U.S. These are facts. What are facts? Facts is the judgment that the ICJ made to the U.S. This is facts. How can we demand that U.S. can comply with the law and international law, with the indemnization to Nicaraguan people, with all the negative impact they had mining our ports, all the violence? There were 50,000 deaths in a 3 million people country. That is more than every victim that the U.S. has had in a war, proportionally speaking. It was huge, huge, devastating. And you, of course, listen to the testimonies during our hearings, no, Nicaraguan hearings, many of the ones that were involved, so I will not extend on that. But we recently asked the SG, the Secretary General, to demand the U.S. to comply with that, at least in part of the cost. Our president has mentioned this during the last speech statements. Why? Because when it comes to political independence, we haven't been able to have it. Since 1979, we started again the war, and they started again to invade our policy space. What does this mean? This means that they are against eradication of poverty. This means that they are against of gender equality. This means that they are against of climate change. This means that they are against hunger. They are in favor of hunger. They are in favor of hunger. Why? Because in the major documents we have adopted, one of them, it's the Rio Plus 20 document, a very important document. The most important document came in 1992. This is something that was called the Rio Declaration's Principles. It was the first time, the Earth Summit, it was the first time that we acknowledged the importance to face climate change, the environment situations, and the way that we were the pattern of consumptions and productions, unsustainable. These unsustainable patterns of consumptions and productions is due to the capitalist model. Because the scientists say that we need at least 4 or 5 planets in order, if we all live like a US, or 4 or 3 like a European. So that's why they need to maintain the status quo. That's why they need to maintain the domination and the exploitation, because if we are all living like US, the Earth cannot stand it. We need 4 or 5 Earth. So that's why they have to continue with the UCMs. That's why. If they are sending this message with these measures, aggressions, that means that they want to maintain their pattern of consumptions and productions because they don't want others to progress, to make progress, to move forward. And this is also a battle between developed countries. This is a battle between China, US, everyone. Why? Because they are saying, listen, we can continue developing the way we are doing, you stop. But China has poverty, a lot of poverty. You have also poverty here. We tell them, we are developing countries. You already developed. We have the right to develop too. Not in your same model. We are finding our own model because your model show a failure to Mother Earth. But for that, you need to give us the political independence. And in this Rio Declaration, it says this common but differentiated responsibilities, which means we have common responsibilities, we have common issues to solve, but different responsibilities since I have been a biggest emitter of, or a bigger consumer of carbonization of whatever. So in this new Rio Plus 20, 2012, which is the anniversary of the Earth Summit, we stated to respect the models, the different approaches and models, which it could be socialism, it could be whatever system you want to choose. That doesn't mean that you have to be targeted by choosing your own model. But they don't care. They violate everything, so they don't care about all these major outcomes. This is what is the most important thing to really take into account when we are living in this new world. So to conclude, because I know I have extended, I think that this is a fight that we have to do together by raising awareness, exposing, and also accumulating facts, numbers. We need numbers because that is what people need, numbers. They need to suffer the things sometimes. You have to put them in your perspective. Like, why do we need to have solidarity with you if we are not suffering that? Because you can be next. Just try to be free, and you will be next. So there are many negative things that are going on, but there is also a new moment that we have to take advantage of, which is a new multipolar world. Multipolarity is coming. BRICS, they are meeting to find projects for the people, to find ways. They are not a military alliance like NATO. They meet to make war, to invest in weapons, in modernizations of weapons, of arsenal, of nuclear arsenal. They meet to face the challenges that we are facing together and for developing countries. So we have to reinforce our task as activists, as people, in order to call for a change of this unfair, unjust world that is being every time negative affected by the capitalism. And we need a new system. And everything starts here in our hearts. It may sound cliche, but every time that we don't change in our heart, like we don't want solidarity, to live in peace, we are going to get immersed into this selfish world. And I think that we need to resist like Sandino did, and like he transmitted to us Nicaraguenses, to resist to the imperialist aggressions that we are currently facing. But even though the perceptions are created by the biggest media because they are the ones that have resources, we are living in a free land, and we can tell everyone, if you want to know the reality of Nicaragua, come to Nicaragua, you will find both sides. You will find how we are dealing with the sanctions, and we are even overcoming all the challenges because we resist, and how they are affecting our people. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Comrade Ambassador from Nicaragua, Yasser, for that great, insightful speech, lesson about the intrigues of diplomacy and the struggle that's going on there. I agree with you. There is hope. And what we got today from the verdict of the International People's Tribunal is a great victory indeed. With that, let me go to my prepared text. I'm not such a good impromptu speaker like Comrade Ambassador, so I'll stick to prepared text. Comrade Professor Nina Farnia, and distinguished members of the steering committee and members of the jury of the International People's Tribunal on US imperialism, sanctions, blockades, and unilateral coercive measures. Comrades and friends, ladies and gentlemen, first, on behalf of the National Council of Eritrean Americans, I would like to extend our most sincere gratitude to the International People's Tribunal for giving us this opportunity to present the case of our people, the people of Eritrea, against US imperialism, sanctions, blockades, and unilateral coercive measures. I would also like to extend our solidarity and appreciation to the 14 other countries, 15 altogether with Eritrea, but the 14 other countries who have similarly presented the case of their respective peoples in defense against US imperialism, sanctions, blockades, and unilateral coercive measures. We have learned a great deal from their experiences and struggles, and at the conclusion of these hearings, today, the verdict, we feel a great sense of solidarity in the commonality of our collective struggle against these unjust economic wars being waged against all our peoples. The use or threat of use of force against any country, big or small, is a violation of UN Charter and international law that should be condemned. These US sanctions against Eritrea that we have detailed in our country hearing back in May are a form of aggression, economic war really, meant to inflict pain and suffering on the Eritrean population. As such, these sanctions are a gross violation of human rights and crimes against humanity. And thank you to the members of the jury for really nailing it and calling a spade by designating these sanctions as crimes against humanity and genocide. So that's a great victory indeed. The question is often asked, why these sanctions against small countries like Eritrea and the other 40 or so countries that are facing similar aggression? Why such violence and hostilities by really the great power or empire of the world against 320 million population, huge economic arsenal, military arsenal at its disposal, against a small country like Eritrea with only a population base of 5 million and other small countries? Why? We may find a partial answer to these questions from official US policy paper entitled Integrated Country Strategy on Eritrea, which was published in March of this year, 2023, at the US State Department official website. So we will examine that in detail, bear with me. The litany of baseless accusations peddled in the policy document defy reason and established diplomatic norms. In many respects, the policy document accentuates the visceral and unwarranted hostility that US policy-making circles have pursued for decades against my country, Eritrea, and against other countries such as Nicaragua and Cuba, Venezuela, Iran, and all the 40 or so countries that are facing sanctions from the US, purely and simply in order to advance their perceived global interests at the expense of a sovereign nation. The policy document, this State Department policy document on Eritrea, announces for the first time that the US has indeed been pursuing, quote, since September 2021, US National Security Council endorsed policy of disciplined confrontation with the Eritrean government. Be that as it may, the temerity of US administrations to arrogate to itself the mandate and mission of mapping our Eritrea's future political trajectory is outrageous and deplorable. Indeed, the policy document unabashedly announces, quote, our primary strategic policy goal is to cultivate Eritrea's next generation and prepare for post-Isaias, Isaias is the president's name of Eritrea, post-Isaias regime. This is reminiscent to me of the US policy circles hope in the, when Comandante Fidel Castro was alive, and they were always saying, yeah, we have to think of post-Castro regime. So the arrogance and imperial hubris amplified in this illicit position, which is in flagrant contravention of international law, the UN Charter on the Equality and Sovereignty of all nations, irrespective of their size and power, and the norms and provisions of what they flaunt as, in their own words, rules-based international order, is too palpable to merit elaboration. But speaking with forked tongues and whimsical cherry-picking of international law is not alien to US administrations who have fabricated preposterous justifications to flout international law and subjugate independent peoples and nations when and if they are perceived as impediments to US dangerous quest of global domination and hegemony. The policy document enumerates the inventory of illegal unilateral sanctions that various US administrations have imposed on Eritrea in the past 2 decades. The vicious cycle of adversity was triggered by and set in motion when, during the Clinton and then the Bush administrations, they chose to change the Eritrea-Ethiopia Boundary Commission arbitral award to mollify their client state, the TPLF regime in Ethiopia, their puppet state really, in the Horn of Africa at that time, in violation of international law and explicit provisions of the Algiers peace agreement brokered by the US itself in conjunction with the European Union and the African Union in 2000. So even though they had brokered this peace deal between Eritrea and Ethiopia, who fought a bitter war from 1998 to 2000, and as a result of that, the contentious border issue was resolved at the Hague Arbitration Court. They then turn and negate their own peace broker. So this is what is the rules-based international order, really. Eritrea rightly refused to play ball and sheepishly compromise its sovereign rights. This aroused US ire and subsequently led to the spiral of hostile acts that ensued in subsequent years. As it happened, the US leveraged its diplomatic clout at the United Nations Security Council in 2009 and subsequently in 2011 to impose wide-ranging sanctions, including an arms embargo, precisely at a time when large swaths of Eritrean sovereign territory were occupied by Ethiopia in violation of the Algiers Agreement and international law. The US and its allies further unleashed a vicious policy of what they call a strategic depopulation to wean Eritrea's youth from the national service of Eritrea and arduous tasks of nation building by systematically granting blanket political asylum in their countries to all Eritreans that fall in these categories. Furthermore, US administrations invoked spurious pretexts to harass Eritrea by leveraging various instruments in their toolbox of illicit unilateral sanctions. In this web of lies and vilification, Eritrea was and remains, quote, ranked as tier 3 for trafficking in persons due to its mandatory indefinite national service. This is, I'm quoting from that US policy document now. They ranked Eritrea for human trafficking. Eritrea has also been designated as a country of particular concern for international religious freedoms. Eritrea is a highly pious country and of religious pluralism with centuries-old Abrahamic faiths that live in exemplary coexistence and harmony. And yet Eritrea is demonizing for the denial of religious freedom at the UN Human Rights Council in Geneva and other forums. And in the wake of the TPLF's war of choice and insurrection in November 2020, the Biden administration also invoked what it calls the Global Magnitsky Act to impose unlawful and unilateral sanctions on the Chief of Staff of Eritrea's defense forces. Although Eritrea was defending itself in this case, but this Magnitsky Act, that they call it, sanctions by other means, was imposed on Eritrea. Furthermore, as odd as it may sound, the Biden administration dubbed the war in northern Ethiopia as constituting, quote, an unusual and extraordinary threat to the national security and foreign policy of the United States. Somewhat reminiscent of the 1856 when the Knox, the Secretary of State, wrote to Nicaragua and said this is a threat to our, I mean, their national security threat is, I guess that's what it means. Anything else. Rules-based international order is what it is. So they considered it an unusual and extraordinary threat to the national security and foreign policy of the United States, prompting President Biden to, quote, declare a national emergency and thereby enact Executive Order 14046, which then resulted in the unilateral economic coercive measures on Eritrea, the unilateral sanctions that they recently imposed in 2021. As it happened, this instrument was principally used to sanction several Eritrean entities and individuals. This list has not been published as yet. In this act, the US has concocted a spurious rationale precisely in order to whitewash and absolve the TPLFs, their proxy junta in that part of the world, the TPLF's crimes of war and insurrection, and target Eritrea for its acts of legitimate self-defense and regional stability. Such is the rules-based international order. The US policy document also contains various operative paragraphs on and reference to Eritrea's legitimate ties with China, and to some extent recently, or Russia as well as lamentations on Eritrea's voting patterns on most contested issues in the UN. You vote one way according to your national interests and your principles. That will get you in trouble. That is what the rules-based international order is. You can't vote according to your sovereign national interests or according to principles of social justice, of solidarity that you deem are necessary. You have to vote the US line, or else that stick will come. In the UN, General Assembly that do not kowtow to US positions. In this vein, it alludes to Eritrea's accession to the Belt and Road Initiative, its hosting of China's Foreign Minister Wang Yi in January 2022, who came to visit Eritrea, China's maintenance of a relatively large embassy in Eritrea. That is also a no-no. That's against the rules-based international. If China maintains in your country a relatively bigger embassy than that of the United States, that's against the rules-based international order. You will be in trouble. And even some scholarships that China has offered Eritrean students, that's also against the rules-based international order in the past years. These presumptuous postulates are too trite to merit serious response. Eritrea is not a client or vassal state of the United States. It has every right and indeed duty to cultivate ties with all nations in our global community on the basis of mutual respect and common benefits and interests. Indeed, Eritrea's sound international and regional policies and the ties of friendship and cooperation that it cherishes to nurture with all countries is anchored on these normative parameters. The US policy document does not only fail to acknowledge these normative variables of foreign policy, but goes further to speculate that, quote, an Eritrea strategically aligned with China could deny the United States access to a large part of the most valuable shipping route in the world and increase China's foothold in the Horn of Africa. So that vital waterways they are referring to is the Red Sea, which has, Eritrea has a long, like 1,200 kilometers coast in the Red Sea. So they consider that also as you know, it reminds me of my late good friend Glenn, for he used to say, whenever the US says you are strategically located, beware, then you are in the crosshairs of US imperialism. You're going to be targeted. So sometimes merely being strategically located gets you in trouble as well. Another extension of the rules-based international order. The speculative assertion is not only utterly false, but reeks of US strategic considerations and arguments in the 1950s for subordinating and compromising Eritrea's legitimate national rights on the altar of US global hegemony. Eritrea's responsible conduct in safeguarding maritime traffic to all nations as a literal state in the Red Sea is otherwise a matter of impeccable track record. US footprints are also discernible in the destabilizing conflict that has wreaked havoc in Somalia for almost 3 decades. And this now, unfortunately, has extended to also another neighboring country, Sudan, and Ethiopia as well. So that part of our world, the Horn of Africa, is being destabilized by this continuous intervention and interference of imperialism. US lopsided policies contributed to perpetuating the conflict between Eritrea and Ethiopia for 2 decades, even when the putative border dispute was legally settled through a binding arbitral award. On the wider North African, Middle Eastern operational theater, US wars of destabilization in Libya, in Iraq, in Syria, in Afghanistan, etc., are well known and these days openly admitted by various circles within the US establishment. Even the diplomats themselves, like you mentioned, Professor Nina, at your college, even senior diplomats are now admitting in hindsight, after the destruction and devastation has been done and millions have died, nations destroyed, yeah, they say, well, yeah, that was wrong, but to what benefit? All the destruction is done, all the needless deaths of millions of people, 500,000 babies die in Iraq due to the sanctions, and as Madeleine Albright once said, yeah, we think it's worth it. 500,000 babies, no problem, they can die because that's worth it to advance our strategic interests. Such is the kind of imperial hubris we are facing. In the event, to point an accusing finger against Eritrea is really disingenuous and morally vacuous. The US policy document waxes eloquent on human rights to vilify Eritrea in the most wicked terms. But this is a long discredited ploy that the US often resorts to in order to claim the moral high ground and cloak its nefarious and illicit policies and acts of destabilizing sovereign nations in humanitarian garb. Eritrea has, for its part, explored all avenues to restore normalcy in its bilateral ties with the United States to no avail. I mean, small country such as Eritrea, we are not fools. We want to make nice. We want to, all we want is just to be left alone. So, please, we don't want any trouble with you. All kinds of diplomatic efforts were done by Eritrea to no avail. And for reasons better known to itself, the Biden administration has reverted to and ratcheted up the adversarial ties of the past decades. In the event, the malaise lies in the US misguided calculus and policy choices of flouting international law and the norms and practices of diplomatic ties between sovereign nations to advance its own narrow geopolitical interests. To return to the earlier question that I posed then of why Eritrea is being sanctioned, simply it is because of its unwavering commitment to genuine, true independence, pursuing independent political and economic development paths, commitment to social justice, rejecting being subservient neo-colonial vassal nation of US imperialism, that Eritrea is being punished through these unwarranted and unjustifiable sanctions. So the small country of Eritrea, just because merely it wants to be independent, just because it insists that, like the US has in its Declaration of Independence, we too want to be an independent nation. We, the people of Eritrea, are granted certain inalienable rights to live to pursue happiness, to live in freedom, to live in liberty, to develop ourselves. That's all we want. But the rules-based international order says, no, you can't have that. That is only designated to the empire, not to other nations of the global south. So, as Eritrea's President Isaias Afwerki recently noted in his recent address to the BRICS summit in South Africa, the tiny few aside, the lofty aspirations of humanity as a whole are for a just and fair global order where justice and the rule of law prevail, where nations and peoples forge meaningful and symmetric ties of cooperation and partnership on the basis of respect for national independence and sovereignty, for societies anchored on compassion and social justice, end of quote. So really, our young student earlier asked, is there hope? I mean, yes, there is hope. Our optimism of the will, to quote one of Gramsci's quotes, I think it used to also be the late and great Edward Said's famous quote of Gramsci, we must have the pessimism of the intellect, but grounded by the optimism of the will. So our hoping is just not optimism of the fools. Our hoping is, our hope comes from the optimism of the will, a will to fight, a will to resist, a will to struggle. And our optimism of the will, forged in the long struggle, confirms to us all who are engaged in this common struggle, that such a new, just, multilateral global order, or the multipolar world order, is indeed emergent and nothing can stop it. We have, on that we can be sure. The old unipolar hegemony of US imperialism is definitely in decline, and a new world order, multipolarism, respect for international law, justice, solidarity is emerging, and this we can be sure that it is here. Nothing can stop it. Unfortunately, the US global hegemon, the imperialism, of course, will not accept this reality, and there will be a period of fierce struggle until it will be forced to accept facts on the ground. In conclusion, congratulations, Professor Nina Farnia and your comrades of the steering committee in organizing this unique, and I think first of its kind, and successful International People's Tribunal on US imperialism, sanctions, blockades, and unilateral coercive measures. Thank you also to the members of the jury who have rendered a just verdict. We thank you for the diligent work you have done the past 9 months. This was really, it may seem now that it's only a small legal victory, but in my opinion, it is a giant leap forward as a moral victory. And it will empower us, those who have been suffering from sanctions. It will embolden us to continue the struggle. We feel that you have heard the suffering and pain of our peoples, crying as they were being strangulated by these sanctions, crying, we can't breathe. And you heard that. And with this verdict you render today, we feel that you have somewhat loosened the chokehold of imperialism on us and on our people. Thank you for the hearing, for hearing about the suffering of the Eritrean people and the other peoples of 15 countries, and their courageous, resilient, and defiant struggle for independence, social justice, and human dignity. Again, thank you for your solidarity. As we say in Eritrea, Awatna Hafash, Al-Nasr al-Jamahir, victory and power to the people.
I believe my comrades, colleagues, friends have said much of what I had planned to say, adapted obviously to the reality of the colony of the empire. Let me just briefly, before I begin, say something. Nina mentioned the great advantage we have. We are here in New York City. New York City, urban dwellers of the northeast coast of the US have always been allies, comrades, and truly brothers and sisters in the Puerto Rican fight for our first independence and self-determination. So I want to say that being in New York is a fantastic place for us to begin discussing how and why Puerto Rico fits perfectly into the work the Tribunal is doing. And the second thing I want to say, and I'm sorry, I have to say it here, and if it's recorded, even better for posterity, it is that it seems that Fidel Castro was wrong in one tiny little point, and I know my Cuban friends, my Puerto Rican friends who are watching the Tribunal through the YouTube channel from my hometown, comrades in this struggle. I think he was wrong in one tiny point. And that is, if you remember the life and story of Fidel Castro, Fidel said once, for very strong reasons, obviously, that cities were graveyards of revolutionaries. Certainly, this proves, right, that he was slightly off base when he made that remark. Now, Puerto Rico, I believe, fits perfectly into the work of this tribunal because Puerto Rico can teach and can show the living scars of what the American empire does. And this is not, I think the ambassador of Nicaragua mentioned several times that when we speak of political independence, we are not speaking in terms of cliches. Let me just clarify that the only thing the American empire does, if anyone has any doubt, you are more than welcome to come to Puerto Rico. Puerto Rico shows since day one, and we have numbers because this is what we political economists do. We are miners of numbers. Puerto Rico shows since day one the twin pillars of the American empire. The first pillar is obviously economic exploitation, systematic, not random. It's not an externality, as neoliberal economists of our universities like to say. It is planned, designed to incessantly perpetrate economic exploitation via different instruments. And the second part of that twin pillar is obviously cultural siege. We are, as you can tell, Spanish-speaking peoples. We are Antillean and Central Americans. We are not away, isolated in our little geographic position, strategic for the empire. We are not alone. We belong to a centuries-long Antillean history, and we have brothers and sisters in Central America. So what I briefly want to do today is just to give you an X-ray of the state of Puerto Rico. Obviously, since I do political economy, I want to emphasize the historical foundations of the workings of the American empire. Make no mistake, the American empire has created in Puerto Rico, I know mainstream economists like to speak in terms of the miracle of Puerto Rico. Miracle, by the way, used against Nicaragua, used against Cuba, used against Guatemala, and even against Bolivia. These are numbers, these are facts, and you were emphasizing earlier the need to present facts. Well, I'll give you some facts. Puerto Rico, all of you know, militarily occupied July 1898. 1 month immediately after the military occupation, the American empire put in place what we call a revolutionary monetary theory in order to get rid of all Puerto Rican possibilities of acquiring land. So the first important instrument of economic exploitation is monopolies of land ownership. This is a question of economics. It's not ideology, it's not a cliche, it's not a political slogan. We are not building a pamphlet here. So the first thing the American empire did was to put in place a law to artificially devalue and confiscate, obviously, the silver-based currency of the island. Now, I don't want to be here very boring, and I could, but I don't want to do it. But just to give you some perspective, in the 19th century, the silver-based peso, the Spanish peso, was the currency used by Western European powers to settle balances of trade. This is a question of economics. So when the American empire occupied the island, again, 1 month after the occupation, the first thing the American empire did was to legitimize, passed laws right here in Congress to legitimize occupation of land and usurpation of land by automatically eradicating the money in circulation, confiscate more than 5 million pesos used to settle some of its balances of trade somewhere else, while the American capitalists of Boston, New York, New Jersey, and other rising cities, while these American capitalists ended up owning all coastal lands of the island. Make no mistake, you were speaking in terms of geographic endowment, situation, strategic position. I think all of you have an idea of what Puerto Rico looks like, right? We are a small island, but it's a unique island, I have to say here. It's a unique island because it has coastal plains, and these coastal plains range in elevation, right? From above mean sea level to roughly lofty, nice hills, 300 meters above mean sea level. Now you have to imagine that in the late 19th century and early 20th century, if there was a crop that loved the coast, that was sugar. And American capitalists, something many economists don't even know, American capitalists turned the island, taking advantage of the monopoly of coastal lands, turned the island into what we call, with numbers, its gigantic sugar latifundio. Coastal lands fully monopolized by absentee American capitalists. Never went to the island, and of those who went to the island to live in the island, and we have the records, many of these capitalists, again, those who went to the island and established their houses in the island, they used to pride themselves with their friends that in their beautiful mansions, never a Puerto Rican set her or his feet. So you have to imagine that we are speaking here of the first important economic instrument of exploitation. That was obviously monopolization of the best agrarian land in the period. Now, briefly, I want to mention, and I know you have been patient enough, and you are overwhelmed with facts and information. But I do want to mention that what is going to happen between 1900 and 1964 is that the American empire built in Puerto Rico a traditional agrarian export-oriented economy. That dry, insipid term simply means a sugar colony. And Puerto Rico was conceived, still until 1964, Puerto Rico was conceived as the most strategic sugar colony of the empire in a belt of sugar colonies that stretched from Hawaii, obviously, to the Virgin Islands. Now, why Puerto Rico was the most strategic? I have some numbers here, and I have to share them with you. It was the most strategic because, first of all, Puerto Rico was it's again the question of geography. Puerto Rico right there, right in the middle of this fantastic Caribbean archipelago, but also right there in the middle of the Americas. At a time when, and we have to be dialectical here, it's not just monopolization of land, it's monopolization of land when the American empire is going to be confronted with the greatest peasant wars in Latin America. This is the context. Not just obviously the question of Mexico. It's fascinating. It's the first peasant war of the Americas. But then Sandino, and I think the ambassador from Nicaragua spoke brilliantly and eloquently about it. So between 1900 and again, roughly 1964, the main exports of the so-called Puerto Rican miracle, the showcase of empire, used, make no mistake, used in order to teach miners from Catavi in Bolivia, staging a revolution in early 1950s. The Puerto Rican case was supposed to teach them the virtues and advantages of American-led development. Development is a term that we Puerto Ricans use, we reject it. There is no development. Under the American empire, and again, it's mathematically proven. Under the American empire, you get development of underdevelopment. So I am going to strongly encourage the tribunal, if there is the word development somewhere in the document, development belongs to the core. We peripheral dependent capitalist economies, we are underdeveloped economies. And this actually puts us very close to some of the political and economic history that we have heard here from the testimonies, but also from my fellow panelists. Now, briefly, I mean, it's if you go to Puerto Rico today, I am from Puerto Rico, born and raised in Puerto Rico, educated in Puerto Rico. So, the living scars of agrarian latifundia are there. I don't know if you comprehend this concept, those of you who obviously do not come from Latin America. I know the ambassador from Nicaragua knows very well what this means. But it is a monopoly of land that obviously had two immediate implications, right? It's not just that the best commercial land was owned by American capitalists, but it is that all agrarian exports were meant to feed the American domestic market, with tremendous implications, obviously, for economic and political dynamics right here. So American capitalists turned the island into the most strategic latifundia. Again, up to in 1942, Puerto Rico was producing, in 1942, Puerto Rico was producing more sugar than traditional sugar-producing exporting nations of Latin America. It is in and continued, again, the pattern of specialization in agrarian crops continued until the 1960s. You're probably saying this is fantastic, it's economic development, it's specialization in tropical crops in peripheral lands never leads to development. It's a Ricardian myth. It's an economic theory, can apply only to rich economies in a particular time and period of the world economy. For the rest of us, if anyone here is dreaming about development, pursuing specialization in raw materials, it's not going to happen. It's mathematically impossible. So in 1940s, 1950s, when obviously the US is dealing with the turmoil of what we call, and we need to call them peasant wars, the greatest peasant wars in world history. Mexico, Nicaragua, the successful one, obviously Cuba. So when the US is trying to respond to the turmoil of these Central American wars, it is then when the American empire perceives the need to impose in Puerto Rico what ideologues of empire here, economists of Ivy League universities, what they called modernization through convergence. Now, modernization through convergence, right? It's a terrifying project. It's a terrifying project and was a terrifying project precisely because modernization through convergence meant, and by the way, Rockefeller gave a blank check to a small group of very clever anthropologists from Columbia University. They were leading the social and political aspect of modernization through convergence. So it meant that obviously there was the need to diversify export patterns so that American capital could, so that the island strategically located so that the island could become a showcase of what American transnational capital could do in order to uplift people from poverty. So all the talk of neoclassical economists, right, about the need to eliminate poverty and how American capital can lead the way, go to Puerto Rico. 42% of people today, according to the last census, live in poverty. And of those, we are speaking of 57% of Puerto Rican children. 57% of Puerto Rican children. These are, by the way, American statistics. These are not statistics of any socialist party of Puerto Rico. So, again, in 1940s, 1950s, the idea was to diversify export patterns so that Puerto Rico could become a showcase for two new mid-20th century instruments of economic exploitation. One was technical assistance. I come from a family of engineers. I can tell you what that means, right? Technical assistance. That was one pillar of economic, of expansion of the empire. And the second one was obviously a general question of industrialization. The idea was that the Puerto Rican economy in the mid-20th century could begin, that American capital, and you have to have a 3D mentality here. Imagine you have the map of the island in front of you. So the idea was that American capital could leave the coast and penetrate into the hinterlands of the island. It's you know, there is a geographic spatial dimension here of these instruments that is real. It means a lot in terms of transformation, radical changes to land and landscapes. It means, obviously, that the empire, at a time when many things were happening internationally, at a time when the empire was committed to defeat the Soviet Union. You have to imagine that these guys were writing, let's use Puerto Rico as the perfect platform to show Central America, to show Nicaragua what industrialization does, so that we can eliminate what American politicians called in this period the Bolshevik threat. This is what industrialization means, American style. It is only it's, you know, I can give you many details, many numbers there, but the philosophical, what I call the hemispheric philosophical foundations were established by the Truman, very early, by the Truman administration, very early. And the idea was, and the words by Truman to a bipartisan Congress, by the way, you know, you mentioned to a good Puerto Rican, a good nationalist, a good revolutionary nationalist, something good about Democrats. Don't waste your time, right? Because we have the history and we have the scars of this history. And it was Truman, to a bipartisan Congress, Truman said, the best tool against insurrection the best tool against insurrection is progress, not just progress in the vacuum, it's progress American style. It's impressive. We do need to ensure that Puerto Ricans enjoy progress, that progress spills over to Central America, and that by spilling over into Central America, Puerto Rico could become what we call a mini satellite of the US industrial military complex. This is the big transformation of the mid-20th century of Puerto Rico. The economy of Puerto Rico became a mini satellite. This is the period when American engineers, American economists, American anthropologists from Ivy League universities, obviously paid by Rockefeller and the Social Science Research Council from Ivy League universities, although some folks they're from public sponsored universities, which is dangerous too. This is the period when they begin to, when they massively transform the landscape of the island. First of all, again, picture an island with, Cubans have Sierra Maestra, Mexicans have the Sierra Madre, but we have the Cordillera Central too, right? It's smaller, but it's majestic, it's gorgeous. This is a chain of mountains that crosses the island from east to west, right? So the American sugar mill companies monopolized coastal lands. In the 1940s, American industrial capital then, right, labor-intensive manufacturing capital begins to expand inside the mountains. I'm going to say something. In 1940s, the transformation of land, the transformation of landscape meant that, first of all, the first important road project American engineers built in the island was what we still call to this day the military road. So, if anyone here goes to do tourism and you leave San Juan, as you should, obviously, right? You leave the capital city and you ask for directions. You want to go to another town outside, obviously, far away from the capital city. You will notice that colloquially, many Puerto Ricans don't even know the official number of the road. Just people will tell you, take the military road. Look what it does to the culture and the psychology of a nation, right? And the military road was this road that, first of all, was designed to connect all coastal lands of American capital. This explains why, among other reasons, the second important pillar of building this mini satellite of the American industrial military complex was to confiscate coastal lands to build military bases. Beginning in San Juan, the capital city, very early. If you want to know where American intelligence operations are based in a nice cushy land with palm trees, nice tropical sun, go to San Juan. Go to San Juan, right? It's fascinating. The few times I've been to Wall Street, to the streets, no, I want to give you this as an analogy. The few times I've been there, I was shocked, right? When I got this job at CUNY, I was shocked to see policemen carrying rifles. I don't know if you have seen them. If you open your eyes widely, as you should, right? Because hope is a hard job. Hope means we have to work hard to find it. So if you open your eyes, sometimes you see these guards with rifles. You don't see that in San Juan. You don't see it in San Juan. The geographic platform for counterintelligence operations against our Central American neighbors was San Juan. And this is written, this is history written, dissected and analyzed. Yet you don't see that in San Juan. So San Juan, obviously, there are American operations there, right, in 1940s then, under the war. It was a special commission on war, right? War, what was the name? War Works Administration, I forgot the name. But these guys directed a massive project for building roads that first were supposed to tie all of the sites of the American investments, but ended up being, obviously, right, the perfect road infrastructure for building American military bases. And this is my Central American friends know this, right? They are constantly paying attention to these issues. So the second important instrument built in the mid-20th century was obviously the militarization of the island. American capital, and there are different towns. It's fascinating. There are different towns. You basically cannot escape. You don't see them actively, but they have fantastic real estate, coastal real estate, natural harbors, ideal topographic conditions for the American Navy in coastal towns like Aguadilla and in some tiny islands that belong to Puerto Rico. Now, why I emphasize this X-ray? This is the X-ray of underdevelopment. You have to imagine that again, it's the military and the economic goals of the empire in the island have always been to target Central America, have always been said by, right? This is in their documents, right? Now, as by default, if there was some development, which you cannot call development at all, again, it's peripheral dependent capitalist development. If by default the island obtained some of those, then fantastic, but it was never the goal. Now, I must say something. You have seen Puerto Rico in the news lately, and I promise, Nina, I'll be done in a second, but this is an important point. You know that the model, Puerto Rico is in crisis. The model of industrialization, of using the island in order to show the rest of Latin America what American capital can do on behalf of people's lands and landscapes, failed as of course it was going to fail. It is not only that Puerto Rican struggle for independence and self-determination was there since day one. The Confederation of Rural Workers, very early in 1910s, the Puerto Rican Communist Party, very early in 1930s. We had very good Puerto Ricans in Ecuador, in Nicaragua, in Central America, in Mexico, in South America. So it's not just that obviously Puerto Ricans, we are still resisting and fighting for self-determination, but it was also that in 1970s and 1980s, something that I have not heard explicitly yet, but it's cause for joy, celebration, and hope. The fact that the American empire began to suffer from within what we call profitability crisis, very early in 1970s, right? So the fact that there was a kind of what you can think in terms of retroactive effects of empire, and American corporations here began to see their domestic market shares shrinking due to competition from their own allies. This obviously forced the American empire to shift gears in the island and transform the model quickly into one of an emporium of transnational corporations to one of capital-intensive industries. And this is where, the crisis of again, peripheral dependent capitalist development is everywhere. Now, one last thing I want to say. The crisis of the island can only be, it's a crisis of the colonial model, I don't use the word colonial model. The state is colonial. The economy is the economy of peripheral dependent capitalist nations. But the state is colonial. And the crisis of the island obviously can hopefully the tribunal can see in Puerto Rico what the American empire does. Anyways, thank you for your attention.
We're going to move online now. We have two more speakers left, Pierre Labossière of the Haiti Action Committee, and then Khaled Bereket of Al-Masar Palestinian Revolutionary Path, and then Claudia will close us out. So just bear with us, and then there's some really good food waiting for us. I think we're...
Adjust the screen. Hello?
We can hear you, Pierre.
Can you hear me? Oh, okay, great. All right. So good to see you, Nina. So good to see the fellow panelists. I want to thank you so much for inviting me. Congratulations on a very, very successful tribunal, in the sense that the tribunal has heard the many stories, received the documents, the documentation, and is able to put together the kind of necessary record of the many stories and the complaints and the grievances of people throughout the world, and what has been ailing this world, so that there is not peace. Everywhere is, to quote the song by Bob Marley, everywhere is war. And the war takes so many forms. Sometimes it's shooting wars, but other times it's using sanctions and starving populations, starving communities, and this is atrocious. And this needs to stop. Only the people who are united can stop this. I will be speaking about the situation in Haiti presently, but to understand what's going on in Haiti today, we need to look at Haiti in the context of the people in struggle, as in so many other places, the people fighting for national liberation. And this struggle has been going on and on and on, from the days of our kidnapping from the land of Africa, going through slavery, the struggle for independence, and now we are today experiencing one of the most difficult moments that we have seen in the history of Haiti. And so this is, without going back to the days of independence and the struggle that has, and someone in the previous panel had mentioned the fact that Haiti, and Nina, you spoke about that, was forced to pay reparations to the French. It wasn't, as was implied, that it was something that the Haitians did willingly. Haiti, at the time of independence, a country of people emerging from slavery and from about 13 years of warfare, a struggle for independence, finding themselves surrounded by empires that were promoting, instituting, and flourishing on slavery, pointing their guns to destroy the people who had managed to survive and to thrive and to defeat their armies. We were under threat. And so when they all came together supporting the French, including the US, supporting the French in their demands for reparations, it wasn't just some nice negotiations on the table. The French sent out an armada, a fleet, that threatened to bombard Port-au-Prince and to destroy the newly emerging Haitian nation. And so even though many people wanted to fight them off, but we had a government that was, I would say, similar to what you would call today one of those lackey governments, maybe too strong a word, but a government that wasn't the same as the previous ones, who was forced to capitulate. And so it was under threat. And this money, the French owe it to us. Haitians call it restitution, in the words of President Jean-Bertrand Aristide, who had initiated the call for the French to restore that money to us back then when he initiated that call, that demand for reparation, that was in 2003, and the amount was about $21.7 billion. Since that time, the New York Times, in a series of exposés, in a series of articles by a number of economists, and they have estimated that the amount is far more than that. Some economists estimate that it's closer to about $110 billion that the French owe us in restitution of that money. Now, this is the first part of that money, restitution, but there is also the crime of enslaving our people and the crime of slavery itself and the killing of our people, the tortures. That's reparations. That should be another bill to come. But this is in part what explains the underdevelopment of Haiti today, what we are seeing, because monies that should have been put into the building of the nation was actually building up France and building up other countries. So focusing on today, and this has a lot to do with today, what I just mentioned earlier, but focusing on the present day situation, it has to be seen in the context of the US, of over a century of US domination over Haiti. The US invaded Haiti in 1915 at a time when the people's movement, the peasant armies of the South, and particularly in the north of Haiti, the Capos, the Piquets were in the south, were fighting for land distribution, for land reform, and demanding land reform. That ran counter to the US at the time their views of restoring plantation, large-scale plantation agriculture, as they were doing in many countries of Central America. And so they invaded Haiti. One of the acts that they committed a few months before the actual invasion, they had sent an advance force to steal the gold reserve in the Haitian banks. And that gold reserve was held by Citibank. It was transported there. So present-day Citibank, at the time it was called the National Bank, but now it's called Citibank or Citigroup. They hold some of the Haitian gold reserves, that money that was stolen from Haiti. It was estimated at $500,000 in gold, solid gold, but many people think it's a lot more than just $500,000. And that money has never been restored to Haiti. So in addition to the French, we have the US stepping in. And so this invasion from 1915 lasted down to 1934 with troops, US troops on the ground. It was resisted by the peasants of Haiti, because what it sought to do was there was a massive movement by the people to change an oppressive government, a lackey government. But what this invasion did was that it restored a series of petty dictators who were in line with the US policies, with US economic policies. And so the peasants resisted, and over 20,000 Haitian peasants were killed defending their homeland at the time. So we are talking during the Capo Wars, and the name Charlemagne Péral comes to my mind. The reason I mention this is to talk about how the destruction, the expropriation of land, how it has led to the first massive wave of Haitian refugees. Haitians many of the survivors had to leave because they had no land, but this fell very nicely into bringing a large, unemployed, starving labor force to cut sugarcane in those days in the American-owned sugar plantations in Cuba and in the Dominican Republic. So the exploitation of the Haitian peasants who were dispossessed of their land, who were being hounded and persecuted, it's important that we keep this in mind. This is very likely similar to the situation that we are seeing today. And so a series of dictators, when the US left in 1934, it created a new Haitian army, and their job was not to protect the nation or the Haitian citizenry. Their job was to actually guarantee the safety and the security of those plantations and of the status quo that the US, the economic status quo that the US had imposed. And it was there to repress the peasantry, the people of Haiti, who were demanding sovereignty, who were demanding better living conditions, people working who were demanding increase in their wages, people who wanted to end the movement, the democratic movement that wanted to have one person, one vote, free, fair, democratic elections with the political power to determine our destiny, to make decisions as to building schools, building hospitals. So this was the movement that was quashed repeatedly. And so we come to the period of the Duvaliers, which is similar, which many people know about, but which has a lot of similarity to today. Today we are seeing a vicious, murderous Haitian police that is killing the people of Haiti, that is there to impose the dictates of a small group of oligarchs onto the people of Haiti. And it has created the conditions that is causing so many of our brothers and sisters to flee Haiti. So many people in South America who are listening to this broadcast, when you see a Haitian refugee, please do not go after them or harass them or kill them or join with your government. Put pressure on your government to force them to stop harassing and murdering our people, to treat them as Cuba treats Haitian refugees with dignity and offers them the support that they need to have. Today, we have a new dictator in Haiti, and this dictator is Ariel Henry. He was imposed on the people of Haiti by none other than the core group of countries that call themselves Friends of Haiti. I've skipped a lot, but I'm coming back to that. How did this get to be this way and so badly? The people of Haiti had organized themselves during the dictatorship of the Duvaliers in 1986 and uprooted, overthrew the dictatorship. Father Jean-Bertrand Aristide, then a priest, was drafted by the people of Haiti to run as president. He didn't want to, but the people said, it's what you got to do for us. And so he did, and put together a powerful movement that called Lavalas, that started with a program of investing in people. As a matter of fact, the program of Famille Lavalas, which came about later on, was called Investing in People. Started taking the country and making it a country, a state of laws. Started making Haitians feel that our country is our own. And we invested the Haitian people a lot because the government that was issued from those elections in 1990 was our government. And when it came into office in 91, in 7 months, it started transforming the country and what was going for the better, getting rid of corruptions, talking about increasing the minimum wage for people, giving people a sense that the country was on its way to being rebuilt. And so what happened, the US administration under George Bush, the father, carried out a coup d'etat using the Haitian military. And this coup d'etat resulted in the death of over 5,000 people and so many refugees called boat people who were forced out of Haiti. So this situation, but thanks to the resistance of the Haitian people and international solidarity, after 3 years, President Aristide was able to return as president briefly for only about maybe a 14-month period, during which time of this shortened presidency, many changes were occurring. So fast forward to 2000, the people of Haiti again drafted President Aristide to win, and he won massively, overwhelmingly, in a field of, it was about 65% turnout during the elections, and he received 92% of the vote. after 3 years of establishing and implementing a program for the people, where schools were built, hospitals, various investments in agriculture to improve the agricultural production in Haiti, Haitians started believing again, and many Haitians who were living abroad were coming back to the country. People were coming back to Haiti to invest, to stay home, and to rebuild the country. And the country was moving forward. Reforms in the judiciary. During that time, President Aristide and the Famille Lavalas political organization, following the program, the program of the Famille Lavalas political organization, investing in people, were moving the country forward. The US started applying sanctions against the government, and those sanctions were devastating. But yet, the people felt this was the price to pay for our movement, and so people were moving forward in forging a new economic development model for the country that was really yielding results. And by 2004, after only 3 years in a 5-year term, the US came in and with France and Canada, with their special forces, and kidnapped President Aristide, taking him out of the country. But this coup d'etat was also removed 7,000 local, 7,000 elected officials, from city council people all the way to the president himself, and resulted in there was over 10,000 people killed as a result of this. And later on, with the UN bringing in their troops, the troops of the UN were not there to be peacekeepers. They were there to make sure that the coup d'etat would succeed. And that's what was going on. And so to this day, now here we are, 19 years later, close to 20 years of a United Nations occupation. Haiti hasn't been, the conditions have never been as bad as they are today. The economic conditions, the security conditions, because we have a number of what they call in the press gangs that are preying on our people, that are destroying homes, killing folks in a systematic, in what appears to be a systematic campaign, and I would say very similar to what many of us remember from the wars in Central America and from what was going on in South Africa when the South Africans were standing up to fight apartheid. This is exactly very similar what's happening to Haiti today. What you are hearing being called gangs, these are nothing but paramilitary death squads. These are paramilitary death squads that are financed, equipped by, and many of them have said so. They have said that many of the leaders of those death squads have stated that the weapons they have received were given to them either by Martelly, former President Martelly, who was a neo-Duvalierist, and also Jovenel Moïse, who has been assassinated, in the PHTK party, and they named the number for the high government officials. Can you imagine poor people living in very impoverished neighborhoods, wearing sandals, who can't even have a decent meal, or carrying very sophisticated war weapons? Haiti makes no such weapons, and they are busy spraying bullets everywhere. And they film themselves using cell phones, showing off how they are able to be spraying bullets everywhere. This kind of stuff, and those weapons are coming from South Florida. This is according to a report by the United Nations. These weapons are coming in, they are coming in through Haitian ports. Many of them private Haitian ports as well as government Haitian ports. Those weapons are coming in. And so this is what's happening. The US has the power to stop the weapon shipments coming into Haiti. They have the power to stop it. And so nothing has been done. And so this has been going on. Many of the communities that are being hit are communities by those so-called gangs, or communities that are where the people have shown a lot of resistance because to the coup. What's going on is the resistance to the coup that took place in 2004 because so many things have been done to our people where they have lost the few gains, economic gains that were made under the Lavalas government. And people are not accepting the coup. They've been in the street protesting. Right now, with the gangs, the so-called gangs, which I call paramilitary death squads, they are attacking those neighborhoods. People cannot go out in the streets and demonstrate as much as they used to. On the one hand, you have the police shooting at unarmed demonstrators. On the other hand, you also have the gangs working with the police, attacking those neighborhoods. The neighborhoods are many, many communities right there in downtown Port-au-Prince are being attacked. So don't let them use this issue of gangs to support their call for intervention into Haiti. The people of Haiti have shown in many instances that they are able, many communities, to resist those so-called gangs or paramilitary death squads that are attacking them. And when there have been instances, many instances, of honest policemen, policewomen who live in those neighborhoods, who are not corrupt, and who stand up to fight with the population. The success has been tremendous because all of that has been eliminated. However, what we see is that the government of Haiti, along with the core group of countries, what they have done is they tell the people, no, they shouldn't be doing this. They shouldn't be establishing their self-defense community organizations. And so what has happened, whenever they have disarmed the people, those gangs have come back, those paramilitary death squads have come back and rained more terror against the population. So again, intervention is not what we need in Haiti. We do not need any troops from Kenya or Jamaica or the Bahamas to do this for us. Haitians can do it. We can do it ourselves. I want to say this. It's shameful that after the coup d'etat of 2004, when President Aristide was kidnapped, it's shameful that many countries in Central and South America, and in Africa too, did participate in the UN MINUSTA, because all they did was to reinforce the coup d'etat that had taken place against the people of Haiti. And those troops, led by Brazil was the head of MINUSTA under President Lula. They conducted massacres in Haiti. I'm not just talking about it, there are videos of those massacres that have taken place. Many people have written about them. A lot of coverage has been done about those massacres. So these are more and more reasons why those UN troops, we do not trust the UN. They've been to Haiti before. All they have done is show up the US policy of quashing the people's resistance of Haiti. Just to finish up, let me give you some names of countries that are involved in the core group. The core group is a group of 9 entities, international entities, 5 countries and 4 international organizations. So the countries involved are the US, France, Canada, Germany, Spain, Brazil, and the international entities of the United Nations. The representative of the UN is part of the core group, representative of the Organization of American States, the European Union. And those are the entities that have been involved in the core group. I hope I'm not missing anybody there. I've said Canada is involved, and so is Germany and Spain, as well as Brazil and the US. So what we need today, we need for people to not follow the racist portrayal, the racist presentation of Haiti as if it's a basket case, as if we need governments from Central America and some of the other places to say that they are coming as saviors to save Haiti. No, we don't need that. We are people in struggle for national liberation. What we need is solidarity. We need an end to the hypocrisy where people are taking someone like Ariel Henry, a dictator, and calling him president and trying to make him part of he's unelected. He was imposed on the people of Haiti by the core group of countries that I just named, and in order to carry out their policies. Of all these massacres that have been committed against the Haitian people, about 25 100 people have been killed since the beginning of the year, and that's a low number. That's a low number. It's an official number that has come out recently, but it's very low. 1,000 people have been wounded by those paramilitaries. In addition to that, many homes have been destroyed by the paramilitaries, working with the police, where they have gone into neighborhoods using their armored personnel carriers in order to destroy houses systematically. So much so that the Haitian people believe that there is a campaign of destruction to depopulate various areas of Haiti, where many people feel that there are mineral resources and they want to gain access to them by removing the population. This is the strong belief of many Haitians now as they see what's unfolding. So please do not follow this business of Ariel Henry. We need to support him. No, the Haitian police, the population, allied with honest members of the police, they can do the job of protecting their communities, same as has been done in other countries, same as we've seen in Nicaragua and in other places. And so Haiti is no different. But keep in mind that the people of Haiti, we are fighting for national liberation. Lastly, there is a proposal, there has been proposals made by Famille Avalas way back in 2018 and other groups as well. The proposals have come from a broad national consensus to sit down and come up with what we call salut public. This is from Famille Avalas' proposal. Salut public means public safety, a government of public safety that will look at the country, take hold of it, first clean up the public administration and corruption, take hold of the money that's there to make sure that the health department, the Ministry of Health, the Ministry of Education, that garbage is picked up, and that all of those can be cleaned up of corruption, and people, the garbage, the workers in all those various areas can get paid. Whereas right now, people are not getting paid. Many of the doctors are frequently on strike because their wages are months in arrears. They are not getting the money. When billions of dollars have been sent to Haiti, where have all these monies gone? So the reality is it's a corrupt government, a corrupt dictatorship. And Haitians, the proposal is for honest, good, competent people to form this government and to take back the country and put it on the right track. What has happened is the US has been totally opposed to this and has done everything it can to stop this proposal from moving forward. Instead, pushing the line of having boots on the ground, along with the UN Secretary General, Antonio Guterres, having boots on the ground, and those, what are they going to do? It's really, from our experience, is more massacres, more rape, sexual abuse of women, leaving babies behind without a father present. And as the UN troops have been, many reports about this. So this is the situation. Please stand in solidarity with the people of Haiti. Again, don't fall for this thing of we need some saviors, some white saviors or black saviors to come over and do it. We can do it, but it's a war against the people of Haiti that we need to be in solidarity with the people of Haiti as they fight against this war to exterminate our population. Thank you very much.
Pierre, thank you very much. Long live Haiti and long live their revolution. Long live Haiti. And Khalid Barakat is next, last but definitely not least. He's been waiting a long time. Khalid?
Hello.
We can hear you, Khalid.
Hi. Can you hear me now?
Yes, yes.
Okay. Thank you so much for the invitation and salute to all the comrades in the People Tribunal It was a very intense experience and important at the same time, not just to document the crimes of US imperialism and to charge them, but to also learn from the experience of resistance, of how people are actually resisting sanctions, blockade, wars of starvation, and genocide. I don't want to repeat what was said before in terms of how important this opportunity is and this experience has been in the last maybe year and a half, 2 years of focusing on US imperialism and how these tools are being used, and particularly in the Palestinian context, something that I am a little bit familiar with, because I do think that sometimes when Palestine is in the scene or a topic of discussion, we focus on Israeli war crimes and Israeli policies, but we rarely look at US imperialism in terms of its direct way, not just in terms of supporting Israel militarily, financially, covering Israel crimes and internationally, and protecting the Zionist regime with US veto and might, but also US direct involvement in war crimes, genocide, and sanctions against the Palestinian people. Because we have to remember a couple of things. One, that Israel actually cannot do everything by itself. It has to always align itself with its natural ally, and that's US imperialism and European imperialism and Arab reactionary regimes in the region. So when we look at, for example, in the last 30 years, this is an important experience for the Palestinian people because that's the decades in which Palestinians witnessed, just like all other people around the world, the collapse of the Soviet Union and the socialist bloc, but we also witnessed a direct US occupation of the region. Over 500,000 troops were in our region, the destruction of Iraq and the sanctions and war of starvation in Iraq. And we all know the outcome of those crimes, US crimes against the people of Iraq. In terms of the Palestinian unique position, we always suffer every time the US imposed sanctions on any country, but particularly in the region. So the sanctions on Iraq harmed Iraqis and also the Palestinian people directly. The sanctions today that on Lebanon and Syria is also harming the Palestinian refugees directly. When the United States wage any kind of war, whether it's militarily or economic war against the people of the region, whether it's against Iran or whether it's against Iraq or Yemen or Syria, Palestinians immediately feel the impact inside Palestine and outside Palestine. And it's important to look at the US strategy and Palestine in the last 3 decades. What did the United States and how did the United States look at the situation of Palestinians in the last 30 years, particularly after the signing of the Oslo Accord? As you all know, 7 years after the signing of the Oslo Accord, Palestinians revolted. 23 years ago, just like today, it's the anniversary of the second Palestinian Intifada. In September 28, 2000, Palestinians revolted against Israeli occupations and crimes, but they also revolted against the illusions of the so-called peace process. Palestinians have also dropped this illusion that the United States could be a broker or a mediator. The United States and the US imperialism can never be a mediator or a broker. The US is the enemy number 1 of the Palestinian people, and they initiate all of these war crimes, not just that they are partners with the Israelis. And I'll give you 3 examples of how the US are engaged directly in genocide and in war crimes against Palestinians, not just by providing the military and the financial and political support of Israel, but how the US actually do it themselves. Because often the United States try to present itself as if it has nothing to do with this. This is a fight between Israelis and Palestinians, and they will mediate or they will try to intervene, but this is not, of course, the reality. A couple of weeks ago, a document was released. It showed that all of these clashes and fighting and actual siege imposed on our people in Ain al-Hilwa refugee camp was initiated by US military. US military generals would come to Lebanon and combined with some Lebanese and Palestinian security agencies overlooking Palestinian refugee camps in Lebanon and plotting to initiate internal fighting and conflicts in the camps at the hope of liquidating the Palestinian refugees' cause. Now, this is something that Palestinians have always said, that the United States are directly involved in these kind of wars and schemes. But now we have these documents that actually show that the wall that the Lebanese government have built around Ain al-Hilwa refugee camp was a US initiative. That the support of some of the Palestinian armed groups in Ain al-Hilwa refugee camp was done with the coordination of the CIA and the Palestinian security agencies in the West Bank. That the United States have been actually transferring funds and military equipment to some of these groups. And why does the United States do this? Because Israel cannot do that, and because the United States wants to create a chaos in Lebanon for the Palestinians, but also for the Lebanese resistance. Another example is United States full control of UNRWA, the United Nations Relief Works Agency. The United States always uses this as a tool, as a stick to wage a war of starvation against Palestinian refugees. And we see that all Palestinian refugees across, whether in Palestine or whether in refugee camps outside Palestine, particularly in places like Jordan, where there is over 5 million Palestinian refugees, or Syria and Lebanon, the funds of the UNRWA is controlled to a large extent by the United States. And that is important to see how Trump rushed to use these funds in order to impose on Palestinians the so-called century, the deal of the century. Another example of how U.S. got in the last 30 years have been trying to control the lives and the internal relationship between Palestinians is the full funding of U.S. to 15 Palestinian security agencies in the West Bank. In a very small area, the West Bank, there are 15 Palestinian security agencies. They consume 40% of the Palestinian budget. They are funded by the United States through a special committee in the Pentagon, overseen by the CIA. These Palestinian security agencies report directly to their handlers in the Pentagon and the CIA. And this is not secrets. These are known facts to Palestinians. So the very first illusion that Palestinians have dropped, some Palestinians have dropped, is that the United States will never be able to be a broker or a mediator. The United States is an enemy. And the other thing is that the United States wants to control the Palestinian situation through starvation, sanctions, and security forces. Another example is the United States have threatened Palestinians in 2005 if they do not get engaged in elections under occupation. And if Palestinians are not going to be forced to go into elections under occupation, they are going to be sanctioned and they are going to suffer. And the Palestinian political forces, especially in the resistance, have agreed to participate in these elections. And Hamas won the elections. And the results were sanctions, wars, and Gaza has been since then under continuously siege and blockade, war after war, and aggression after an aggression, because the United States did not like the results of the Palestinian elections. So they can force you to go into election that suits their interest, and if that doesn't work, then they can sanction you again, and they can impose siege again on you. Because at the end, whether in Palestine or Haiti or anywhere in the world, these sanctions and wars of starvation have political aims that we all learn and know through this tribunal and before that, that these aims, these political aims, is to impose US hegemony, control, and be able to place puppets regimes and puppets administrators that can report to their bosses and their US and its allies. Now, it is also important to realize that after the so-called peace process started, Palestinians also discovered that we are a society composed of classes, and there can be a Palestinian class who can actually be traitors and collaborators with US imperialism and puppets for these regimes. And that is Mahmoud Abbas and his cronies, in Ramallah. And this is important to determine a political, clear position on this Palestinian, so-called Palestinian authority. And in our discussions and dialogue with our comrades in many places, including countries that is opposing US policies, we tell them not to have any kind of relationship with the Palestinian Authority because they are a tool of US imperialism, and they are working hand in hand with the Israelis through security cooperation and coercion against our people and the resistance. And it's okay to actually say, no, we don't want to have any relationship with Palestinian Authority. We want to strengthening our relationship with the Palestinian resistance and the Palestinian people and the Palestinian National Liberation Movement. When we look at the Palestinians who are actually at the forefront of the fight for liberation, we see that it's Gaza, and we see also the Palestinian prisoner movement. And if we take Gaza, for example, the agencies that orchestrated the sanctions against Gaza were US agencies, not just Israel, and not just the Egyptian regime. In terms of the full control of the banking system, especially after the structuring of the entire financial system of the world after 1991, 1992, Gaza is the easiest thing to be able to control through these kind of fully financial channels controlled by the United States. But they did not just did that. What they did is, in Clinton time, in the mid-90s and afterwards, they started to place every Palestinian entity that supports Palestinian resistance or Palestinian people liberation movement back home or in the refugee camps are now being called, foreign designated terror organizations, and people will be prosecuted, they will be jailed. Some of Palestinians are in US prisons serving 65 years because they dare to raise funds and support the Palestinian people and the Palestinian resistance in Gaza. But the United States doesn't just limit itself in terms of Palestine with its own policies. They also try to impose it on every other country in the region and in the world. That if your country deal with Palestinians, or if your organizations deal with Palestinian struggle, you too will be prosecuted, and not just Palestinians, but those who support them. And that is to isolate the Palestinian liberation movement and to be able to impose US conditions on Palestinians and push them to submission and surrender. The examples that we also learned through the last decades, 3 decades, is that the only way you can fight sanctions, at least on the Palestinian situation and the Arab situation, I would say, is through resistance, and particularly military resistance, is when the United States feels that itself and Israel, its allies, and the Arab reactionary regimes in the Gulf, when their interests are in jeopardy, when they pay a price, when they know that sanctions is going to be something that they too will pay a price for, that's when sanctions start to fall apart. If we take the Lebanese example, when the economy in Lebanon was suffering to the extent that you couldn't find a gallon of gas in some of the gas stations in Beirut, the Lebanese resistance is the party that ended that situation by bringing oil and gas from Iran by force and threatening to go into a war if the US and Israel are going to starve the people of Lebanon. And that's when the US and Israel backed off. The same thing happened when Israel was trying to steal the Lebanese gas fields in the Mediterranean. It wasn't the Lebanese government that were able to push Israel back and to have the US pushed back. It was the Lebanese resistance. And they done this by force, by weapons, by drones, by missiles, by threatening to go into a war. And the same exact thing happened in Gaza. Gaza was suffering under sanctions, severe sanctions. The only time that Palestinians could push back fighting sanctions is through a popular uprising that lasted 18 months, right on the borders, under the March of Return and breaking the siege, and by also threatening to use force, because Tel Aviv will not listen to Palestinians unless it is hit by missiles. Only when Palestinians throw missiles at Tel Aviv and those Israeli settlers who are enjoying our shores and beautiful sands goes to their homes and to their refuge underground, Israel will not losing any kind of in fact, they use the term tighten the noose on Gaza neck, and the only time they back off is when the Palestinian resistance show force. The same thing also happens when we see how the United States consider the Palestinian resistance movement as a terrorist group. It means that the United States consider the entire prisoner movement as a movement of terrorists and not a movement for liberation. And the Palestinian prisoner movement is a movement that has a very special status in the Palestinian liberation context and in our history and our struggle, because these are, for us, are the true leaders and the trusted leaders of the Palestinian liberation movement. It is the prisoners of Hamas and the PFLP and Islamic Jihad and all the movements, the resistance movement in Palestine. These prisoners in Israeli jails are the true leaders of the Palestinian liberation movement. And so when the US try to sanction or attack those who support the prisoner movements or those organizations who these prisoners belong to, this is an attack on the entire Palestinian people and the Palestinian struggle. Now, if we take the Yemenis example, when Yemen was being bombarded on a daily basis, the only time that they stopped is when the Yemenis resistance bombed oil facilities in Saudi Arabia and bombed Emirates and used force. Now, not every region or every national liberation movement could resist with armed struggle. Some are struggling and engaged in various different tactics and forms of struggle. And all forms of struggle must be used in order to fight sanctions. But it is really important that to make it costly for US imperialism if they are going to starve people to death, because it is worse than military offensive and military aggression. When 1.5 million Iraqi died of starvation, when thousands of people in Syria and in Lebanon cannot even get their medical treatment, when the people of Iran are struggling, not because they don't have the funds, not because they don't have the means, not because they don't have any, the knowledge, but simply because there are sanctions being imposed on Iran. These kind of wars cannot be fought with rhetoric, because these wars are actually creating death, creating miseries, it's creating all kinds of suffering and hardship and plight for people. And so the only way to be able to fight back is to actually make this costly for US imperialism, because that's the only language they understand. So for national liberation movement to strengthening their relationship together, to build an alliance in fighting sanctions, it means that to fight with all our capacity and with all and different forms of struggle. Finally, I want to say that in our region, the Palestine and in the Arab world, the resistance is accumulating force day after day, and we see how the US empire is retreating. The United States cannot continue its war crimes against our people in the region without a fight. Today, Yemen have a very strong resistance. Iraq, Lebanon, Syria, Palestine, and this resistance is supported overwhelmingly, supported by the vast majority of the people. The last poll was conducted by a research center that is not really friendly of the resistance, but they conducted a poll, and over 85% of Palestinian people in the West Bank support Palestinian armed struggle. This ratio is much higher elsewhere. So people reach these kind of conclusion through experience, actual experience of what happened to their movement through sanctions, and what happened to their movement through all forms of Angioization, US controlling, for example, the funding of the NGOs in Palestine meant the destruction of the Palestinian woman movement and the labor movement and the student movement. That's what it meant. Because when the United States start restructuring the entire relationship between Israel and the Palestinian Authority, and between itself and the Palestinian Authority, the very first thing they did is to push aside the Palestinian women movement and create NGOs funded by US aid, push the labor movement in Palestine and created movement that doesn't address Palestinian workers' suffering and needs. They start talking about the needs of the Palestinian market and not the needs of the Palestinian people. And with that, they change the entire discourse of a people who have been fighting for over 100 years for return and liberation to a discourse that is about a state. And the Palestinian struggle was never about establishing a Palestinian state. The Palestinian struggle have been always been for liberation and return and not for a state. People don't fight to have a state. They don't struggle because they want to have a state. People fight for rights and people struggle for rights and for full control of their life and their resources. And that's why I would advise, I'll use this word, our friends who still, our friends who still have these illusions of the two-state solution, to drop that illusion just like many Palestinians did. The two-state solution is a solution that will liquidate the Palestinian people cause, that will liquidate the Palestinian people rights, that will not help our movement or our resistance. Those who adopt a two-state solution adopt actual a scheme against the Palestinian people, even if they were Palestinians. It is important to support the Palestinian people armed struggle against Israel and against Israel allies, and that Palestinian people resistance, armed resistance is a legitimate resistance. It has been, and whether the United Nations or international law accept that as, and they do accept that and say it's legitimate, but tomorrow we don't know. This United Nations is controlled by the United States. If tomorrow they change this international law and say, well, this resistance is illegitimate, we don't give a damn. Because now Palestinians are manufacturing 90% of their weapons, thanks to Iran, who provided us with the knowledge and with the support. And thanks to people like martyr Qasem Soleimani that the United States assassinated, thanks to those people who have been fighting along our people side in Lebanon, who have supported the Palestinian resistance, and now we are able, and our people are able to defend themselves, are able to fight back, are able to strengthening our resistance for liberation. Israel is doomed to fail. This Zionist, racist, colonialist regime will fall apart. It is already falling. We are seeing these symptoms internally in Israel, how the division in Israel is exposing this entire fake colony that was established by European colonialist power and supported by US imperialism. And the East is rising. Our region is rising and our people are rising, and it is going to be a very tough battle for liberation and very painful process for liberation, but our people are going to be victorious. This is important to understand and to fully accept the fact that people only liberate themselves when they fight back, not when they ask for their rights, but when they take it, and they take it by force. It is also important to notice that it is important to say it as is without any kind of hesitation. The alternative world of this US imperialism world is socialism and liberation. And those who are today some of the people who call themselves leftists, and they are shy away from saying socialism, they are not to be trusted. Because in order to be trusted as a revolutionary movement, you have to say down with capitalism, and an alternative world is possible. Thank you very much.
I think socialism is an excellent note to end on because Claudia, who was the executive director of the People's Forum, is now on the ballot representing the Party for Socialism and Liberation. And I believe that this is the first time that a socialist candidate is on the ballot in a while, because when Gloria was on the ballot, it was the Peace and Freedom Party, right? Oh, she did? Oh, okay, sorry. In any case, it's my honor to introduce Claudia, our final speaker. I know you all have been here a long time and waited a long time for this. Like I said, there's food waiting, but Claudia is always inspirational, so she'll close us out.
All right, people. So it's been a long day. And so I need energy as much as all of you do. Get up. If you can. And we're going to chant. We're going to bring the energy into the space. The energy that we need to leave with, which is the energy of resistance. How you feel about that? All right. When human rights are under attack, what do? Stand up, fight back. When civil rights are under attack, what do? Stand up, fight back. All right, now you got to say it like you want to make me believe y'all. When human rights are under attack, what do? Stand up, fight back. When civil rights are under attack, what do? Stand up, fight back. What do? Stand up, fight back. What do? Stand up, fight back. Free, free Palestine. Free, free Palestine. Long live Palestine. Long live Palestine. That's the energy. Right there. I am so happy to be here and so thankful for the process of the tribunal. I think the tribunal has for these, I don't want to say 9 months, because I think folks started talking about this about a year ago, if I'm not mistaken. 2 years ago, right? So it's been a process. Those of us who are mothers, it was a process of birthing a child, conceiving and birthing a child. And that's a very difficult process. You have to carry a lot of weight. You have to talk to a lot of people. You have to check yourself constantly. And so I just want to appreciate the hard work of those who have been organizing, coordinating, building relationships, which is very hard to do in these times. So thank you all who have participated in this process as organizers, coordinators, witnesses, jurors. It's a huge feat, and I think it has, in a very radical way, walked on the path of a radical tradition of the United States, which is a radical tradition and revolutionary tradition of the people, not the government of the United States, the people of the United States. And so I'm very, very humbled and very thankful for being invited into this space. And I just want to raise this again, which I hope folks kind of print it out, read it, and figure out ways in which we could popularize it. I like that word, popularize. Malcolm, who I am a student of and who I like to listen to often, spoke about making it plain. He spoke about making it plain. And Frantz Fanon said, there is nothing that our people will be unable to understand if you are able to explain it. So we have a tall order coming out of this space, which is to make plain this work. Because ultimately, we want our people, the masses of people, to understand that we have more in common with the global South than we have with the so-called leaders of this country. Someone mentioned Haiti before, and I think it's important and relevant, and I promise I had it in my speech before it was mentioned, but I want to mention it again. Haiti won its revolution in 1804. A revolution against slavery, against colonialism, a revolution that was a working class revolution, a working class that was an anti-white supremacist revolution, and a revolution that was sanctioned by the United States and France. Because how dare the colonized, how dare the enslaved strengthen their back and say, we won't take it anymore? That is the logic of sanctions. That is the logic of the blockade. That is the logic of unilateral coercive measures. How dare the enslaved and colonized of the world have the dignity to fight back? That is a highly, highly brutal, violent, aggressive form of thought that births oppression, repression, exploitation. It takes a lot of audacity to do that. And so in my thinking of Haiti, and I'm thankful, I'm Dominican, Haiti is my neighbor, we are brothers and sisters, and there's a whole conversation to be had about that. It is important to understand that when we talk about sanctions, blockades, and unilateral coercive measures, we're talking about mass lynching. That's what we're doing. That's what the United States government is doing. It's mass lynching. Because what was the logic behind lynching? It was to set an example. If you want to run away, if you want to take away what is the property of the masters, you will be lynched. So this is mass lynching. When we're talking about blockades, sanctions, and unilateral coercive measures, we're talking about the boot of colonialism and US imperialism on people's neck. And people in the United States will understand that because there have been too many black and brown people killed by the domestic expression of imperialism, which is the police departments across this country. Do you remember the name of the person that said, "I can't breathe"? Yes. What was his name? Eric Gardner said, "I can't breathe." You know who else said that in 2020? George Floyd. I can't breathe. And when we say let Cuba live, we're saying let Cuba breathe. Let Cuba breathe. Stop putting your boot on Cuba's neck. We got to make it plain. The people in the United States will understand sanctions, blockade, and unilateral coercive measures because the people in the United States experience a level of exploitation, oppression that we need to be able to utilize to make the connection and make people care. 1/3 of the world's population is living under sanctions. 54 countries, 27% of the countries in the world. This is nothing less than economic terrorism. That's what it is. It's economic terrorism. Wasn't it Kissinger that said, we're going to make the economy scream? Wasn't that what he said about Chile in 1973? Because they couldn't fathom that the people of Chile had the guts to elect their president. And Kissinger said, we're going to make the economy scream. Because that is the way that we will produce a civil war. And the people themselves, because of the shortage, does that ring a bell? The shortages, the lack of access to the most basic things, they themselves will bring down the government. And when that wasn't possible, they led a coup and established Pinochet. We got to remember our history because that is also part of the US history. When we're talking about, the question of terrorism, economic terrorism, the United States likes to call everybody a terrorist. Have you noticed that? It demonizes any process that wants to divorce itself from U.S. imperialism and capitalism. And then in that demonization, you're a terrorist, which decades ago was a communist, which decades before that, and we could keep going back and back in terms of how they utilize language to demonize people who fight for their liberation. And we got to break through that narrative, because it's the same narrative they utilize in communities like the South Bronx when they talk about poor, working class, black, and brown kids as delinquents. Harlem too, Harlem World. So again, we got to make it plain. We're in New York City, one of the wealthiest, if not the wealthiest city, right? What happened yesterday? The infrastructure collapse. I've promised myself that I'm going to reel back my sailor mouth and just not curse people. But there is nothing more vulgar than Eric Adams. This mofo, because you can't call him anything else. I mean, you know what I'm saying? But I said it. I did the paraphrasing, and I said, listen, I'm going to hold back. Because there's also children in the room. So, and I got, I'm learning. I think it's important to call things for what it is. There is a huge divestment in public infrastructure, in public programs. In the wealthiest city, you had 128 schools shut down yesterday. In the wealthiest city, you had people walking, because New York is a dirty city. We got to call it for what it is as well. I love New York, South Bronx forever, and it's not our fault. It's not poor people's fault that it's dirty. It is the officials of the government. It is the so-called leadership of the city that has not prioritized the needs of the people. And they have the audacity, Eric Adams, I'm naming him again, to say migrants will destroy the city. Because he did say it. And he was talking specifically around Venezuelans and West Africans. Now, somebody should give him some classes, because that shows a high level of disconnect and just stupidity. High levels of stupidity. Listen. Why does that prove stupidity on his end? Because in order to understand the migration of people from Venezuela, you need to understand that the United States of America, this government, has robbed the people in Venezuela from $13 to $21 billion a year. How many of you will make $21 billion a year? Because I know I could work 60 lifetimes and not get that shit. And so if you're stealing the opportunity, the potential for people to build nations, how do you have the audacity to say that migrants will destroy a city? They are coming, following the traces of everything that has been stolen from them. Every single thing. When they talk about Cubans, $15 million a day. A day. 15 million. Over 60 years, $125 million. Billion, not million. $125 billion over 60 years. That's piracy. That's war. That's economic terrorism. And who places the United States in any list of states that sponsor terrorism? Because if there should be a list, they would probably be the ones mentioned 100 times on that list. And so, comrades, family, friends, in our attempt in making people understand what's happening, there's a process of deconstruction that we need to do. But that deconstruction doesn't become too difficult in popularizing this, because people are suffering every day. You have 160,000 people, 160 million people. I keep on the numbers, I get excited. 160 million people who are living in this country who are poor or living near poverty. That's about 45% of the population. In the wealthiest country in the world, because this country, not we, but this country has extracted, has stolen, and has enough wealth for that not to be the case. Why is it that in the United States, the fourth leading cause of death is poverty? And so if we're saying, if the narrative is that we're doing all these things because, I don't know, Eritrea is a national threat, Cuba is a national threat, who in this damn world, in their right mind, with this data and information that we have, with the experience that people are going through, will believe that shit? The real threat is in Congress. The real threat is in the Pentagon. The real threat is in the White House. And our people know it. Popularize this information. Make it plain. When we're talking about, narratives, socialism, you couldn't talk about socialism 15 years ago. 15 years ago, people were not, there were a lot of things that contributed to that are historical, that are intentional, that come from the capitalist state. And it was difficult to talk about socialism. Socialism, in fact, was talked about as the boogeyman, as the one thing you didn't want to be, because you didn't want to be like Cuba. You didn't want to have the poverty of Cuba. You didn't want to have the poverty of Venezuela. Those are, enemies. And I'll raise what Fidel said. If socialism is such a failure, show me the successes of capitalism. Show me the successes of capitalism. If socialism is such a failure, lift the sanctions on Venezuela. Lift the sanctions on Nicaragua. Lift the blockade on Cuba. And let's see. And let's see what happens. Because the only successes of capitalism and U.S. imperialism have been extraction, exploitation, slavery. Slavery and colonialism were the down payment to the capitalist imperialist system that we know today. That was a down payment for this system. And so you're going to tell me that this capitalist system that was born out of the broken bodies of people, the displacement of people, is the system that I want to live in? For real? I was going to say something else, but I'm going to bring it back. Again, the only success of capitalism and U.S. imperialism has been precisely to dehumanize, to rob people of their dignity, and to enslave people in so many different forms. And we cannot stand by as people living in the United States and say, that's right. Because it's not right. Because it's not justice. And because it's not humane. And so when we're talking about what our responsibilities are and what we do coming out of here, we have a historic role. And that should be part of our hope. Che Guevara spoke about this too. If you haven't caught up to it, I'm like a lover of the Cuban Revolution and just socialist revolutions in Latin America, but we could talk about that some other day. Che Guevara said, I envy those of you living in the belly of the beast, because you have the opportunity to defeat imperialism from within. And I wholeheartedly believe that. Wholeheartedly believe that. And we do have a history that is an anti-imperialist history. From the moment the United States of America in 1898 decided that they were going to take over Puerto Rico, that they were going to take over Guam and the Philippines. There were Americans, people in this country that created the Anti-Imperialist League. That was real. People stood up and fought against imperialism. And we need to live in that spirit. And we need to live in that responsibility. We must ground ourselves in the material reality. But as Gramsci said, because I don't want to be the loom and gloom, we must ground ourselves in what Gramsci said, and someone mentioned it earlier, which is the optimism of the will. The optimism of the will. Shortly, what that means is that we will have what we're willing to struggle for. And we will get only what we're organized to take. You want me to say that again? We will only get what we're organized to take. We must organize ourselves. And not organizing ourselves in little sectors. We need to organize ourselves across sectors of society. It is a necessity. It's an imperative necessity for the moments in which we're living in. The defeat of U.S. imperialism and capitalism is not simply an act of solidarity. It's not simply, it is an act of solidarity, but it's not simply an act of solidarity. For those of us living in the United States, is a struggle for self-determination too. Is a struggle for self-preservation too. Because our destinies are tied with those of the people in the global South. They are tied with the Cuban people. They are tied with the people in Zimbabwe. They are tied with the people in West Africa that are fighting to get colonialism out. Our destiny is connected to the defeat of instruments of death like NATO. Our destinies are connected to the destruction of AFRICOM, to the destruction of the Southern Command, to the 1,000 plus military bases across the world. Who gives the authority to the United States of America to be the police of the world when it hasn't even started to solve their shit at home? Sorry, baby. But it is real. Why do we have 500,000 plus people who are houseless in this country? Why? Why do we allow corporations to be in control of the governance of this country? Why? I mean, I could go on for days, and I won't, I promise. But again, our possibility for existing as people, as working class people, as historically marginalized people in this country, it is not divorced from our ability to defend those people who have been colonized, who have suffered U.S. imperialism, who are also resisting what capitalism has done to their nation states. And so, again, it's not too hard to understand, and it's particularly not too hard to understand for the people in the United States because there's an opening. When there's moments of crises, I mean, historically, right? The United States and all empires go on the offensive because they realize people are waking up. I mean, people are just the livelihood, the people's ability to live within a moment of crisis is almost impossible. And so they know people are going to revolt. If we can't connect the increasing offensive of U.S. imperialism to the development of Cop City in Atlanta, we got to figure it out. We have to figure it out. There's a reason why Cop City is being developed in Atlanta. Because there will be many other Cop cities develop across the country. And because that is the reflection of the School of the Americas, which is also in Georgia, which has trained every dictator that has then come, whether it's Guatemala, whether it's El Salvador, every dictator has been trained in the School of the Americas. You think cops from other places are not going to come get trained here? We go there and train them. And so we need to make those connections. I've said a lot, and I'm not going to say much more, but I think when we're talking about popularizing, as someone who comes from a popular education tradition, the key is to make it plain. The key is to understand things deeply enough to simply translate that to people. Because people are experiencing these things at a very human, basic level. And they may not have the language, but they know what they experience. And so we must continue to organize. We must continue to educate. We must continue to mobilize. And we need to agitate the shit out of the spaces we're in. Whether it is the academia, whether it is the legal spaces, we need to ask the questions that aren't being asked. We need to raise what is not being spoken about. Because there's an intention behind that. There's always an intention, and there's always an agenda. I'm going to bring Frantz Fanon back when he talked about mass political education. He said we must try relentlessly and passionately to teach our people that transformation depends on us. We live in a society, and I believe every capitalist society is organized in a way where you put your lives, hopes, and aspirations in the hands of people that will never deliver it to you. That will never deliver it to you. Because it is not in the hand of the oppressor to give you the tools to free yourself. And that is the United States of America. And so I think it is important to take this task. It is important for us to understand that capitalism will not in any way, shape, or form, in any part of this planet in which it exists, solve the scale of the problems that the capitalist system itself has produced. It will not. And we must defeat capitalism and U.S. imperialism before it ends us. We have that task. And so many people will say, well, that's idealistic. You know, how can you do that? They're so historically, you know, and they will go into whatever myths the capitalist system has taught us. And so we need to be able to oppose. But you know what I learned in organizing? You can't just oppose without proposing. You can't just say, this is the reasons why this is all wrong, without saying, this is how we make it right. And for many of us, and I'm always really excited to see and hear, when people are kind of going into the same direction. The word socialism has come up here many times. We know, again, capitalism will not solve the problem. And in history, we have Cuba that despite of its 60 years plus of blockade by the United States, has had the ability to export solidarity all across the world, all across the globe. That it has had the capacity to share with people what they have. What they have. When Africa needed Cuba, was Cuba there? And every country that has needed Cuba, Cuba has been there. And this is a country that experienced colonization and imperialism and has been robbed of the possibility of deepening their socialist project. And is still standing with dignity. Venezuela, in the same row. Nicaragua, on the same row. And although you may not or we may not see that there are a lot of claims of socialism in the other countries, there is an awakening happening. And people are understanding that capitalism and the ways in which the United States has done its dirt does not benefit anyone. And that's why we hear AMLO in Mexico saying, you're not coming in. This is not happening. The United States is not in governance of Mexico. And that's why you have people in Brazil that, again, are thinking detached from what has been made normal. A dysfunctional and brutal and violent relationship that the United States has imposed all across the world. And so, the proposal of socialism, the uprooting of capitalism, the defeat and destruction of US imperialism and all of its mechanisms, the reorganization of society where people are placed before profit, where people are able to develop its country and themselves fully as full human beings. It's a real proposal. It's not an idealistic one. And we need to be able to learn how to defend that. And the reason many of our many heroes, those who are often depoliticized, because we like to talk about Paul Robeson and Claudia Jones and W. Du Bois, and you name. And afterwards you're like, but did they belong to an organization? Yeah, they belong to the Communist Party. We need to bring back that history. A lot of the advances that we have in this country were earned by communists. So that's not the boogeyman. The boogeyman is a capitalist US imperialist system. That's the biggest threat to humanity and this planet. And we can't be afraid to say that. Comrades, friends, I'll bring another one before I go. Chairman Fred Hampton, from the Black Panther Party, the youngest, who was assassinated by the state. We have to remind people, U.S. capitalist state has never been for the people. He stood up and said, socialism is the people. And if you are afraid of socialism, you're afraid of the people. Let us not be afraid of the people. And let us not think that the people aren't ready. The people been ready. We got to catch up. We have to catch up. And it is our task to take on, again, mass political education, to engage in the battle of ideas clearly and plainly. And that doesn't mean to dumb anything down, because our people don't need anything dumb. We already have people like Eric Adams.
Did I say that out loud? That's as dumb as we need to get.
I'm just mad. I'm mad. I'm mad. I have every right to be mad. Socialism, my dear friends, is not only realizable, it is an imperative necessity. And I did not make up that line, but it is true. It is an imperative necessity, because what is at stake is our ability to exist and our ability to be able to have a sustainable planet. Thank you so much for your time and your all I'm going to say is this. I finished. I'm going to give the mic back to Nina, and whatever Nina wants to do with that mic is Nina. I'm a hugger.
Just 1 minute. Just 1 minute. My pet peeve.
Yeah.
If you're standing on those lines in CVS, ringing up your products, think twice about it. That's right. Do not work
for CBS. Do not work for the corporations. And that's my little pet peeve every time I got to go into one of those stores. I start preaching right there. And sometimes the cashiers look around at me like they disgusted. I said, I'm trying to save your job. So that's just all I wanted to say.
Thank you. Thank you to Claudia and to that. Yeah. Thank you to everybody. We're sorry, sincerely sorry about last night. But this was a wonderful day today, and you will hear from us again. Please go eat.
I'm sick of it. Working for the corporation. Oh, I took my money back. Yeah. Huh? It's like what they do in the grocery store. It makes you bring up just a chain. You go to the store, you spend $50, $60, and you go to the checkout. I don't do this. I think most people do. I would hope. But it really gets on my nerves.